What is the purpose of my existence? These three questions are called Brahma Jignasa or spiritual inquiry. They can be properly answered only by a bona fide spiritual teacher. Therefore, the actual search begins when one starts to look for such a teacher. I was a student in Europe when I began to feel the urge to find such a teacher, and I returned to India to begin my search. Up until then, my life had been like that of a weary traveler who had lost his way in the middle of the desert. I was running after a mirage to quench my thirst, trying to enjoy this world of illusion. But the more I ran after the mirage, the further it receded, and the more I tried to enjoy, the more I suffered. After a long and disappointing journey to many places of pilgrimage, I finally met the Divine Personality who would lead me out of this world of ignorance to the light of knowledge. The Divine Personality was my eternal spiritual master, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He informed me that I was running after a mirage when I would never find water to quench my thirst. To lead and led me in the direction of an oasis, and not just an oasis, but an ocean of nectar, Krishna consciousness. During one morning walk along Bombay's Juhu beach, Srila Prabhupada pointed to some beautifully groomed, well-behaved dogs belonging to people walking down the beach. And he asked his disciples, "What's the difference between these dogs and those stray dogs, dirty and unkempt, barking at the passerby?" When no one could answer, Prabhupada said, "These dogs have their masters, whereas those don't." Srila Prabhupada had described my situation perfectly. Before I met him, I was a stray dog, unkempt and dirty, wandering around aimlessly and engaging in useless activities. But as soon as I came into contact with him, I found the purpose of my existence and was elevated to a life that I could never have imagined. In 1979, in New York, one of my god brothers, Yogeshwara Prabhu, invited me to a program on Long Island to speak about my days with Srila Prabhupada. When we were driving back to New York's 55th Street Temple, Yogeshwara expressed how much he had liked my talk and how everyone had appreciated it. He reminded me how important it was for devotees to hear about Srila Prabhupada, especially his final days when he withdrew from the world, a period when I had the good fortune of spending many hours personally serving him. Back at the temple, devotees asked me to relate my memories of Srila Prabhupada to them as well. Seeing their interest, the temple president, Lakshmi Narasimha Prabhu, requested me to speak on his divine grace one evening, which extended into 3 evenings. From New York, I traveled to Toronto, where Vishwakarma Prabhu, the temple president, had already heard about my classes and requested me to speak to the devotees there. Again, the evening programs went on for 3 days. The descriptions became more detailed, and I could see how they deeply moved the devotees. On the 3rd day, when I described how Srila Prabhupada left this planet, many devotees broke down in tears. From then on, wherever I went, devotees wanted to hear from me about his divine grace and his final days. About 10 years ago, one of my disciples, Dina Krishna Das from London, arranged a podcast of me speaking about my experiences with Prabhupada, and the podcast was also well received. Further, Jayadvaita Swami, Ravindra Swarupa Prabhu, and several other godbrothers of mine were encouraging me to write a book. Few devotees knew about Srila Prabhupada's final days, they pointed out. Still, I hesitated to commit myself to the task because of my constant engagement as an initiating guru and spiritual leader in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON. More recently, some of my disciples added their voices to those urging me to publish my memories of that time. Ranga Radhika Devi Dasi transcribed the lectures I had given and arranged them into an 18-page manuscript, which would eventually form the basis of this book. When I had completed a draft recounting my experiences with Srila Prabhupada, my dear friend and scholarly godbrother, Garuda Prabhu, Dr. Graham Schweg, recommended another friend of ours, Dr. Karl Herzig, Kalachandji Prabhu, as editor. Kalachandji, a professor of English at an American university, accepted the assignment but also suggested that I include a brief account of my early life. I was initially reluctant because the book was meant to be a glorification of my spiritual master, not my autobiography. But he convinced me that readers would naturally like to know about me and my spiritual journey before I met my spiritual master. That led to the first chapter. Devamrita Swami, a close friend and the manager of the Australia-New Zealand branch of the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust BBT, suggested that the BBT might be willing to print the book, and I was delighted and honored when Swavasa Prabhu, another friend and a BBT trustee, agreed to print it through the North American BBT with the involvement of BBT editor Dravida Prabhu and designer and layout artist Archita Prabhu. Mrityunjaya Chatterjee, head of an advertising company in India, suggested illustrating some of the book's incidents. In that effort, he engaged Tapas Kanti Mitra, a well-known artist from Calcutta, who also painted the cover image. Radha Vinodini Dasi, a disciple of mine from Australia, gave some valuable input toward the end of the production work. When I gave her the final manuscript to read, Rasavihari Krishna Das, a disciple of mine from London, donated the cost of printing. I am deeply indebted to so many dear devotees who have made it possible for me to make this humble offering to my spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, who is indeed an ocean of mercy. The shelter of his lotus feet has made my life's mission a success. Moving on to the first chapter, On the Road, 1945 to 1975. I was always drawn to spiritual life. As a child, I loved to sit with my mother on the roof at night, gazing up at the star-filled sky as she pointed out celestial planets and fascinated me with stories about their inhabitants, divine beings with incredible powers. I longed to go and meet them. A pious Hindu, my mother worshipped many gods and goddesses, but she taught me to have faith in Krishna and Rama, to depend on them and call out to them when I was afraid or sad or distressed. My father was educated, progressive and westernized, with little spiritual interest. He had found success in the pioneering stages of the Indian film industry, and material prosperity was his main concern. We lived in an affluent neighborhood in Calcutta, and although motor cars were rare in those days, my father had two, one for local transport and a jeep for outdoor work, such as shooting on location. While his brothers took public transport and wore dhotis and kurtas, traditional Indian wear, he wore three-piece suits and was driven to work by a chauffeur. He was my hero and I was proud of him. But most of his time was taken up by his career, about which he was passionate. He worked late and I saw little of him. When I was 7, my mother contracted tuberculosis and my family was separated to avoid contagion. My younger sister was sent to an aunt's house and my older brother and I went to live with my father's elder sister. She was a widow whose 8 children were all grown up, and she showered us with love and affection. She was also an excellent vegetarian cook who loved to serve others and had developed a liking for her dishes. But I missed my mother. I knew she was sick, but I didn't understand why we would not be together. One day during a birthday party for a cousin, I sneaked out to see her. When I looked into her room, she was sitting up in a bed, propped up by pillows with her eyes closed. I stood at the doorway, not sure whether to approach her, but when she opened her eyes, I could see her look of happy surprise, and she beckoned me to come closer. She thought someone had brought me, but when I told her that I had snuck away and come by myself, she hugged me and started to cry. I laid my head on her lap and she caressed me, tears coursing down her cheeks. Then she drew me in and held me in a tight embrace, comforting me with warm beating of her heart. A few days later, one of my uncles came to fetch my brother and me from our aunt's. I thought we might be going to see our mother, but when we went to put our shoes, our uncle told us not to. I could tell that something was wrong. I didn't know what had happened, but my brother broke down crying. He understood that family members were not supposed to touch anything inauspicious, including leather, when someone had died. We arrived at the house to find several relatives gathered, all looking grave. Upstairs, our mother was laid out on her bed, her eyes closed, flower garlands around her neck and colorful bouquets surrounding her body. Her face was decorated with sandalwood paste and a bright red sindura dot marked the center of her brow. She looked so beautiful, I thought, so peaceful, as if she was sleeping. At some point, I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder and was ushered out of the room. As I entered the living room, I heard some of my relatives start to cry, but I couldn't look at anyone. I just stood at the window, staring out at the next door garden. That's when it all came to me. Tears streamed from my eyes and I broke down, sobbing. I would never see my mother again. My mother's passing affected all the circumstances of my life. My father lost interest in everything, even us, and stopped doing anything to earn money or maintain the household. He became depressed, feeling that he was responsible for my mother's illness and death, having neglected her in favor of his career. Even my aunt's house was no longer the same. She and our cousins were as affectionate as ever, but it just felt different. It was not my home. I felt I did not belong. I had always been an excellent student and received praise for my intelligence, so the plan had been to send me to one of the best boarding schools in India, in the foothills of the Himalayas. But with my father's financial downturn, that was no longer possible, and I was enrolled instead in the local day school. It was so common, I thought, so ordinary. I wanted to attend the private school where the students dressed in nice uniforms and studied everything in English, taught by teachers from England. I became obsessed with the idea. I wanted to learn English and be like an Englishman, like my father had been before my mother's passing. I just couldn't generate any enthusiasm for my school or interest in my studies. As had been true at my aunt's house, I felt that it was the wrong place for me, that I didn't belong, and as a result, I failed my annual exams and I didn't get promoted to the next grade. The day I found out, I sat alone in my classroom crying. I couldn't go home. I was too embarrassed. When I left school, I wandered aimlessly, eventually finding myself on the bank of the Ganges, considering what to do. Then I noticed the railroad station on the other side of the river. That's it, I thought. I would take the train to the boarding school in the foothills, promise the principal that I would be good, and beg him to let me stay. Inspired, I ran back to my aunt's. It was still afternoon, so the house was quiet, and I sneaked in through the back door, grabbed some things, emptied my piggy bank, and found more money in my cousin's drawer. Then I slipped out and dashed to the station. Seeing a young boy alone, the ticketing clerk was suspicious, but I told him that I was returning to school. When he asked why no one was with me, I said that my mother had died and that my father had meant to come with me, but he had been called away by some unforeseen business. I was used to traveling alone, I told him. I could manage on my own. So he gave me a ticket and let me pass. I used the same story on my co-passengers an hour later. I used the same story on my co-passengers, and an hour later I was heading north in search of the boarding school of my dreams. That night, still on the train, after having fallen asleep, I was gently awakened by someone shaking my arm. When I looked up, I saw that the train had stopped at a junction and I was surrounded by a group of passengers accompanied by a police officer. This time, when asked who I was and where I was going, I didn't dare lie. When the officer heard my story, he took me to the local station and phoned my father. I didn't want to talk to him, but when the officer insisted, I took the phone and then broke down crying. After the officer explained the situation to my father, he took me to his home nearby, where his wife fed me and put me to sleep. I stayed the next day as well, almost entirely in bed. They were very nice to me, but alone in the room. I felt like a criminal who had been arrested. That night, my father came to take me back to Calcutta. There he sat with me and we had the longest talk I could remember having with him. He told me how much he loved me and how much confidence he had in me. No matter what I had done, he said, he knew that I was a good boy and would never do anything really bad. My mother had loved me, he assured me. She still did. Then he sat silently as I cried out the agony of separation. The next few days, I just stayed in my room. The next few days, I just stayed in my room, unsure what would come next. My aunt was still loving and supportive, but things had changed and everyone around me realized that something had to be done. It was decided that I would be sent to an uncle in the small town of Khowai in Tripura, about 500 kilometers east, across the border in Bangladesh. Khowai was a quiet little town on the bank of a river surrounded by mountains. People knew each other and seemed to lead simple, happy lives. Unlike his brothers, my uncle had chosen business over education, and he had become quite successful supplying jute to the mills in Calcutta. Everyone in the town treated him with affectionate respect. Initially, I felt that I was being sent to Kauai as punishment for my crime of running away, but my experiences soon relieved me of such misgivings. I had come from the big city and the local people treated me with some admiration. More importantly, my uncle and aunt accepted me as if I were their son, and I was like a big brother to their 3 small children. My aunt even told me that when, for a long time, she had not been able to have a child, she had requested my mother to give me to her, and now the Lord had fulfilled her desire. So I began to settle into life in Kauai. My relationship with my father had been quite distant since my mother's passing, but since my running off, we had become closer, and I began to feel his love for me again. He wrote to me with life instructions and expressed his love and confidence that I would succeed. He reminded me that my mother was always watching over me and that she would feel proud when I had made something of myself. Things went well in Kauai and I was back on track, making friends and doing well in school. I was not very big or strong, but I enjoyed some success with athletics. I was the goalkeeper for the school soccer team and I did quite well in cricket, which I loved. In my final year at 16, I was the only student selected for the subdivision cricket team, which, other than myself, was comprised of older players, mostly government officers. Our team played well and we even reached the finals of the inter-district tournament. Early in the final game, we were being outplayed and defeat seemed certain. But then I scored a half century, 50 runs in one innings, and won the game for my team. I was the star, and the sub-divisional officer honored me in the victory celebration at the town hall. My strongest subject was English. Most educated Indians, or at least most of them I knew, believed the saying, West is the best. Although although Britain's rule of India had ended in 1947, 2 years after my birth, its culture was still prevalent. As one of my teachers told us, if you want to learn English, you have to read in English, write in English, speak in English, think in English, even dream in English. And I worked diligently to follow his instruction. Unlike most of my peers, I was not shy about speaking English, and I would often spend hours conversing. My favorite instructor, Nirad Babu, had been a freedom fighter in India's struggle for independence. He'd been imprisoned and brutally tortured by the British. I was told that they had damaged a vein supplying blood to his brain, and that as a result he'd lost his mental stamina. He would often become exhausted and sit in pain, holding his head in his hands. But when he was able to teach, he was brilliant. It was such a contrast. He had been a freedom fighter and hated the British, but he loved their language. I loved literature and was fascinated by authors, wordplay, and stories. In addition to works by English authors, we also read English translations of works by such famous authors as Homer, Tolstoy, and Dumas. Their influence on me was so strong that although I appreciated Indian authors, I naively presumed their writings had been influenced by their Western predecessors and counterparts. Those books by great Western authors ignited the urge in me to see that world and become a part of it. Wisdom, I felt, came not from sitting in a classroom or reading books, but from going places and meeting people. I had to go out and see the world. I could have continued my studies in Tripura, but I decided to attend a college in Darjeeling, a beautiful hill station that the British had built as their summer residence. One of my uncles was a successful lawyer there, and when I expressed my desire to study there, he happily made the arrangements. My plan was to become a scientist, so I registered for an honors degree in chemistry. But after 2 years, I was selected for a scholarship to train as a pilot with the possibility of enlisting in the Indian Air Force, and I opted for that instead. Back in Calcutta for flight training, I met a group of boys I had helped in Darjeeling. They had come from Calcutta for summer vacation without making prior arrangements. And when they had arrived in Darjeeling, they had found that all the hotels were fully booked and there was no available accommodation. One of them, Tulsi Sen, had once met my cousin and had her phone number as his only contact in Darjeeling. In desperation, he had phoned her and described their situation. She had not known what to do and passed the phone to me. And after making a few phone calls, I had managed to arrange for them to stay in the guest house of the local indoor stadium, which usually accommodates visiting players. Tulsi and two of the other boys, Swapan Thakur and Gaura Ghosh, had been especially grateful, and we had become good friends. Now the boys wanted to reciprocate. Just read clear. Now the boys wanted to reciprocate, and so they introduced me to their other friends and related how much I had helped them in Darjeeling. They were all from very affluent families. Tulsi's father was an eminent lawyer in the Calcutta High Court. Swapan Thakur was related to the famous poet Rabindranath Tagore, and Gaura came from a family of successful industrialists. They had all been educated in the kind of school I had dreamt of attending. Tulsi introduced me to Anand Mohan, the son of the chairman of the Indian Railway Service Commission, and we three became close and spent most of our spare time together. After my flight training, I was told I was not good enough to join the Air Force. I did not have the finances to get a commercial pilot license, so I decided to earn my money and travel abroad, as I'd always dreamt of going. I teamed up with a friend, Alok Gupta, and together we started a business promoting instant coffee. When we had earned enough, we left to study in England. But although most of my friends dreamt of going there, I had my eyes set on Germany, specifically Hamburg, where I had a cousin who had encouraged me to come and pursue my studies. My choice of Germany was also inspired by a lifelong connection, as my father's close friend, Vidyapati Ghosh, whom we called Vidyapati Kaku, Uncle Vidyapati, had studied in Berlin and come back with German wife, our Dolly Kakima. Aunt Dolly, she had a Jewish background, and when the persecution of Jews had begun in Germany in the 1930s, they had escaped on bicycles, riding more than 400 miles to the south, to the Swiss border. When they settled in Calcutta, Dolly Kakima became absorbed in the local Bengali culture. She had been very close with my mother and had always treated me with affection, especially after my mother's passing. So when I heard that another of my friends, Prasun, was going to Germany to study social psychology, I decided to join him. Many young people from Europe and America were traveling east in search of spiritual life, but I, like many other Indians, including my father, was attracted by the allure of material prosperity, and so I wanted to visit new places and broaden my views. Thus, in the summer of 1970, I headed west in the opposite direction. Bhakti Charu Swami ki jai.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकाय चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रसाय भूतले श्रीमति भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी नाम्ने नमस्ते सरस्वतीदेवे गौरवाणी प्रचारणे निर्विशेषशून्यवादी पश्चात्तदेस्तरणे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री द्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Hare Krishna. So we'll continue reading first chapter, page number 8. Like many of our friends, Prasun and I had read and been influenced by Jack Rogue's On the Road. So we had the idea that instead of flying to Europe, we would travel the road hitchhiking. It would be a challenge, we knew, especially since Pakistan was off limits to Indians. But Prasun suggested that we take a ship to Basra, Iraq, and proceed overland from there. So we took a train to Bombay, spent a few days getting visas for countries along the way, Iraq, Turkey, Greece, Italy, and Switzerland, and all required them, and embarked one morning on a cargo ship from Balampur. After a week of stopping at what seemed like every port in Persian Gulf, we were thrilled to land in Basra and get our feet back in solid land. I had never ventured outside of India, and I was enchanted, filled with images from my reading about the Assyrian and Babylonian civilizations on the banks of Tigris and Euphrates, and the hanging gardens built by King Nebuchadnezzar to soothe the afflicted heart of his homesick queen. We had heard that there was a Sikh temple in Basra where we could stay for free, and some local young boys showed us the way. We immediately became friends with them, and they said that they would pick us up the next morning and show us around the city. We had not planned to stop for long, but we had such a good time with our new companions, seeing their college, meeting their friends, and visiting the mosques, the old Latin church, and the India market, that we decided to stay a few more days. In the evenings, we all sat around talking and drinking tea in the open-air cafes known as casinos, though there was no gambling, on the banks of Ach al-Arab River. 3 days later, Prasun and I took a bus to the highway on which we would hitchhike to Baghdad. No one would stop, though, and it was extremely hard, so after several hours dejected over the failure of our attempt to hitchhike across the continent, but also relieved to be out of the scorching sun, we got on a bus. An American traveler in Basra had told us about a French church in Baghdad, where one could stay for free, and we found it a beautiful cathedral in the middle of a city. We received a warm welcome from a middle aged French priest. In Baghdad, as in Basra, Prasun and I made friends very quickly. We connected with a group of affluent university students who showed us the city and hosted us at restaurants, responding to our expressions of gratitude by saying, "No thanks for duty." They were fun loving but strict Muslims. They did not drink, had won a hole, had been perfectly resume our journey. I tried to convince he had left India to experience the world, he said, and wanted to take full advantage of the opportunity to spend time with our new friends. He was enjoying himself and he wanted to stay on, so we agreed to part ways. I would leave the following morning. Mark, an English traveler Prasun and I had met in the church, had witnessed our conversation and asked if he could join me. We had already developed an amiable relationship, so I agreed. When one of our Arab friends, Ahmed, heard that we were heading north toward the Turkish border, he suggested that we visit his family in Jako, in Kurdistan. So that was our first destination. Having found hitchhiking in Iraq practically impossible, I suggested that we travel by bus. Ahmed had alerted his friends that we would be coming, so when we arrived, we were greeted by a warm reception and brought right to his house. His father, an old man with a long flowing beard, greeted us with a broad smile. He didn't speak any English, but Ahmed's sister was fluent, and both she and his friends took great care of us. Zako was a small town with little to see, but we were drawn in by its ruins, which bore signs of a rich history and culture. Few of Ahmed's friends spoke English, but we developed a simple bond of friendship with gestures and smiles. We played soccer together and afterwards would cool ourselves in the shallow waters of the local river. Orchards of apples, pears, figs grew on its bank, and we would sit beneath the trees and enjoy their fruits. When after 3 days the time came for Mark and me to move on, many of our Zako acquaintances came to their doors to bid us farewell. After my experience in Basra, I was not optimistic about hitchhiking, but this time Mark insisted. Several of the boys walked us to the highway, and as we tried to hitch a ride, they stood nearby watching. As hour after hour passed without success, I gave up whatever little hope I had. Finally, one of the boys got an idea, and the next thing I knew, a few of them had stopped a passing truck, spoken with the driver, and we were waving at us. Somehow they had convinced him to take us to the Turkish border. As the truck pulled out, Mark and I looked back gratefully at our friends waving from the side of the road. The driver spoke a few words of English, just enough for us to carry on a friendly conversation. He was going to Turkey, to Diyarbakir, he said, and he would take us there. When we reached the outskirts of the city, Mark suggested that we not enter but stay on the road. It was already quite late, so we decided to spend the night on the roadside. I had never slept out in the open, and it was a wonderful feeling to rest on the bare ground under the star-studded sky. Our plan was to stop in Malatya on our way to Ankara. There were two possible routes. On the map, one looked longer and the other shorter and straight, so we decided to take the shorter one. Only after riding some distance did we realize that we had embarked on a mountainous road, but by then it was too late to turn back. Our ride took us up into the mountains and dropped us off at what seemed like the middle of nowhere. We waited under a walnut tree on the side of the road for hours without anyone stopping. In fact, hardly anyone even passed, and we doubted that any of the drivers knew about hitchhiking. Still, I was excited to see the interiors of Turkey, and the place was enchanting. The mountains were cut from red rock with only sparse vegetation. A river flowed along the valley below, and with banks of lush green, clusters of village houses dotted the landscape. I suggested to Mark that we go down to the village and see if could find something to eat. He said that one of us should stay on the road and try to stop a car. I offered to stay. It would not be such a long way down to the village, but I did not know how I would communicate with the people there. "Why don't you go?" he said with a smile. We finally decided to settle it by tossing a coin. I lost and I had to go. I climbed down a winding path, but even in the village there was no shops. I walked up to a house and knocked. A woman came to the door, but when she saw me, she screamed and slammed the door in my face. Giving up hope of finding food, I climbed back at the mountain to the road and told Mark what had happened. We sat for a few more hours under the walnut tree, shading ourselves from the sun. Our stomachs burning with hunger, we discussed our mistake in taking the mountain road and considered going back to the other road. Suddenly, several boys came into the view. They silently approached us with two large covered metal plates and placed them before us. When we removed the coverings, we found homemade Turkish bread, raw green vegetables, and large pieces of goat cheese. We thanked the boys profusely and then ate while they sat around us, watching and speaking among themselves in language we could not understand. After a short while, several village women came up and sat behind the boys to watch. One of them was from Lebanon and asked whether we knew French. Mark was fluent, and we learned from her that when the woman who had shut the door on me had seen that I was climbing back up on the road, she had called to the other woman and told them what had happened. They presumed that I had been looking for food, and spotting the two of us, they had sent the boys with the plates. The other residents, the woman said, had hardly seen a foreigner in their entire lives, so the arrival of an Englishman and an Indian was quite an event. The women's hospitality was wonderful, but we still could not get a ride, and we stood by the road the rest of the day. Finally, toward evening, an elderly shepherd tending his flock spoke to us. From his gestures, we made out that he was inviting us to spend the night in his home. We happily accepted. He was a simple poor shepherd, yet he offered us what he could, food and a place to sleep. In the morning, Mark and I decided to make our way back down the mountains to a more populous place where we had a better chance of being picked up. Once we were back on the main roads, hitchhiking in Turkey was not as difficult as it had been in Iraq, and we soon got a series of short rides. Near Ankara, we were picked up by 3 English boys from York University in an old station wagon, and we rode with them throughout the entire stretch of Turkey and to Istanbul, where Asia and Europe meet. Istanbul's Sultanahmet district near the Blue Mosque didn't look like Turkey, and it was full of young Americans and Europeans. Their alternative hippie lifestyles were new to me, but most were quite broad-minded and friendly. The dormitory-style hotel was so cheap that we could afford to stay for a while, and we made many friends, including a young American, Larry Baker. Every morning, Mark, Larry, and I would go for breakfast at the pudding shop, a restaurant popular among young travelers, where we spent a good deal of our time. The food was delicious and cheap, but the most interesting feature for me was the atmosphere. It was alive with free-thinking youth who were open to meeting people and sharing their experiences. Some of them had been in Istanbul for months, living day to day, playing music and just hanging out. We roamed the city, visited historic sites, and just sat and chatted on the banks of the rivers. One morning, Mark suggested that we go to Topkaki Palace, an hour away. I was struck by the name because Top means cannon in Bengali and was included in many Bengali words and names. It was, I realized later, a Turkish word that had been incorporated into Bengali during the Persian invasion of India. Mark took the role of a tour guide. The palace, which was actually an enormous cluster of buildings and courtyards, had been the seat of Ottoman dynasty that had ruled over Asia Minor and a significant part of Europe for centuries. We spent the day there admiring the classic architecture and ornate decorations and amazed by the sheer magnitude of the place. Mark and I stayed in Istanbul for a full week. The day before we were going to leave, we were sitting in a park with Larry when 2 young men approached us and asked if we would like to smoke some hashish. Neither Mark or I were interested, but Larry left with them. He didn't come back that night, and the next morning, worried, we told the manager of the pudding shop. We were concerned that the men could have been police in plain clothes and that Larry might have been arrested. The manager told us not to worry. If anything, the police would frame Larry to get a bribe. Drugs were not a big deal in Turkey unless you were caught smuggling large quantities. Larry didn't return that morning, but reassured by the manager, we posted 2 notes on the pudding shop's notice board, one for Larry and one for Prasoon, and then left for Greece. Like many Indian boys, I had been enchanted by Alexander the Great. My brother had told me the story of Alexander and the massive legendary horse Bucephalus. No one had been able to tame Bucephalus, but Alexander spoke to it soothingly and turned its head towards the sun so it could not see its shadow, which had been the cause of its distress. With Bucephalus then thus subdued, Alexander was able to ride it, and the horse served it as his mount until it died during his invasion of India. I had also loved hearing about Alexander's encounter with the Persian king Darius. Darius had a huge army 5 times larger than Alexander's. So when he had been challenged by Alexander, whom Darius considered a mere boy, he was so confident of victory that he brought his wife and mother. But Alexander attacked him unexpectedly at a mountain pass away from the battlefield. Darius ran away, leaving behind his wife and mother, who were then taken into custody. When he then offered a huge ransom in exchange for their freedom, Alexander replied that he was not interested in the ransom, but would release the women if Darius appeared before him and held in submission. Darius did as ordered, and Alexander set the woman free. Once Alexander was away from his kingdom, his minister wrote him that his mother was meddling in state affairs. Alexander wrote back, "One teardrop from my mother's eyes can wipe out all your letters complaining against her." Mark and I were headed to Thessaloniki, Macedonia's capital, near Alexander's birthplace in Pella. One of our rides was from an educated French couple who spoke fluent English, one of the three families traveling together in 3 cars. They stopped at a beach in Alexandroupolis, where we all had an ocean swim and a picnic. They were the first European families I had met on the road. All the Westerners in Istanbul had been young travelers, and I found them pleasant and friendly. I was impressed by the culture and the generous attitude of the couple who had picked us up, and I wondered how often I would get rides from such people. "Would you have picked me up if I had been hitchhiking alone?" I asked. They paused. Then the man looked at his wife and smiled, and he said that generally they did not pick up hitchhikers at all, but that seeing me an Indian, they had been curious. In Thessaloniki, Mark and I stopped in a youth hostel, but to stay there I needed a membership card. To get one, I had to prove that I was a student. Mark and I tried to reason with the manager, but no one carried a certificate while traveling, but the man was adamant. Finally, having overheard the conversation, a young American sitting in the nearby lounge came up the counter and practically shouted at the manager on my behalf, and he succumbed to the pressure. From there, we hitchhiked during days and stayed in youth hostels at night, passing through Yugoslavia and into Italy, where we spent a few days in Venice and Milan, and then stopped in Turin. At that point, Mark was supposed to head back to England, and I would continue into Germany. But he changed his mind and decided to visit a friend in Dijon, France. I was already feeling sad at the thought of parting ways, so when Mark proposed that I accompany him, I agreed, and thanks to his pleading at the border, I was able to get an emergency 3-day visa. Mark's friend Pierre was in Dijon studying at the university, and he hosted us in his apartment, which he shared with a female roommate. Their arrangement was unusual, I thought even a bit shocking. I had not seen anything like it before. It was also my first experience of a European university. Although we found that the people in France generally didn't like to speak English, the students were quite different. Their English was not fluent, but they seemed to take an amused delight in conversing with us. From France, we went to Switzerland, and in Basel, Mark and I finally had to part. We sat in a meadow near the border, reminiscing over our days together and making plans to meet again. We embraced, our cheeks pressed tight, and then he stood watching as I crossed the border into Germany, turned and waved goodbye. My cousin Babida, his name was Babi and Da was a short form from Dada, the Bengali term for one's elder brother, had been living in Germany for over a decade. He had studied engineering there and recently became a director of a prosperous firm. His marriage to a German woman, Maria, had strained his relationship with his conservative family in India. But I found her to be very nice. I was reminded of my Dali Kakima, who had also married an Indian man. When I told Maria that I would call her Miradi, the Didi being short for Didi and an elder sister, she gave me a big smile. We became close in no time, and she accepted me as part of the family. She took me to the University of Hamburg to get me admitted. And when we learned that the semester had already begun, she convinced them to enroll me as a guest student. One of the first people I befriended in Hamburg was Bill McCabe, an American exchange student from the University of Dayton. In India, I had been a member of United States Information Service, which had a good library and promoted various aspects of American culture. One of its features was the jazz club, and every Saturday afternoon my friends and I would listen to swing and bebop and challenge each other to identify each musician. America House, where I met Bill, was the German counterpart, beautifully located in the middle of a large garden near the university. I went there frequently, mostly to read in the library, and one day Bill just walked up to me and introduced himself. He was interested in India. He said many of his friends had already been there and wondered where I was from. Bill introduced me to a group of friends, Chuck, Ray, Jack, Connie, and Susan, all Dayton students. My German was still not very strong, so I did not develop such close relationship with many local students. But my friendship with this group developed quite spontaneously. After staying with Babida and Miradi for a couple of months, I decided to move out on my own. The family with whom Bill was staying had another student staying with them, and when she moved out, Bill asked whether one of his friends could move in. The landlady agreed, but when she learned that I was Indian, she expressed some reservations. The next day, Bill had to go to Kiel, a city on the North Sea, and he didn't tell his landlady that he was going. After he had been away for 2 days, she thought that he was so upset with her because of her refusal that he was not returning. So when he got back, she said, yes, of course, your Indian friend can come and stay. From then, Will and I lived in the same house, and our bond of friendship became deeper. On Saturdays, I would cook Indian food, which he loved. After hearing his rave reviews, all our friends wanted invitations. But not wanting to abuse the family's hospitality, I invited them only 1 or 2 at a time. Still, the house was a nice alternative to our usual meeting place, a discotheque near the meadows. One Sunday during summer, when the whole group was sitting together in a restaurant near the harbour, Chuck asked me in rather condescending tone, how many people died of starvation in India each year? His disrespect was insulting, but I tried to control my anger. Many people in the West had that misconception, but no one had ever put it so bluntly. Although I was born and brought up in India, I said, I have never seen anyone die of starvation. Oh, come on, he persisted. Everyone knows that. You don't know how to defend your country's honor. After all, a fact is a fact. A reality is a reality. India is not poor, I protested. She may not have been so advanced or affluent materially, but she is not poor. If she were, why would Columbus have ventured so far to find her? Why was she considered the crown jewel of British Empire? You may claim whatever you want here, he argued, but everybody knows that India's poverty-stricken condition. India is not interested in material prosperity, I countered, but in developing her spiritual riches. Because material wealth was not her first priority, foreign invaders found little resistance and stole all they could find. What are your so-called spiritual riches? That the real goal of life is to achieve emancipation, elevation to higher consciousness. By smoking pot? No, by performing austerities negating the demands of the body. That's just the excuse of useless bums. When the others saw that the argument was spiraling out of control, they suggested we stop. But the encounter had left me wounded. Despite my protest, I was painfully aware of how ignorant I was about the heritage and the glory of my place of birth. My patriotism, I realized, was only a sentimental attachment. Although I had a deep connection to India as my motherland, I was unaware of her actual splendor and opulence.
That argument and my desire to establish India's greatness led me to probe deeper into my country's spiritual culture. I already knew the importance of spiritual life and was aware of the existence of the soul, but now I felt compelled to learn about life's actual nature, purpose, and ultimate goal. I wrote to my friend, Hitu Malkani, whose family had a bookstore in Calcutta, and he sent me a copy of Paul Brunton's Escotch in Secret, India. At first, I was vexed by having to read about India's glory from an Englishman, but the more I read, the more I appreciated. Brunton was a journalist who had gone to India on assignment, and while there had been drawn by its spiritual heritage. He had met many sadhus and finally surrendered himself in discipleship to well-known spiritual leader from South India, Ramana Maharshi. When I asked Malkani for books that described India's spiritual philosophies in great depth, he sent me a few by Swami Vivekananda, Patanjali's Yogarudra, Paramahamsa Yogananda's autobiography by a yogi, Dr. Radhakrishnan's Bhagavad Gita, and a copy of the Vedanta Sutra. Over the next few years, I learned more about the real source of India's greatness, but in the process, I also became aware of higher knowledge, the futility of material existence, and the need to become free from its bondage. Why struggle to achieve something that will be lost at the time of death? I wondered. Better to strive for something that would lead to liberation and last forever. And as my interest in an understanding of this wisdom from India grew, my fascination with the West began to wane. What had been my life there receded, like a memory fading into a dim and distant past. I had always had the feeling that one day I would leave everything behind and become a sadhu. I had thought it was just a fantasy. Probably everyone felt that way at some point, but no one I knew had gone ahead and surrendered entirely to spiritual life. But during my travels, I had experienced the pleasure of freedom of just being present in the world, floating with time and appreciating whatever came. I felt satisfaction in simple achievements and relished meeting people who were open and receptive, being invited to their homes and sharing our thoughts and feelings as if we had known each other for years. Often, not getting a ride until night time, I would lie down in my sleeping bag by the side of the road and take rest under the stars. The following morning, I would greet the new day with joyful anticipation, not even knowing what lay in store. I began to realize that this was what I had wanted to do since childhood, venturing out on my own, seeing new places, meeting new people. In this way, my fantasy could become a reality, and I decided to see it through. Winston Churchill had urged young men aged 20 to 25 to go out into the world and do things, to make mistakes and learn. His statement had made a deep impression on me, and I regretted only that when I read it at the age of 23, I was already 3 years behind. From my other readings, I understood that to take a spiritual life, I had to surrender myself to a guru, and I was convinced that I would find one in India. Bill was the first person to whom I disclosed my plan by letter. He was in America for summer vacation. But when he received my letter, he wrote back immediately asking that I want until he returned. I couldn't. I knew I had made up my mind and did not even reply. But he also wrote to our friends in Hamburg, and when Susan and her German boyfriend Peter heard about my intentions, they tried to dissuade me from going. All I could do was explain to them that the real purpose of life was spiritual emancipation and that the time had come for me to strive for that goal. They eventually saw my point of view, but they had insisted that there at least be a farewell party, and I agreed. So on the following Friday, we all got together at Peter's apartment. Most of our friends attended, and toward the end of the evening, Peter asked me to tell everyone about my plans. I was already feeling sad, as had been true wherever I had been. I had found kind, nice people and developed wonderful relationships. I could see how dearly the group valued our friendships and how deep the connections had become. Still, I could see that the relationships were short-lived. We had met, become friends, and were about to part, probably never to meet again. I told my friends how I had always admired the West and how living in Germany and becoming close with people there, I had been enriched in many ways. I had become aware that despite people's physical differences, we were all closely related. But the most precious gift I had received from the West, I told them, was actually the love and appreciation I had gained for India, for the place I had left behind. The wisdom of India, which I'd had to come to the West to discover, had made me aware that life in this world was temporary and that the actual purpose of our existence was to conquer death. I was therefore returning to my homeland to go deep within myself, beyond the consciousness of my body, in the solitude of the Himalayas. Before leaving, I had to meet one other group of friends hitchhiking near Stuttgart on a holiday excursion. Some months earlier, waiting for a ride in the Autobahn, I had learned honking a car had stopped just past me and was trying to get my attention. When I had turned, I had seen a man get out and wave, so I had picked up my rucksack, jogged over, and jumped in. The middle-aged couple in the car had started to speak to me in English, but when they learned that I could speak fluent German, they had switched over and the conversation had taken a more natural flow. I they told me, the first hitchhiker they had ever picked up. When I asked why they had stopped, they said that they had noticed that I was Indian, which had reminded them of an old friend. They had lived in London for some time and had developed a nice relationship there with an Indian student. So, when they had seen me, a young Indian on the road hitchhiking, an uncommon sight, they had decided to give me a lift. The husband, Walter Bain, was the customs officer. His wife, Marian, had been a school teacher but had given up her job to take care of their two daughters, Kirsten and Astrid. Kirsten was studying Russian and wanted to become a translator. We had gotten along so well during the drive that they had invited me to their home in Bremen, and I had happily accepted. I had stayed with the Beans for 3 days and we had become close. Afterwards, we had been out of touch for a few months, but when I had sent them a postcard from Berlin, I had heard right back from Marian, telling me how much they had missed me and requesting that I visit. I had been so touched by her letter that I had decided to return. This second visit had been even more remarkable than the first. They had treated me like a member of the family. Kirsten had even started telling me about her problems with her mother, and Marian had complained about Kirsten's not listening to her and acting so independently. I had tried to meditate, and both of them had listened to my suggestions. Subsequent visits to Bremen had deepened our relationship even further, and when Marian heard that I was leaving Germany, she begged me to come and see them before I departed. They were sad over my leaving, especially Marian and Kirsten. Marian kept trying to persuade me that I could pursue a spiritual life in Germany. I had so much appreciation for Jesus Christ, she pointed out. Why didn't I pull that into practice, follow him? Indeed, I had felt an appreciation for Jesus since childhood, but I had never thought of actually becoming a Christian. I saw him from an Indian perspective as someone close to God, a great saint, a prophet, but that was quite different from his portrayal in the Christian faith. Marian did not always agree with me, but she listened without protest and appreciated my understanding. The three kings who came to see Jesus at the time of his birth, I told her, were likely exalted saintly persons from India who were addressed as Maharajas, kings. They had come to see him based on astrological calculations of the moment, of the stars and planets. And then, from the time Jesus was about 12 years old, people did not know where he went or what he was doing. He reappeared when he was 29, but where he had been for all these years? Where had he acquired the mystic powers by which he could turn water into wine, cure lepers, and revive the dead? He spoke about a place where he had been treated as a king and about his disappointment and frustration over the inability of his audience to understand his teachings. He allowed himself to be crucified so that their gross mentality could appreciate his compassion and mercy, and finally they did. When Marian asked why I was not conveying my ideas into the Christian world, I replied that no one would be interested. After all, who was I? And anyway, my only consideration was my search for liberation, to free myself from the bondage of birth and death, and for that I was being called by my motherland, my glorious India. So it was with great expectation and excitement that I returned. I had been back to India once before for my sister's wedding, but this was different. I was embarking on my spiritual journey in search of my spiritual master. Chapter 2, In Search of a Guru, June 1975 to July 1976. When I landed in Delhi, I went straight to Haridwar, one of the holiest places in India, in the foothills of Himalayas on the banks of the Ganga. I had been fascinated with the place since childhood. My grandmother had gone there for Kumbh Mela, the great spiritual festival, and had returned with captivating stories about her pilgrimage. My first evening, I went down to the river Ghats, where I joined thousands of pilgrims in grand worship, offering lamps to Mother Ganga. I was already thrilled to be back in India, and I was elated by the display of spiritual conviction. The people around me, I felt, I cared less for their material prosperity than for their spiritual lives. And in my heart, I shared their happiness and was moved by their inner contentment. I walked through the crowd without speaking with anyone, just smiling at those around me and receiving their smiles in return. Before dawn the next morning, I went down to the Ganga to bathe. It was cold and I was shivering even before I entered the water. When I submerged myself, however, my whole body felt rejuvenated, warm and clear and light, as if I could fly, and an incredible joy suffused my entire being. I do not know how long I stood there, half submerged in bliss. When I came back to myself, I sat on the bank and let my thoughts float with the river's current. My mind drifted back to my childhood. I was lying by my mother's side as she told me about Mother Ganga. She did not flow from any place on the earth, my mother told me, but came from the heavenly planet Svargaloka, brought by Bhagirath, the great-great-grandson of the illustrious King Sagara. When King Sagara performed a horse sacrifice, Indra, the king of heaven, became worried that Sagara might take away his throne with the power he would gain from his sacrifice. So he stole the horse, took it to a lower planetary system, and tied it to a tree next to the ashrama of Kapila Muni, an incarnation of the Supreme Lord. King Sagara had two wives, Sumati and Keshini. He had 64,000 sons from Sumati, and they searched everywhere for the horse. They dug up the surface of the earth, creating a great trench that became known as Sagara, the ocean. Eventually, they came to Kapila Muni's ashrama, and seeing the horse tied up to a tree, they thought that Kapila Muni must have stolen it. With this offensive understanding, they tried to attack the sage. His meditation interrupted. Kapila Muni opened his eyes, and as a result of his glance, King Sagara's 64,000 sons were burned to ashes. King Sagara had another son, Ashamanjasha, from his wife Keshini, and Asamanjasha's son Ashamanjashan also went in search of the horse and eventually came to the ashrama of Kapila Muni. When Ashuman saw the horse and pile of ashes, he understood what had happened, and recognizing Kapila Muni's exalted position, offering him prayers, pleased Kapila Muni instructed Anshuman that his 64,000 uncles could all be delivered by water from the Ganga flowing in Svargaloka. Anshuman performed great austerities to bring the Ganga down to earth from the heavenly planets, but he could not do it. And after his death, his son Dilipa tried to bring the Ganga to this material world, but he also failed. Finally, Dilipa's son Bhagiratha was able to bring the Ganga to earth by practicing great austerity and penance. Mother Ganga appeared before Bhagiratha and offered him a benediction. When Bhagiratha told her he wanted her to come down to earth to deliver his forefathers, she said that if she were to descend from the heavens to earth, she would pierce through the earth and end up in the lower regions of the universe. To prevent this, someone could have to bear the force of her fall. Bhagirath told Mother Ganga that Lord Shiva could bear a force. Once again, he performed great austerities, and as a result, Lord Shiva agreed to bear Mother Ganga's fall on his head. This, my mother told me, was how the holiest of all rivers, Mother Ganga, came to earth from the heavenly planets and delivered the fallen souls. His childhood tale now became for me a profound and glorious reality. I was grateful to be back in my holy motherland, which had been graced with so many spiritual benedictions. All I wanted was to float endlessly in the river's sublime current. When I returned to the lodge where I was staying, I heard a beautiful recitation of Sanskrit mantras reverberating from the room next door. I just sat there listening to the vibrant, melodious sound. My neighbors, it turned out, were a South Indian family of 4, a husband and wife, and their 2 children. Mr. Subramaniam, a government official, brought his family to holy places of pilgrimage during his vacations. He invited me to their room to talk, and the children, 2 sons aged 9 and 6, listened with great attention, respectful and well behaved. Through that family, I was able to have another glimpse of the glories of India. Although he was a high-ranking government officer, Mr. Subramaniam wanted only to visit holy places. He had little interest in material achievements, but put a premium on spiritual life and development. I was especially impressed by the way he was bringing up his children. This, I saw, was an important part of India's spiritual heritage, alive and well in contemporary family life. From Haridwar, I went upstream to Rishikesh, which was quieter, more natural, and less commercial, with many yoga ashramas and spiritual seekers from around the world. Sadhus gathered on the banks of the river, some stark naked, others just in loincloths. Most were smoking hashish, and some invited me to join them, but I declined. In the West, many of my friends had smoked hashish, and I had seen how stupid they became when they did. With the activities of their brains subdued, the activities of their hearts became prominent, giving them a feeling of ecstasy. So when I saw the sadhus smoking, I knew not to waste my time. They were not for me. The most prominent yoga school in Rishikesh was the Shivananda Ashram. A young resident student told me that their teaching was that in order to make spiritual progress, one had to give up one's ego, one's preconceived notions, ideas, prejudices, this unselfish interests. They were obstacles to spiritual progress. By giving them up and practicing yoga, one could progress toward one's spiritual goal and eventually become liberated from the bondage of matter and achieve moksha, liberation. I liked what he said, but I wondered why one had to practice yoga in such a commercial atmosphere. I had always heard and read that yoga should be performed in a solitary place away from material culture, so I did not feel inclined to join the ashrama. I kept looking. One day, wandering aimlessly down a deserted road, I saw a saffron-robed figure coming from the other direction. As he approached, I saw that it was a young, handsome man with long black hair and a beard. I smiled at him as we passed, and he responded with a gentle smile of his own. We stopped and exchanged greetings, then walked for some distance together before they suggested that we sit on the river bank and talk. He was from Punjab. He said his father was a cloth merchant, but he had not been interested in a life of commerce. When his brothers had gone to business, he had continued his education in college and then at a university, but he had not found a fulfillment in academic life. And when he had returned home and his family had tried to get him married, he had found that he was not interested in married life either. So, without telling anyone, he had left home. After traveling to various places of pilgrimage, the man had landed in Rishikesh in the ashrama of his family's guru and had been living there ever since. When I asked about his guru's teachings, he said that their path was human welfare and meditation. Their external mission was to help others, the world's suffering and poor. Their internal activity was to meditate to become one with the spiritual light. When he heard that I had returned to India to pursue spiritual life, he became excited and suggested that I could stay in their ashrama and practice there. I thanked him but declined his offer, explaining that I wanted to explore and see more of the spiritual landscape. From Rishikesh, I traveled through the Himalayas to Devaprayag, Alakananda, Rudraprayag, and finally Joshimath. I wanted to continue on to Badrinath, but winter was approaching and the road had been closed. Considering Joshimath's at altitude over 6,000 feet, it was not very cold and I liked its beautiful atmosphere, so I decided to stay. In Joshimath, I became friendly with the manager of my guest house, who would entrance me with stories of the area's saintly personalities. One day he told me about an American couple who were living high up in the mountains. They had been there meditating for at least 2 years, only rarely coming down from their retreat. I wanted to meet them, I said, but he told me that they did not meet anybody. If anybody approached, they would chase them away. Still, I insisted they probably would not mind meeting me, since I was a seeker too and could benefit from their experience. They had a close connection with the doctor, the manager said. He sometimes visited the couple, maybe he could take me with him. Dr. Lal turned out to be a middle-aged, respectable-looking gentleman. When I asked him about the American couple, he told me that they were named Lawrence and Colette and were from California. They were serious in their practice and had found the area to be conducive to meditation. They had arranged for money to be sent to him periodically from America, and he supplied them weekly with provisions. Generally, he sent the supplies through his servant, but since I was so keen to meet them, he would take me there himself. I was thrilled to have the opportunity to enter into a remote corner of the Himalayas and meet these unusual people who had dedicated themselves so fully to their spiritual purpose that they had cut themselves off from the rest of the world. So, one morning we set out. Outside town, we came to a narrow path which turned into an almost invisible trail that eventually led to the ruins of a temple. Dr. Lal advised me to wait and then he entered. Standing alone, I could see the sparkling white mountain tops stretching from one end of the horizon to the other. All around me, the hills were changing colors with the season, a festival of greens, yellows, purples, and reds. Songbirds called from the trees, and water steamed down from the side of the mountain and settled in cold, shimmering pools. I cupped my palms under a small waterfall and drank. It was nectar, better than anything I had ever tasted. The place was exquisitely beautiful. I could understand why the couple had selected it for their meditation to achieve the goal of life, freedom from the bondage of the material world. I wondered at the depth of their commitment to their spiritual quest, which had drawn them from their homes in California to this holy site in the Himalayas on the other side of the world. I was awakened from my reverie when Dr. Lal emerged with a tall, handsome man with long hair and a beard. The man smiled at me, folded his hands together, and said, "Namaste." He introduced himself as Chidananda, a name I thought must have been given to him by his spiritual master. The three of us sat on a boulder facing the broad expanse of the mountains. I apologized for intruding into his sadhana, his meditative practice. I had many American friends, I told him, and I like him, and I had traveled. through the Middle East and Europe and had spent a few years in Germany, but I had returned to India in search of spiritual wisdom. I had not been able to really start my spiritual life. However, I was still looking for a guru. I wanted to gain insight from his pilgrimage in the mountains and his life practicing meditation in such a solitary place. Chidananda told me that he was from Southern California. In the late 60s, he had been involved in the American counterculture and had decided to come to India to explore her spiritual culture. After traveling through Goa, Benares, and other places of pilgrimage, he had come to the Himalayas where he had met his guru. He had lived with his girlfriend in his guru's ashrama, learning the process of yoga meditation, but when his guru tried to seduce her, they lost faith in him and left. Chidananda was not so much angry as disappointed. His guru had often spoken about the importance of celibacy in practicing yoga. He had explained how the Kundalini energy across from the Muladhara chakra at the base of the spine and penetrated through different chakra to the Sahasrara chakra, the thousand-petaled or crown chakra at the top of the head. How that was the way one achieved samadhi, fully matured meditation. In spite of all his instructions, however, he had approached his student, who treated him like her father, for sex. Although Chidananda had left the ashrama, he still considered the man to be his guru because he had taught him so much about the science of yoga. After leaving, Chidananda had not known where to go. But one thing he had been sure of was what he wanted to stay in India and continue his spiritual practice. He had already reached the stage where he could practice on his own, so he had gone up to Badrinath and stayed there throughout the summer. In the winter, he had come down to Joshimath. Then he had found his spot, the old temple in the middle of the mountains, and decided to move there and practice his sadhana. He did not keep a watch or calendar, so he did not know exactly how long he had been there, but he knew that it had been quite a while. Time was passing, but outside his awareness. Dr. Lal said that he had known Chidananda for more than 2 years, but that Chidananda had been living in the temple ruins before they met. At first, Chidananda would occasionally go down to the market to get provisions, but Dr. Lal had recently been taking care of the couple's supplies. They subsisted on only fruits and vegetables, no grains or beans or even nuts. When I asked Chidananda about his spiritual progress, he said that the process of asana, sitting in yoga positions, was effective at the initial stage, but then did not make any difference. Pranayama, however, control of breath, was very effective. Practicing Kumbhaka, the stoppage of breathing, helped him control his mind and become fixed in meditation. With his guru's training, he could now hold his breath easily for a few minutes and was getting better. When I asked him if he would reach me, he just smiled and said that he was still a student, not yet in a position to instruct. As Dr. Lal and I climbed back down to Joshimath, he told me that was probably the most Chidananda had spoken to anyone other than his girlfriend in months. My encounter with Chidananda was one of the most memorable experiences I had in my time in the Himalayas, but I had not yet found my guru and I was still searching.
Ready? जेहनिलो प्रेमाधना करुणा प्रचुर प्रेमाधना करुणा प्रचुर हे न प्रभु कोता गेला आचार्य ठाकुर हे न प्रभु कोता गेला आचार्य ठाकुर जे अनिलो प्रेमाधना करुणा प्रचुर कहा मोरा स्वरूप रूपा कहा सनातन कहा मोरो स्वरूप रूपा कहा सनातन कहा दशरघु नाता पतित पावन कहा दशरघु नाता पतित पावन कहा मोरा बट जुगा कहा कविराज कहा मोरा बट जुगा कहा कविराज एक कले कोता गेला गोरा नटराज एक कले कोटा गोरा नटराज पासाने कुतिबो माता अनले पसीबो पासाने कुटिबो माता अनले पसीबो गौरंग गुनेरा निधि कोता गेले पाबो गौरंगा गुनेरा निधि कोता गेले पाबो शेषा भव संगीरा संगे जे कोइलो बिलास शेषा भव संगीरा संगे जय कोइलो बिलास से संगना पाया कांदे नरोत्तम दास से संग पानया कांदे नरोत्तम दास से संगना पाया कांदे नरोत्तम दास कवे नरोत्तम दास जे अनिलो प्रेमाधना करुणा प्रचुर जे अनिलो प्रेमाधना करुणा प्रचुर हेनो प्रभु कोता गेला आचार्य ठाकुर हेनो प्रभु आचार्य ठाकुर His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Mahraj ki jai. bookmark is there.
Okay. That chapter?
Yeah, no, actually, this.
All right,
From this.
sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Second chapter.
Number 37. Okay.
Second chapter.
Phone, yours? Phone?
Yeah. Center.
That is only working. Only that one mic is there. Yeah.
We can see together.
Thumb. Slow man, slow man. काय म्हणणार तुम्ही? See how they-
No, they will sing different. I will sing different.
Yeah, म्हणते.
This is Bhakti Charu Mahraj's one of his favorite songs, Tavakatamritam. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam kaviviriditam kalmasapaham.
तव कथामृतं तप्तजीवनं कविभिरीडितं कल्मषापहम्
Shravanamangalam Shrimadattatam Bhuvi Gyananti Ye Bhurida Janaha.
श्रवणमङ्गलं श्रीमदाततं भुवगृह्णन्ति ये भूरिदा जना
Jayati Tedikam Janmana Vrajaha Shayata Indira Shashwadatrahi.
जयति तेऽधिकं जन्मना व्रजा श्रयत इन्दिरा शश्वदत्रहि
Darita Drisyatam Dikshutavakas Tvaidrita Savas Tvam Vichinvate.
द्वयति दृश्यतां दिक्षुतावकाश त्वयि धृतास्वतां विचिन्वते
Sharadudashaye Sadhu Jatasat Sarasijodara Shrimashadrisha.
शरदुदाशये साधुजातसत् शरसिजोदरा श्रीमुषादृशा
Suratanatate Sulkadasika Varadanignato Nehakim Vadaha.
सुरननाथ ते शुल्कदासिका वरदनिघ्नतो नेह किं वधा
Vishajalapyayad Vyalarakshasad Varshamarutad Vaidyutanalat.
विषजलापयाद् व्यालराक्षसात् वर्षमारुताद् वैद्युतानलात्
Vishamayatmajad Vishvato Bhayad Rishabhate Vayam Rakshitamuhu.
पुरुषदमयात्मजाद् विश्वतो भयात् वृषभतैवयां रक्षताग्मुः
Nakula Gopika Nandano Bhavan Akhila Dehinam Antaratmadrik.
न खलु गोपिका नन्दनो भवान् अखिलदेहिनामन्तरात्मदृक्
Vikanasartito Vishwaguptaye Sakaudevan Sattvatam Kule.
विकनसार्थितो विश्वगुप्तये सक उदेविवान् सात्वतं कुले
Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam kavibiriditam kalmasapaham.
तव कथामृतं तप्तजीवनं कविविरदीदितं कल्मषापहम्
Shravanamangalam Shrimadattatam Bhuvi Gyananti Ye Bhurida Janaha.
श्रवणमङ्गलं श्रीमदाततं
भुविर्गृह्णाति ये भूरिदा जना. Hare Krishna. Missing.
म्हणू ना.
जयनिलो प्रेमधनं करुणा प्रचुर. जयनिलो प्रेमधनं करुणा प्रचुर. हे न प्रभु कोठा गेला आचार्य ठाकुर.
हेनो प्रभु कोता गेला आचार्य ठाकुर.
हेन प्रभु कोठा गेला आचार्य ठाकुर.
हेनो प्रभु कोता गेला आचार्य ठाकुर.
कहा मोरा स्वरूप रूपा कहा सनातन. कहा सनातन कहा दासारा गुणता पतित पावन. जयनिलो प्रेमधनं करुणा प्रचुर. कहा मोरा भट्ट जुगा कहा कविराज. एक काले कोठा गेला गोरा नटराज. जयनिलो प्रेमधनं करुणा प्रचुर. हेन प्रभु कोठा गेला आचार्य ठाकुर. पाषाणे कुटीबे माथाम आनले पाशिबो. गौरांगा गुनेरा निधि कोठा गेले पाबो. से सबा संगीरा संगे जे कोइले बिलास.
संगा न पाइया कांडे नरोत्तम दास से संगा न पाइया कांडे नरोत्तम दास जे अनिलो प्रेम धन करुणा प्रचुर हेनो प्रभु कोठा गेला आचार्य ठाकुर हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Thakur Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Mahraj Guru Deva Jaya Bhakti Swami Mahraj Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Mahraj Guru Deva His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Mahraj ki 10 minutes now, then we will read.
मधुरम मधुर क्या संस्कार संस्कृत इंग्लिश में मधुरं मधुरेभ्योऽपि मङ्गलेभ्योऽपि मङ्गलं पावनं पावनेभ्योऽपि हरे नामेव केवलम् मधुरं मधुरेभ्योऽपि मङ्गलेभ्योऽपि मङ्गलं पावनं पावनेभ्योऽपि हरे नामेव केवलम् मधुरं मधुरेभ्योऽपि मङ्गलेभ्योऽपि मङ्गलं पावनं पावनेभ्योऽपि हरे नामेव केवलम् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Krishna
पर्यन्तं सर्वं मायामयं जगत् सत्यं सत्यं पुनः सत्यं हरे नामेव केवलम्
अब्रह्मस्तम्भपर्यन्तं सर्वं मायामयं जगत् सत्यं सत्यं पुनः सत्यं हरे नामेव केवलम्
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम
हरे हरे सगुरु सपिता चापि समता बन्धुभूपि स शिक्षये च सदा स्मर्तं हरे नामेव केवलम्
सगुरस पिता चापि समता बन्धवोऽपि सह शिक्षा चेत् सदा स्मर्तं हरेर्नामेव केवलम्
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
निश्वासे नहि विश्वास कदारुद्धो भविष्यति कीर्तनीयमतो बाल्याद् हरे नामेव केवलम्
कदा रुद्धो भविष्यति कीर्तनीयो मता बाल्यात् हरेर्नामेव केवलम्
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hari sadavase tatra yatra bhagavata jana gayanti bhakti bhavena hare nameva kevalam.
हरिहृदभसे तत्र यत्र भागवता जना गायन्ति भक्तिभावेन हरेर्नामेव केवलम्
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Aho dukha mahadukam dukha dukkataram yataha kachartam vismutam ratna hare nameva kevalam.
Aho dukkam mahadukkam dukkha dukkhantaram yatha kachartam vishmratam ratna hare nameva kevalam.
Diyatam karno niyatam vachaha giyatam nityam hare nameva kevalam.
Diyatam karno niyatam vachaha giyatam nityam harirnameva kevalam.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, सकलोपरि चिदानन्दमयं शुद्धं हरे नामेव केवलम्
प्रणिकृत्य जगत् सर्वं राजते सकलोपरि चिदानन्दमयं शुद्धं हरे नामेव केवलम्
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम
राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण
कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम
Bhakti Charu Swami Mahraj ki jai.
Yes.
Chapter second.
Chapter second.
Page.
No,
Yes.
no. They're
This side.
half done, so Prabhuji told us where he left. So we'll start where he left from that.
Page 37, he said.
So we'll read from page number 37. Next, I descended to the Gangetic plains. I stayed at many ashramas and monasteries and associated with many spiritual practitioners, and all of my experiences were unique and educational. But one stood out in its depth. I had known about the female saint Anand Mahima from my childhood. One of my aunts was her disciple, and she had told us many fascinating stories about her. So, when I came across one of her ashramas on the banks of the Ganga, I decided to stop for a visit. The atmosphere of the ashrama was serene, and the residents were friendly. The ashrama head, Swarupananda Swami, took a liking to me and treated me with a warmth and great care, and we spent a lot of time together. Seeing my sincere search for a guru and inclination towards spiritual life, he considered me a ripe candidate for a discipleship and decided to take me to Anand Mahima, who was in Banaras. The Banaras ashram was packed with Anand Mahima's followers and admirers, but she treated me with a special kindness and affection and spent considerable time answering my questions and offering advice. Every evening she would have a public darshan, which hundreds of people would attend. Most of the time she simply sat there in silence, and people were happy just to see her. Senior disciples would speak about her glories and discourse on various spiritual topics. Sometimes there would be kirtan, congregational chanting, and during the kirtan, Anand Mahima would sometimes fall into trance. Since she would often sit there with her eyes closed, I could not always tell when she was in trance, but her assembled disciples would make a sound in unison, a kind of howling that sounded strange in such a solemn atmosphere. At first, I did not understand its meaning, but then I found out that it signaled that her trance had begun. I felt a deep respect for Anand Mahima and considered her to be exalted spiritual personality, but most of her answers seemed more like riddles, and I did not know what to make of them. One day I asked, "What is the meaning of sadhana?" "Sadhana is swadhana," she replied, "one's own wealth." When I asked, "Then what about siddhi, the ultimate achievement of sadhana?" she said, Siddhi will be achieved according to one's own spiritual accomplishment." I did not say anything, but in the back of my mind, I began to wonder, wasn't the Guru supposed to lead the disciple through proper practice of sadhana in order to achieve spiritual perfection? I also had my discussions with Swarupananda Swami. I knew he was keen for me to join the ashrama and become a disciple of Anand Mahima. But I asked, what would I gain spiritually by doing that? He had spent many years as one of our most prominent disciples. What had he gained? Swarupananda became thoughtful and told me that he had found a purpose in life and that he was internally content in that position. I asked whether that inner contentment was everything, or if one should strive for spiritual perfection and become free from the material world and go somewhere beyond it and experience an endless bliss. "Yes," he answered, "and that will happen by the mercy of the Mother." I like the ashrama. I like Swarupananda Swami, and on top of everything, I had developed a deep appreciation of Anand Mahima. Finally, I decided to join. So one evening, Swarupananda took me to see Anand Mahima in her room. When he raised the topic of my joining ashrama, however, she looked at me, smiled affectionately, and declared, "He is not meant for this ashrama. He belongs somewhere else, and when he surrenders, the whole world will come under his feet." Her statement hit me like a bolt from the blue. I was amazed and somewhat embarrassed by her prophecy, but I was also devastated by her rejection. I wanted to beg her to let me join and eventually become her disciple, but my pride would not allow it. Swarupananda sympathized with me and told me afterwards that although Ma had spoken like that, I could continue to stay in the ashram. But almost as soon as she had spoken, I had decided to move on. She was not my guru. I realized I had to continue my search. The next afternoon, Swarupananda accompanied me to Anandmayi Ma's room to tell her that I was leaving. She was meeting with a few close disciples from different parts of India and was handing them prasada, sanctified food, with her left hand, which seemed strange, since in India the left hand is never used to handle prasad or for any spiritual activity or exchange. When she saw me, she stopped, smiled beautifully, and blessed me that my spiritual quest would be rewarded with a wonderful result. Then, with her right hand, she handed me an apple. Then she turned back to her guest and resumed distributing prasad. I left ashrama despondent. Swarupananda drove me to the railway station on the way to Calcutta, and before we parted, he told me, "You are very fortunate. You have received the special mercy of Ma." It sounded like he was just trying to console me, because it was quite obvious to me that she did not want to accept me. It was not that I really wanted to join her ashrama, but I was hurt by her rejection. "Why do you say that?" I asked. "Generally, she gives her prasada with her left hand," he replied, "but to you she gave with her right hand." "Yes, I noticed that," I said. "What does that mean?" "When she just gives her blessings, she gives it with her left hand. But when she gives her special mercy, she gives it with her right hand." Does it have anything to do with karma?" "Yes, you can say that," he said. "When she gives it with her right hand, she actually offers her good karma. And she does have a lot of it." I said it with a smile. "Yes," he agreed. "There is no doubt about that. But when too many people touched her feet, she becomes sick. Therefore, we do not allow anybody to do so." "Why does she become sick?" "Because when people touch your feet, then they give you their sinful reactions and take away your good karma." Even with Swarupananda Swami's supportive comments, however, Anandmayi Ma's rejection had disappointed me. And by the time I arrived in Calcutta, I had decided to suspend my search. Rather, I thought I would wait for my guru to come to me. I was feeling some anger mixed with pride. I had been searching for my guru but could not find him. Did I really have one? If I did, I considered, I would let him come and find me. I was not going to search for him anymore. Shortly thereafter, I received a letter from Mark saying that he was coming to Calcutta to meet me. When he arrived, I was happy to see him and brought him to my father's home where I was staying. He had changed quite a bit, though, not only in his appearance but also in his attitude. Previously, he had been so averse to smoking that when we were hitchhiking, he would sometimes ask the driver to put out his cigarette. I would tell him that he should be grateful for their kindness and not be so demanding, but he had argued that he would rather be asked to leave the car than be surrounded by cigarette smoke. Now I discovered he had not only started to smoke cigarettes but was also smoking hashish. One day, when Mark and I were sitting on a lakeside bench, he told me that he had come back to India to get a supply of hashish and marijuana. He was working with a group in the UK, but he needed a steady supply from India and Nepal. He proposed that I become his partner, taking care of his supply. I was shocked and hoped that he was joking, but when I saw he was not, I refused. I was relieved when he simply accepted my response and we agreed to go trekking together in Nepal. I tried to make it a condition that he would not indulge any hashish or marijuana during the trip, but finally we agreed that he could, but only in the evening after the trek. Soon after we arrived in Pokhara, however, I realized that Mark wanted to go to Himalayas, not just for trekking but also to find supplies for his drugs. Still, we trekked for 10 days or so, all the way to the Annapurna base camp. When we returned to Calcutta, I introduced Mark to some of my friends, but when I found out that he was trying to talk them into serving as his suppliers, I told him that he would have to part ways. I was sad, but this was not the same earnest and innocent Mark with whom I had travelled 6 years before.
This is Chapter 3, The Nectar of Devotion. This period in Calcutta was among the most difficult of my life. I could neither adjust to the world around me nor step into spiritual life for which I yearned. I knew that to follow the spiritual path I needed a guru, someone who would take me by the hand and lead me onto the spiritual path, to a world of knowledge, emancipation, and joy. But I had not been able to find him, and now I was waiting. The incident with Anandmayi Ma had given me hope. If I had a guru, I felt he would reveal himself to me. One evening, I received a visit from my old friend Prasoon. I was happy to see him, but he looked different. The Prasoon I remembered had long hair and dressed in Western clothes, but now his head was shaven and he wore a dhoti and kurta. I knew that in Germany he had become a devotee of Krishna in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON. So his change of appearance didn't shock me. But the glow from his face was striking. His whole demeanor radiated peace and tranquility. When I had first heard that Prasoon and his German girlfriend Cornelia had joined ISKCON, I had not taken it seriously, since he and I had not had a very pleasant experience when we had visited the ISKCON temple in Hamburg. As I had been coming out of the university canteen one day, I had seen a group of young Westerners, the women dressed in saris and the men in dhoti and kurtas, chanting and dancing. The sight had delighted me, but it had also made me long for home. I was far from Calcutta, and these young men and women dressed in traditional Indian attire had filled me with pride for my culture. One of them was giving out magazines, and I walked up to him and bought one, and we talked. He told me about their mission and invited me to their temple, just a subway stop from the university. I had visited and befriended some of them, and when I had shared my experience with Prasoon, he and I visited the temple together a few times. Once we were talking to one of the American devotees there, and because we were doing most of the talking, another devotee, who may not have liked that we were talking more than listening, started to criticize us, saying that Buddha was a swindler and Ramakrishna, a popular spiritual personage from Bengal, was a cheat. Prasoon had looked at me with surprise. Neither he nor I had mentioned Buddha or Ramakrishna, and I had silently indicated that we should leave, which we did, and we had never returned. Since then, whenever I had seen the devotees, I had avoided them. If I saw them on one side of the road, I would move to the other. And when I had returned to Calcutta, even though the ISKCON temple was not far from my house and I had passed it many times, I had never entered. So when I heard that Prasoon had joined, I did not think he was serious. Seeing how he looked when he came to see me, however, how effulgent he was, I had to revise my impression. "Are you really serious about your involvement?" I asked him. He answered with a gentle smile, "Yes." He told me how he had joined ISKCON in Berlin after reading a book, Sri Ishopanishad, by its founder Acharya A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He had been initiated and received a spiritual name, Sarvabhavana Dasa Adhikari. Now he had returned to help the Krishna conscious movement in India and was serving as vice president of the temple in New Delhi. He invited me to go to Delhi, but I remained non-committal. He did not try to persuade me or preach to me. We just spoke and enjoyed each other's association. I was impressed with the life Sarva Bhavana was leading, abstaining from meat eating, intoxication, sex, and gambling. But what impressed me the most was his love and respect for his guru, whom he called Srila Prabhupada. When Sarva Bhavana spoke about him, his eyes lit up and his face radiated joy. I thought his attachment might be merely sentimental, but I was impressed nonetheless. The next morning, Sarva Bhavana and I got together again, but when I offered to take him to lunch, he declined. I assured him that the food would be vegetarian, but he said he would go home and eat there. When I insisted, he told me that although the food would be vegetarian, the kitchen and utensils would have been used to cook other preparations. Again, I was impressed with his standards and conviction. I had many friends who were strict vegetarians, but Sarva Bhavana's standards were on another level. That afternoon, I accompanied him to the nearby ISKCON temple, where he introduced me to a group of young American devotees. We had a wonderful discussion about various aspects of spiritual life, and I was especially impressed by two of the devotees, Kundali Dasa and Anirdesha Vapudasa. Both struck me as extremely intelligent, but whereas Kundali, short and plump, was full of humor, Anirdesha, tall, slim, and saintly looking, was quite sober. I was attracted to his gentle and compassionate nature, and we immediately became friends. He told me about chanting the holy name in the form of Maha, great mantra, and said that the benefits of eating Krishna Prasad, food that had been offered to Krishna, were far greater than those gained by performing thousands of sacrifices. I marveled at Anirdesha's knowledge of Vedic scriptures and was beginning to appreciate the wisdom he related. When he asked me if I would like to render some service, I immediately agreed, and he took me to a room next to the altar, where he showed me how to cut fruit that would be offered to the deities. He told me about the benefits of rendering devotional service, the ultimate engagement for a living entity, with rewards that could not be measured by material calculation. We cut up quite a bit of fruit, and after a few plates were offered to the Lord on the altar for some minutes and then returned, we mixed that fruit with the rest, brought it all out to the balcony where devotees were sitting in a row, and served them. Anirdesha then made a plate for me and another for himself, and we sat together and ate while he described how the Krishna consciousness movement could solve the world's problems by delivering the suffering conditioned souls back home to serve the Lord. I was touched by Anirdesha's words, and by him engaging me in this way, the inner sanctum was a sacred place, and he had brought me, a total stranger, into this sacred place to render personal service to the Lord. I savored his every word. Over the next few days, I returned to the temple regularly. One evening, after attending the Sandhya Arti, the evening worship service, and a class on the Bhagavad Gita, I wanted to buy a copy of the book. They did not have one on hand, but when I said that I would appreciate any book they had, a devotee gave me a free copy of The Nectar of Devotion, Srila Prabhupada's English summary study of a Sanskrit work by Srila Rupa Goswami, a 16th century saint, poet, and scholar. The minute I got home, I opened the book and began to read. I felt as if another reality was unfolding before my eyes. Right from the beginning of the book, Srila Prabhupada stated that God was a person, the Supreme Person, Krishna. I had maintained a deep attachment to Krishna since childhood, but I never had such a clear understanding that he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Throughout my spiritual quest, I had been under the impression that liberation was the ultimate goal of life. But Srila Prabhupada very clearly explained that one who engages in devotional service to Krishna achieves liberation automatically. I had never read anything like it. This was what I had been looking for all my life. When I was younger, I had been influenced by Ayn Rand's philosophy, objectivism, portrayed in her novel Atlas Shrugged, which depicted what I had thought was an ideal society. But the Nectar of Devotion, I now understood, presented the ultimate perfection of an actual ideal society. Within its pages, I found a society based wholly on the highest ideal of life, selfless service to the Supreme Lord. I read until I fell asleep, and when I woke up in the next morning, the first thing I did was pick up the book and start reading again. Srila Prabhupada explained that there are 5 kinds of liberation: becoming one with the Lord, living with the Lord on the same planet, having the same features as the Lord, enjoying the same opulences as the Lord, and living as the Lord's companion. But such liberation, Prabhupada pointed out, held no attraction for a devotee engaged in serving the Lord. Devotional service yielded a far greater joy. Everything was becoming clearer, and the more I read, the more absorbed I became. I lamented having wasted so many years searching without even knowing what I was searching for. Srila Prabhupada was answering all my questions perfectly. He explained the cause of our suffering and showed the way out. I could not put the book down. I read all day, and that night I dreamed of Srila Prabhupada. He was sitting on a throne-like seat, and a brilliant light emanated from his body. There was a crowd of people sitting at his feet. I did not ask him anything. I simply offered my obeisances and said, "I surrender myself completely at your lotus feet. Please accept me and guide me." When I woke, my heart brimmed with a wonderful feeling of fulfillment. I had found my spiritual master. As I continued reading, I learned more and more about Krishna and his greatness. He was the supreme creator, proprietor, and controller, and I realized that the goal of my life was to surrender to him. I felt in my heart that I would no longer have to worry about anything. Krishna would take care of me in all respects. I was almost overwhelmed with relief, free from any anxiety or distress. Convinced that I had found my guru, I could not wait to return to the temple. The next day, I went and asked Kundali Das if he knew where Srila Prabhupada was. After inquiring from other devotees, he told me that Prabhupada was in America and would not be back in India for a few months, probably not until October. He generally stayed in America during the summer and returned to India in the autumn. Looking forward to Srila Prabhupada's return, I decided to travel in the meantime to Bengal and visit the places where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna in the mood of Radharani, his eternal consort, had some 500 years earlier taken birth and engaged in his transcendental activities. I felt fortunate that I had been born so close by. First, I went to Mayapur, the place of Lord Chaitanya's appearance, just 130 kilometers from Calcutta. The evening I arrived, an arti was going on in the temple, and the large hall shook with the resounding beats of mridanga drums. The room was full of devotees, nearly all Westerners, dancing, each in his or her own style, but all in rhythm with the kirtan. The scene was ecstatic, and everyone, even drenched in perspiration, appeared divine. After the arti, several of his devotees came over to speak with me, all very friendly. They arranged for my accommodation at the guest house and invited me to attend a Bhagavad Gita class that was just about to begin. The class was in a large conference room upstairs, led by a devotee named Raghava Pandit Das. The atmosphere was inspiring. All the bright young devotees listening with rapt attention. I felt like I was getting a glimpse of the spiritual world. Raghava Pandit seemed quite learned, and he spoke beautifully, explaining the importance of spiritual life, of understanding the futility of our materialistic endeavors, and the rewards of becoming absorbed in spiritual activities. By surrendering to Krishna and engaging in his service, he said, we could experience the real joy for which we were always hankering. And Srila Prabhupada had created a perfect arrangement for all of us to achieve that ultimate perfection in the serene atmosphere of Mayapur and in the association of the Lord's devotees. I felt that Raghava Pandit was speaking directly to me. It was all so appropriate to my situation, and I was impressed that a Westerner had so much knowledge about the Vedas and was quoting Sanskrit verses from the Bhagavad Gita as if he knew the entire scripture by heart. After class, we all sat conversing. Not many people visited Mayapur in those days, and the devotees were curious about what had brought me there. They were very encouraging and requested that I stay and become a devotee, or at least give it a try. One of the brahmacharis, the single young male devotees, brought in a large plate of sweets and other delicacies and served all the devotees as they sat on the floor, eating off leaf plates. The food was Mahaprasad. I was told prasad that had come directly from the deities. I had never tasted anything so delicious. Even though the physical facilities in Mayapur were quite basic, I felt very much at home.
His Holiness Bhakti Charu Mahraj ki jai.
I arose early in the morning, well before sunrise, and attended Mangalarati. Afterwards, I sat with the devotees and chanted japa for the first time. I had been familiar with the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra since childhood. I have heard it sung and had enjoyed many kirtans, and Anidresha Vapu had explained its spiritual significance to me in Calcutta, but I had never chanted quietly, counting my rounds on beads. At 7, we all participated in Shringararati, greeting the deities. Then we worshipped Srila Prabhupada in Guru Puja, and afterwards we gathered in the upstairs room for class. I was told that a sannyasi, a senior male, renounced devotee, was going to speak on Srimad Bhagavatam, the most important Vaishnava scripture which Srila Prabhupada had translated and on which he had written extensive commentary. In the room, a handsome young American on an elevated seat sang Jaya Radha Madhava. I had never heard the prayer, but I had learned that the temple deities were named Sri Radha Madhava, and now I saw that there was a link between Srimad Bhagavatam and the deities. It sounded amazing, sublime. The young sannyasi, like the devotee giving class the previous evening, was clearly knowledgeable, and he recited Sanskrit slokas fluently and with authority. It was the first time I had experienced Vaishnavas having such command of the Vedic scriptures. I was both awestruck and painfully aware of my own inadequacy in the subject, and I was also beginning to comprehend Srila Prabhupada's profound influence on his disciples. After class, the sannyasi greeted me with a smile and introduced himself as Satyadhyana Swami. He had already heard about me, he said, and he expressed his pleasure in meeting me and joined the others in requesting that I remain with the devotees and become one myself. All the warm invitations, along with the wonderful spiritual atmosphere, attracted me greatly. Since I had already made up my mind to surrender to Srila Prabhupada, I thought, why not commit myself and stay? It was not difficult. I just went to a barber and had my head shaved, purchased a dhoti and kurta set, took a bath in the Ganga, threw away my old clothes, and put on the new ones. When I returned to the temple, everyone was surprised and delighted at my transformation. The first to see me was Pandu Dasa, a talented painter from America whom I had befriended the previous evening. Hey, he exclaimed, you shaved up and became a devotee? But when he added, no, you have always been a devotee. The Mayapur temple and community were managed by two co-directors, Jayapataka Swami and Bhavananda Goswami, both from America. Jayapataka Swami was quite young, Bhavananda somewhat older. I was introduced to them in an office where they sat side by side on a mattress on the floor, surrounded by devotees. After a brief initial exchange, they gave me a form to fill out, asking my name, address, and other details. One point on the form especially impressed me, that I should never act in such a way that would bring dishonor or disgrace to Srila Prabhupada. That became deeply ingrained in my heart. Next, I was introduced to a young Italian brahmachari named Madhusevita Dhasa, who served as the temple commander. Like a military commander, he appeared grave and stern, which I thought was quite befitting. He was responsible for assigning services to devotees, and the first service he gave me was to help cook khichdi, a mix of grains, dal, and vegetables that was distributed every afternoon to local villagers as part of a food distribution program. When I went to the kitchen and reported to the elderly Bengali devotee in charge of cooking, he examined me from head to toe. I could tell he was not impressed. He took me out back, pointed to a pile of firewood, directed me to bring the wood to the kitchen, and left. He had not told me how much to bring, so I kept carrying one armful of wood and after another, and by the time he returned, half the kitchen was filled. He gave me a disapproving, disgusted look and told me to take most of the wood back to the pile. Then he led me to the storeroom, asked me to bring bags of rice and dal to the kitchen, and again disappeared. The bags must have weighed 100 kilos each. There was no way I could even pick them up, let alone carry them to the kitchen. So I got hold of a bag and started to drag it across the floor. But along the way, it became stuck between the staircase and a pillar. I pulled as hard as I could to dislodge it, but it would not budge. And when I gave it one last heave, the bag broke and dal scattered all over the floor. Just then, of course, the managing devotee returned. When he saw the mess I had made, he became so exasperated that he did not say a thing. He just gave me that look again, letting me know without words that he thought I was the most useless person he had ever met. My fumbling attempt at service, I felt, had caused only disappointment to the devotees. That was the beginning of my spiritual life in Mayapur. The next day, I was assigned to go out into a field with a few other devotees and cut the grass. Finally, I thought a service I could execute without trouble. But when Bhavananda Maharaj heard what I had been assigned to do, he got upset and chastised Madhusevita for engaging me in such a menial task. Madhusevita came to me and apologized. He told me that there was a practice that when someone joined the temple, he was given various tough jobs to test his sincerity. I said that I actually liked the idea. I was starting my new life and I was prepared to accept any service I was given. It was one of my first lessons in Krishna consciousness, that our life is meant for serving and pleasing Krishna. Our understanding lasted only so long. However, and one afternoon when Madhusevita found me reading in the library, he ordered me to go out and do something. I knew that everyone was allowed to take some rest in the afternoon, so I told him that I was reading and would prefer to continue to do so. If you could not find anyone for that work, I would do it later. Perhaps no one had ever responded to Madhusevita in such a way, especially a newcomer. He flared up, calling me the most arrogant person ever. I did not argue but walked right up to Bhavananda Maharaja's room and told him about how I had been treated. Bhavananda immediately went down and again chastised Madhusevita, who became embarrassed and said that Satya Satadhyanya Swami had told him to keep me constantly engaged so I would not have any time to slip into Maya, the illusionary aspect of the Lord's energy that takes one away from him. So then Bhavananda called Satadhanya and blasted him too, asking whether he thought he was running a Nazi concentration camp. From then on, things went more smoothly. The devotees all seemed favorably disposed, toward me. I was getting closer with all of them, and Madhusevita and I were becoming good friends. He was a sincere and serious devotee with an upright and straightforward manner, and he did not waste any time. His commitment to Srila Prabhupada was obvious, and he was completely focused on his service. Initially, Bhavananda Goswami seemed quite exalted and unapproachable, but in time I became close with him as well. He was an impressive, vibrant personality, and with his powerful build and booming voice, he was a natural leader who inspired a spontaneous administration and respect. He was older than most of the other devotees, and whereas most had rather bohemian and carefree backgrounds, he had been a well established and prominent figure in New York fashion and film. Just a brief encounter with Srila Prabhupada had led him to surrender and changed his life. I still did not have a steady service, so devotees from different departments would invite me to serve with them. Satvika Dasa, Satvika Dasa, a young Italian who took care of the cows in Goshala, the cow barn, invited me to join him. I loved the idea, but I also knew that caring for the cows was one of the most coveted services. So I asked Bhavananda Maharaj, but he said that I was not really meant for that kind of service. I was disappointed, but I accepted his decision. Then Hiranyagarbhadasa, the head of the Gurukula, the children's school, and his assistant Nadia Dasa invited me to come teach with them. Again, I went to Bhavananda Maharaja and requested the posting. But again, he said that service was not right for me. And again, I was disappointed. Teaching, I thought, was the best service for me, but they considered me unqualified for it. My pride was wounded, and I protested. Do you think I am good for nothing? Any service that I am proposing, you think I am unfit for it? It is not a matter of your qualification, Maharaj shot back. When you see that the students are a bunch of village kids who pass urine in their beds and that the classroom stinks, I am afraid your idealistic dream will be shattered. I had a roommate, Tirtha Padadasa, an extremely serious young American devotee. He never wasted a minute. If he had any free time, he would read Srila Prabhupada's books, and he took prasada only after he had finished chanting his prescribed 16 rounds of the Mahamantra, which took almost 2 hours. I was glad to be rooming with such a committed devotee. My biggest challenge was getting up early every morning. At home, I rarely got up before 8, but in Mayapur, everyone was expected to rise before 4 and attend Mangalarati at 4:30. Tirthapada got up every day by 3:30 and would wake me up before going to bath. When he returned to the room, he would often find me still lying in bed and have to urge me to get up. I would beg him to let me sleep just a little longer, but he would grab the end of my mattress and lift it with me still on it, and I would have to jump out to avoid falling on the floor, both of us laughing all the while. Tirthapada and his brother had joined ISKCON together, but his brother had recently left the movement, and he was sad about that. He was very affectionate with me, and he was trying to recover his lost brother by fixing me up in Krishna consciousness. Life in Mayapur was very simple in those days. Everyone, irrespective of age, nationality, or position, attended Mangalarati, chanted their rounds in the temple room, and then attended Sringara Arati, Guru Puja, and Srimad Bhagavatam class. We were all engaged in the service throughout the day, except when the afternoons got too hot, in which case we would stay indoors and read from Srimad Bhagavatam or Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srila Prabhupada's summary study of Bhagavatam, 10th canto. In the evening, we would attend Sandhya Arati and Bhagavad Gita class, and after prasada, we would often sit up late into the night sharing our experiences and realizations in Krishna consciousness. After the morning Bhagavatam class, we would have a simple breakfast of khichdi and a vegetable preparation. For a time after I arrived, the next meal was not until 5 pm, but at some point, Bhavananda Maharaj saw that the gap between meals was too long and arranged for a lunch to be served at 1:30. When everyone would sit together on the veranda of the kitchen for vegetables, dal, and fresh hot chapatis, a sumptuous meal that felt like a real luxury. There were several excellent female cooks, including Kishori Vallabha Dasi and Didima, an elderly widow from a high-class Bengali family. All the sweets for the deities were made by the Vrindavana Vailasini Dasi, Vilasini Dasi, and a South African devotee who had settled in Mayapur and mastered the art of preparing Indian sweets, which were usually offered before Mangalarati and at night before the deities were put to rest. The most delicious food was the Mahaprasada from the evening offering. After being offered to the deities, it was transferred to a large plate and brought to the three resident sannyasis, Jagapataka Maharaja, Bhavananda Maharaja, and Satadhyanya Maharaja. Once they were served, the plate would be brought down to the conference room by Madhusevita Dasa and distributed to the rest of us, who after the Gita class would circle around eagerly waiting our shares. One evening, the Mahaprasada did not arrive. After waiting for what seemed like a very long time, we went upstairs to investigate. On the top floor, we found Madhusevita sitting on the back balcony, helping himself. We all had a hearty laugh, and after that, he always brought the plate down immediately after the sannyasis were served.
There was only one completed structure in Mayapur at the time, the Lotus Building. The temple room was on the ground floor, a conference room, a few offices, and the deity kitchen were on the next floor. Srila Prabhupada's quarters and a room for his secretary and servants were above that, and the top floor held a few rooms for guests. On the roof were two large rooms for Jayapataka Maharaja and Bhavananda Maharaja. The rest of the Mayapur compound was still undeveloped. We lived in rows of rooms along the front boundary wall on either side of the main gate. There were no bathrooms. Our only shower was a set of 4 hand pumps on a cemented area in the middle of an open field, and the toilets were holes in the ground surrounded by walls of jute cloth on wooden frames. The area was full of poisonous snakes, vipers, cobras, and kraits. Just walking to the pumps and toilets, one risks death at every step. When Mayapur flooded, the water rose to 10 feet, and the snakes came out from their holes and swam and slithered around railings, gates, trees, and even into the building everywhere. Wanting to get rid of the snakes, one devotee, Pradyumna Dasa from Orissa, started killing them. He killed over 50 and would have slain more if we had not stopped him. Then one day, a devotee saw Pradyumna walking along a veranda with a cobra following behind. The smooth cement floor slowed down the snake, so the devotee was able to stop it, but had he not, Pradyumna would have been bitten. Cobras were extremely vengeful, I was told. They could look into a dead companion's eyes and see the identity of its killer, and then go after him. I was standing on the back veranda one day when I saw a large black cobra sliding across the paved drive. Suddenly, a mongoose ran out and confronted it. As soon as the snake saw the mongoose, it hissed and spread its hood. For a few seconds, the two faced off, almost motionless. But then the snake turned and slipped away into the rice paddy, the mongoose in close pursuit. Another devotee, Sita Nata Dasa, a tall, quiet, frail-bodied American, was terrified of snakes. He would imagine that there are snakes in his room even during the day. Among a small group of us in his room one morning, Bhavananda Maharaja told him, Sita Nata, if you're so afraid of snakes, you will never make it to the spiritual world because there Ananta Shesha is a snake. I couldn't gauge Sita Nata's reaction to Maharaja's statement, but I benefited immensely. From then on, whenever I saw a snake or even thought of one, Ananta Shesha came to the forefront of my mind. Somehow, none of the devotees were ever bitten, and even in the austere conditions of the weather, the snakes, and the accommodations, we were quite content and enthusiastic in our Krishna consciousness. After some time, I was finally assigned a service that was approved to help Pancharatna Dasa, a dynamic young American who was supervising the construction of the Long Building, named for being, at 750 feet, the longest building in West Bengal, which would have had 165 rooms to accommodate the visiting devotees. I paired up with his assistant, a Canadian devotee named Bhuvna Dasa, to buy materials in Calcutta, receive train deliveries of building materials, and deal with local government officials to get clearances. When I was free from service and had the time, I would go to different Gaudiya Matas, ashramas, and other Vaishnava organizations to meet Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers and other advanced devotees. I wanted to find out more about him and about Vaishnavas and Krishna consciousness. During one such visit to the Devananda Gaudiya Mata in Navadvipa, I discovered some of Prabhupada's early Bengali writings in their monthly magazine, Gaudiya Patrika, which he had edited in his late 40s and early 50s. Prabhupada had written several series of articles for the magazine, the first of which was entitled Bhagavaner Katha, Knowledge of the Supreme. In response to an editorial in a popular English daily, the Amrita Bazar Patrika, the author of the editorial had stated that although India had become independent from British rule, the country's situation had not improved, and if in the dispensation of providence mankind could not have any rest. Srila Prabhupada countered that real peace and prosperity could not be achieved by political or other material arrangements. The only way to achieve real peace was to surrender to Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. His argument was brilliant, and I could see that even in 1948, when Prabhupada was still a householder, he was already perfectly situated in his conviction and pure devotion. After consulting his with Pancharatna and Jayapataka Maharaja, I decided to compile Srila Prabhupada's articles in a book, which came to 64 pages. Bhagavaner Katha, Words about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So things were going well, but I very much wanted to meet Srila Prabhupada. I loved hearing stories about him. One devotee, Kamala Narayana Dasa, was a middle-aged, educated Bengali gentleman who one day had just happened to hear Srila Prabhupada at a program in Calcutta. He had been so impressed that he had handed his business over to his son, made him promise that he would take care of his mother, and left home to join ISKCON. He had just immediately surrendered. Kamala Narayana told me about how loving and caring Srila Prabhupada was. When Prabhupada had learned that Kamala Narayana had left his family to join ISKCON, he had become so concerned about Kamala Narayana's wife that whenever he would meet him, he would ask how she was. Kamala Narayana also told me how much he admired the dedication, love, and loyalty the Western devotees had for Srila Prabhupada. If Prabhupada asked them to jump from a skyscraper, Kamala Narayana said they would do it without batting an eyelash. One especially dynamic group of devotees was the Namahattas, led by Guru Kripa Swami. They were a boisterous bunch of about 15, mostly Americans, who had come from preaching in Japan, and just their presence brought an infectious vibrancy to Mayapur's normally quiet atmosphere. When they danced during Kirtana, the entire temple reverberated with ecstasy. Many of us would go to the nearby bank of the Ganga together, and sometimes there would be wrestling matches between the Namahatta and Mayapur devotees. One day I had to wrestle one of the Namahattas, and he defeated me quite easily. His group cheered in jubilation. Jayapataka Maharaja was watching, however, and he would not accept the humiliation. He sprang up like a lion and roared a challenge to anyone who would dare face him. For a moment, there was total silence. Then Guru Kripa Swami gestured to one of his men, a tall, powerful-looking devotee, an appropriate match for an appropriate match for Maharaja, to take up the challenge. It was quite a sight. Jayapataka Maharaja looked like he had been empowered by some special potency, and after a bit of grappling, he simply picked up the devotee and smashed him to the ground. We were all sitting in Jayapataka Maharaja's room one night, reading Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, the transcendental biography of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when Abhimanyu Dasa, an English devotee who had been appointed head of security due to his military training as a commando in the British Army, came running with an alert that dacoits, bandits were coming to attack the temple. But Maharaja did not believe him. A little annoyed at being interrupted in the middle of our reading, he said, "Abhimanyu, that's just your paranoia." But Abhimanyu was upset and argued his case, and finally, just to pacify him, Maharaja got up and said, "Okay, let's go and meet the dacoits." Sticks in hand and with Maharaja leading the way, we all walked to the main gate. And when we got there, we could see a crowd of people in the distance burning torches coming our way. As they approached, however, we heard shouts of Bolo Hari Hari Bol, the customary invocation of the Lord's mercy while carrying a dead body. It was a funeral procession, judging from its size, for someone important. Jayapataka Maharaja did not say a thing. He just turned and strode back to his room, the rest of us following behind. Maharaja was a natural leader, full of energy and working from morning till night. But we had a lot of fun together. At one point, he received bows and arrows from America, and we used to practice archery in the garden in front of the Lotus building. He was an excellent marksman and hit the bullseye practically every time. He was an expert swimmer too, and he not only crossed the Ganga effortlessly, but on more than one occasion saved devotees who were drowning. And when there was actually a threat of attack from dacoits, Maharaja would be standing right in front to face them. We always felt well protected under his leadership. The Mayapur deities, Sri Sri Radha Madhava, were 18 inches tall and made of auspicious metals. They had been personally installed by Srila Prabhupada, and I began to develop a relationship with them, and whenever I could, I sat in front of them, trying to appreciate their transcendental beauty. I was chanting in front of them one morning after breakfast when I was overtaken by a profound realization by chanting the Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I was actually communicating with Krishna, and he was listening. I moved closer to Sri Madhava, appreciating his features. All at once, I truly, fully knew that he was the supreme proprietor and controller, the supreme personality of Godhead. I had gained a rational understanding of this from my reading, but my new awareness was different and went beyond thought. It was a deep realization. Then it came to me that I could ask anything from him, and that he would grant my request. Thoughts began to flash through my mind. What should I ask from him? Should I ask for wealth, position, recognition, and fame? I was entirely convinced that whatever I asked for, I would receive. But then I reconsidered. If I die tomorrow, what will be the use of any of it? With great relief, I decided to ask for something that would be with me forever. I prayed, "Please allow me to become your devotee and remain engaged forever in your loving service." A profound tranquility washed over my heart, and I was suffused with an indescribable joy. I prostrated myself on the ground and lay there for a long time, filled with gratitude and love. Anirdeshya Vapu had also come to Mayapur, and my friendship with him continued to flourish. We took long walks and would sometimes go a kilometer up the Ganga and float back downstreams with the current. We talked about various topics, but mainly our spiritual lives. He was from Los Angeles, and his father, like mine, has been in the film industry just in America. He too had been spiritually inclined from childhood, and in his late teens he had come across the devotees and had been immediately attracted, especially after reading Srila Prabhupada's books. Soon thereafter, he had joined ISKCON and traveled to India to commit to commit himself to the cause. He was extremely curious about Indian culture, for which he had a great appreciation, and would ask me many questions about my homeland. He liked to tell others how he had known I would become a devotee from the first time we met, and I would tell him how he had immediately engaged me in cutting fruits for the deities, and that it was only due to that service that I had become a devotee at all. During breakfast one morning, Madhu Sevata announced that Srila Prabhupada had just arrived in Bombay. My heart leapt, and I ran to Bhavananda Maharaja and told him that I had to go there to see him. But Maharaja did not approve of this idea. Even if you go, he told me, you won't be able to get near him. No one knows you there, and besides, Srila Prabhupada's health is not good. He is hardly seeing anyone. Wait till he comes here. He will come soon, and you'll have a lot of opportunities to see him. I accepted Maharaja's advice and tried to be patient. Then one day, we got news that Prabhupada was going to Kumbh Mela in Allahabad, about 800 kilometers northwest, a 3-day bus ride. Guru Kripa Swami was going with his Namahatta boys, and some of us from Mayapur, headed by Bhavananda Maharaja, would join him. I really wanted to go.
Kumbh Mela, held in Allahabad every 12 years, is the world's largest gathering of humanity, attracting up to 100 million people to the confluence of Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati rivers. To attend, we had to be immunized against cholera and other contagious diseases, but my body reacted to the vaccination. By the day before our planned departure, I was still running a high fever. Bhavananda Maharaja did not think I should travel, but there was no way I was going to miss the opportunity to meet Srila Prabhupada, and Raja agreed. The next morning, medicated with oxygen, I joined a group of 30 devotees as we boarded the bus in Navadvipa, the town on the other side of the Ganga, and led by the lively Namahatta devotees, we spent the 3-day ride absorbed in vibrant kirtana, laughter, and abundant prasada. Although I had a basic idea about Kumbh Mela, I decided to read more about Srila Prabhupada's books before going. Prabhupada had described the churning of milk ocean by the and by the Danavas demons that led to the festival. The Devatas were cursed by Durvasa Muni, an extremely powerful mystic yogi, and having lost their power, they were defeated by the Danavas and had to flee as assigned abode, the heavenly kingdom. They approached Lord Brahma with their predicament, and Brahma, along with all the other demigods, approached Lord Vishnu on the shore of the milk ocean and offered prayers. The Lord appeared before them and advised them to negotiate a truce with the demons for the purpose of churning nectar from the milk ocean. According to his instructions, the demigods established peace with King Bali, the king of the demons, and proposed that they churn the milk ocean jointly to obtain the nectar, which they would share. They decided to use Mandra mountain, a celestial mountain situated in the higher regions of the universe, as the churning rod and requested the king of the serpents, Vasuki, to serve as the rope. The demigods and demons tried as hard as they could to carry the mountain, but they could not take it very far. Being compassionate, the Lord appeared on his carrier Garuda and placed the mountain on Garuda's back and took it to the milk ocean. What the demigods and demons could not accomplish even together, the Lord's carrier Garuda did it easily alone. The demigods and demons then attempted to churn the milk ocean, using Mandara mountain as the churning rod and Vasuki as the rope. The demons positioned themselves near the mouth of the great snake, the demigods at the tail. With great effort, they began pulling Vasuki in both directions, but since Mandara mountain was so heavy and was not supported by anything, it sank into the milk ocean. The Supreme Personality of Godhead then appeared as Lord Kurma, the Lord in the form of a tortoise, and supported Mandara mountain on his back. The first thing produced from the churning was a huge amount of deadly poison. The Prajapatis, the original progenitors of the universe, realizing the poison's danger to the entire creation, requested Lord Shiva to drink it. Lord Shiva gathered the devastating poison in his palms and drank it. He was not harmed, but his throat turned blue, which is how he got the name Nilakanta, the blue-throated one. A small quantity of the poison dropped from Lord Shiva's hands to the ground and was imbibed by some creatures, giving rise to venomous snakes, scorpions, and toxic plants, and other poisonous things. As a further result of that churning, a Surabhi cow, the celestial horse Uchishrava, and the magnificent elephant Airavata appeared, as did the Kaustuba jewel and other auspicious objects. And then Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, appeared and accepted Lord Vishnu as her husband. Finally, Dhanavantri, an incarnation of the Lord, appeared with a pot of nectar. The demons immediately snatched the nectar and began to fight amongst themselves to be the first to drink it. And during their struggle, some of the nectar spilled into 4 different places: Prayaga, Haridwar, Nasik, and Ujjain. And in these 4 places, the nectar becomes available every 12 years at Kumbh Mela. During Kumbh Mela, it is said, the water from the Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati turns into nectar, and one who bathes at their confluence at that time becomes free from the cycle of birth and death. Sadhus, saintly persons, and spiritual practitioners come from throughout India and all over the world. Yogis suspend their meditations and descend from their remote caves in the Himalayas, and I heard that Srila Prabhupada had said that inhabitants of the other planets also attend, hiding their identities and mingling with the crowd. Kumbh Mela always attracts millions of people, but that year it was a special Purna Kumbh Mela, and it is when the pot of nectar becomes completely full, which occurs only once every 144 years. ISKCON had acquired a piece of land at the Kumbh Mela site, which stretched over many square miles, and erected tents for programs and accommodations. In other areas, yogis demonstrated their skill and achievements. One had himself locked in a trunk and buried for several days. His emergence and created a huge sensation. But I was not interested. My purpose for coming was to meet my spiritual master. As soon as we arrived, I dropped my bag in our tent and ran to see Srila Prabhupada, who was staying in a large tent surrounded by corrugated tin fencing. When I tried to enter, however, a big-bodied Western devotee guarding the gate stopped me and told me to return in the evening when Srila Prabhupada would give darshana audience. Disappointed, I headed back, but on the way I ran into Bhavananda Maharaja carrying a basket of vegetables he had brought from Mayapur. "Come," he said, "I'm going to see Srila Prabhupada." Excited that I'd be able to see Prabhupada after all, I joined him. When we got to the gate, the guard, recognizing Maharaja, offered his obeisances and stepped aside. As we approached the tent, I could barely see Srila Prabhupada inside, sitting on the floor behind a desk. The light was dim, so I could not see clearly, but even a glimpse of Prabhupada's saffron form was enough to fill my heart with joy. I had been waiting for this moment for years and felt that I had achieved the ultimate goal of my life. Tears sprang from my eyes as I fell flat on the ground and offered my obeisances. When I rose, dazed and overwhelmed, I moved to go inside, but Rameshwara Swami, Prabhupada's secretary, stopped me and said that Srila Prabhupada was taking his lunch and that I should not enter.
My reverie broken. I snapped back to the reality of my surroundings, both disappointed and regretful. Why did I offer obeisances from outside? I chided myself. Why had I not entered with Bhavananda Maharaja and bowed down inside? It would have been fine, and no one would have stopped me. Again, I turned back to my tent with a heavy heart. I was starting to realize that it was not so easy to get close to Srila Prabhupada. He had thousands of disciples all over the world, and many were highly qualified and had been serving him for years. Who was I compared to them? I had only just joined and had hardly rendered any service. Accepting the reality of my situation, I decided not to try to approach Prabhupada directly. I would admire him, worship him, and serve him from a distance. That afternoon, Sridhara Swami, a Canadian sannyasi, gathered together some devotees to go out and distribute Srila Prabhupada's books. The festival was a great venue. We were surrounded by millions of pilgrims, all inclined to spiritual life, and we had learned about the potency of Prabhupada's books, how a person could derive spiritual benefit just by coming in contact with them. I had experienced their effect. Reading the Nectar of Devotion had awakened me to spiritual reality and brought me into the association of the devotees and to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. Jayapataka Swami had often led us out from Mayapur to distribute books in towns nearby, and sometimes we would go out for weeks in the Mercedes Benz van that had been brought from Germany for that purpose. A half dozen of us would drive to nearby towns, distribute books throughout the day, and invite people to evening programs at which Jayapataka Maharaja would give class. His Bengali was not fluent, but people were still impressed to see a Westerner speak on Bhagavata philosophy. There was only one book in Bengali, Gita Gone, Srila Prabhupada's poetic rendition of the Bhagavad Gita. So in Mayapur, we were limited in what we could distribute, but at the Kumbh Mela, we also had books in Hindi and English. The response was amazing. Most of the pilgrims were quite poor, but many bought books, and almost all responded favorably. I became so absorbed in distributing books that I almost forgot that Srila Prabhupada was going to give darshana in the evening. When I suddenly remembered and ran back to his tent, it was totally packed. There must have been 1,000 people in the tent, but I managed to squeeze between the last row and the back wall. Just the sight of Srila Prabhupada filled me with incredible joy, and all I could hear was the insistent pounding of my heart, which felt like it would burst from my chest. My body began trembling, and tears clouded my vision. I had never felt anything like that. I was totally ecstatic. When I came back to my senses, I saw Srila Prabhupada just as he appeared in my dream after I had been reading the Nectar of Devotion. He was as brilliant as the sun, sitting on a Vasasana that looked like a throne. He sat upright in a lotus position with a flower garland around his neck. His chin was slightly raised as he looked over the crowd. A transcendental aristocrat, fully confident in the knowledge of Krishna that he was about to share. People were asking Srila Prabhupada questions, and he answered them all in Hindi with the ease and confidence of authority. Some of the questions were challenging and even unpleasant. One respectable-looking middle-aged man asked, "Why are you building all these new temples when there are so many old temples needing repair?" Rather than answering him directly, Prabhupada asked the man, "Who is that lady sitting next to you?" "She is my wife." "Why did you get married?" The man paused, considering how to respond. Prabhupada continued, "Putrarteksh kriyate bharya. One accepts a wife in order to have children. But why do you want to have children when there are so many orphan children loitering in the streets? Just as you want to have your own children, the devotees of the Lord want to build temples for him in order to show him their love." The man had nothing more to say. One young man whose dress identified him as coming from Bharata Shevasharam Sangha, a Bengali group involved in social welfare activities, who helped when there was a flood, famine, or earthquake, asked Srila Prabhupada what he was doing to benefit the public. He asked his question in Bengali, but Prabhupada answered in Hindi, stating that true welfare activity, the real way to benefit people was to give them Krishna consciousness. Providing people food and shelter and helping them in distress were temporary fixes that would not solve their true dilemma. The real problem, he said, would be solved only when they developed their loving relationship with Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The man asked, when people are in distress, should not want to go help them? Srila Prabhupada responded that welfare help, though good, was temporary. All the people's problems would remain as long as the people remained attached to material nature. Only surrendering to Krishna could permanently free people from all material sufferings by freeing them from their material bondage and elevating them to the spiritual world, which was full of endless joy. But the man could not understand Prabhupada's words of wisdom. I asked you the question in Bengali. He challenged, why are you answering in Hindi when you yourself are in Bengali? When you yourself are Bengali? Srila Prabhupada raised his voice. Whether a Bengali or Hindi, that doesn't matter, he declared. What really matters is whether or not you understand what I am saying. The man seemed devastated, and I doubted he would ever come anywhere near ISKCON again. But years later, after Prabhupada's disappearance, I actually saw him in Mayapur. He had become a devotee. My time at Kumbh Mela was going wonderfully, and I was feeling uplifted. 300 or so devotees had come from all over the world, and I was relishing their association. One morning, when I was brushing my teeth in the washroom, a young American devotee next to me gave me a sweet smile and asked who I was. I introduced myself and told him that I was from Mayapur. His name, he said gently, was Giriraj Dasa. He had come from Bombay. Just from that first encounter, I felt a deep appreciation for this kind devotee. Later, I learned that he was the president of Bombay Temple. He had come from a wealthy family. His father was a high court judge in Chicago. He had met Srila Prabhupada in 1969 when he was studying at Brandeis University near Boston, and had joined ISKCON almost immediately and dedicated himself to Srila Prabhupada's service. He had come to India and was doing his utmost to spread the movement, tolerating all kinds of hardships. His father had tried to bring him back into the fold, but none of his attempts, not even an offer of $1 million, had succeeded. Due to Giriraj Prabhu's sincerity and dedication, he became very dear to Srila Prabhupada, and Prabhupada treated him with great affection. Every day the devotee rose early to worship at Mangalarti, chant japa together, and then go to Srila Prabhupada's tent for Guru Puja. A devotee was leading a lively kirtana one morning during Guru Puja, and the rest of us were jumping up and down in ecstasy. Then he started to sing Bhaja Hare Krishna, and all of a sudden Prabhupada shouted to stop the kirtana. Everyone froze. The tent was silent. The tent went silent. Where did you learn this Bhaja Hare Krishna? Prabhupada roared. The devotee was speechless with shock and embarrassment. Prabhupada continued. The Hare Krishna Mahamantra was chanted just as it is. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nothing should be added to it, and nothing should be subtracted. After Guru Puja, Srila Prabhupada would give class on Srimad Bhagavatam. He held us all in rapt attention, every word bringing new realizations, as if spiritual reality were manifest right before our eyes. After class, we would sit over breakfast and discuss our understanding of what we had heard. Then we would go distribute books, and in the evening we would return to Prabhupada's tent for his darshan. I would just sit in the back, ecstatic, taking the class and his presence. On the day before, one of the most auspicious days for taking bath, when the three rivers turned to nectar. Srila Prabhupada expressed his desire to bathe in the Triveni. He did not want to go into the crowd. However, so he requested the devotees to go at the most auspicious hour and returned with water so that he could bathe with it the following day. Two devotees managed to reach the Triveni and returned with a bucket of water. The next morning during Prabhupada's darshan, when a senior devotee asked how his bath had been, Prabhupada thought for a moment and then replied that it was like any bath in any water from the tap. Even though many millions of people went to Triveni during Kumbh Mela to take their auspicious bath, he explained, any service that anyone rendered anywhere in the world for the pleasure of Krishna was more auspicious. The whole atmosphere in Kumbh Mela was ecstatic, but there was one problem. The place was so crowded and noisy. Even at night, the Srila Prabhupada could not work on his Srimad Bhagavatam translation and commentary. So one morning he called his senior disciples and told them that he had decided to leave. By that time, I had accepted that I could not be physically close to Prabhupada. So I was not too disappointed. I had resolved to be content to serve him from a distance in the mood of separation. Whatever he wanted would be all right with me. I would keep on serving him no matter what. After the Bhagavatam class that day, Bhavananda Maharaja told me, Srila Prabhupada is going to leave Kumbh Mela tonight. Yes, I replied her, but I was shocked by what he said next. A small group of devotees will be traveling with him, and you have been included in the team. I could not believe my ears. I was so excited and happy. I practically started to dance. The thought that I would be traveling on the same train with Srila Prabhupada made me feel like the most fortunate person in the world. All I could do was thank Maharaja again and again. We left that night in a first class carriage, hooked on to a train bound for Calcutta. The entire car was for Srila Prabhupada and his entourage, 14 devotees, of whom I was one. Hundreds of devotees came to the station to see Prabhupada off, waving and offering obeisances. I stood at the carriage door, waving back, relishing my good fortune. Once the train started, we all took rest. The next morning, after waiting, I was chanting in my compartment when Bhavananda Maharaja came in and said, "Come, I'll take you to Srila Prabhupada." I had been dying to meet Srila Prabhupada ever since arriving in Mayapur. But now, as Maharaja presented me with the immediate opportunity, I felt unqualified. I was afraid that he would look right through me into my heart and see all the dirt, all the sinful activities that I had committed. He would reject me, refuse to give me his shelter. I had heard that there were devotees who had been waiting for years to be initiated by him, but had not yet been accepted. Bhavananda seemed to know exactly what I was feeling. He just grabbed my hand, dragged me along the corridor, opened Prabhupada's door, and pushed me in. Inside, I fell flat on the floor, offering my obeisances. When I got up, Srila Prabhupada was looking at me, smiling sweetly, and asked me to sit next to him. On the seat facing him were Jayapataka Swami, Rameshwara Maharaja, and Bhavananda. Abhirama Dasa, the Calcutta temple president, was sitting on the floor. I hesitated to accept Prabhupada's offer, saying that I too would sit on the floor. But he insisted, "No, you sit here." So I folded a corner of the blanket, spread over the seat, and sat on its very edge. Then, after some initial exchanges, Srila Prabhupada gave me a direct instruction: "You translate my books into Bengali." My heart was jumping with joy, but I was uncertain. "Srila Prabhupada," I said, "I do not really have experience in translating from English to Bengali. Will I be able to do it properly?" "Just do it," he assured me. "Practice makes a man perfect." When I left the room, I had to pinch myself to make sure I was not dreaming. I could not believe my good fortune. At our very first meeting, Srila Prabhupada had given me this incredible service. I knew that he considered the publication and distribution of his books to be of the utmost importance, and I had heard that because many of them had also been presented in Bengali by our previous acharyas, he was especially particular about their Bengali translations. I just kept on praying to Krishna that I could fulfill my responsibility and execute his instructions properly. When we arrived at the Calcutta temple, Srila Prabhupada was impressed with the deities Sringaram, their outfits and ornaments. Who decorated them? He asked. Puranjanadasa, the head pujari, priest serving the deities, said that it was his wife Narayani Devi Dasi. Srila Prabhupada was very pleased and quoted a verse from Shri Guru Ashtaka, Shri Vigraha Radhana Nityanan, Shringaratan Mandira Marjanadav. The spiritual master is always engaged in the temple worship of the deities of Sri Radha and Krishna. The devotees, Prabhupada said, in order to express their love for the Lord, decorate him in the best possible way. Srila Prabhupada's stay in Calcutta was extremely busy. He knew a lot of people there, and many of them came to see him. One afternoon, a few reporters came to interview him, appreciative of his achievements in the West. Srila Prabhupada said, "One, what you have done is unprecedented. Never in history has such a thing happened. Within such a short time, a spiritual movement has spread all over the world. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spread this movement only throughout India, but you have spread it all over the world." "No," Prabhupada replied. "What I have done is simply due to the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and my Guru Maharaja. They have actually done everything. They simply let me have the credit." Srila Prabhupada was still meeting with several important people near the end of the long day when the evening Aarti began. He requested that they go to the temple room for worship. I left along with Aarti every day. I left along with the others, but then it occurred to me that although I could attend the Aarti every day, I would not always have the opportunity to be with His Divine Grace, so I returned to his room. So as I carefully opened his door, Prabhupada looked up and asked, "So, what do you want?" Srila Prabhupada replied, "I just wanted to be with you, then come in." When I had entered and sat down, he repeated, "So, what do you want?" My heart was pounding. "Srila Prabhupada," I managed to say, "will you please give me initiation? Will you please accept me as your disciple?" "Sure," Prabhupada replied. "I will give you initiation. During the Guru Purnima festival in Mayapur, I will give you initiation." With my heart dancing in gratitude and ecstasy, I offered my humble obeisances to my eternal spiritual master. Hare Krishna. Chai.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 5. With Srila Prabhupada in Mayapur, February 7 to March 21st, 1977. One beautiful spring morning, when the sun was bathing the earth in the golden rays, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the cooing of cuckoo birds, Srila Prabhupada arrived in Mayapur in his maroon ambassador. It's a stainless steel It's a stainless steel Vaishnava tilak and auspicious spiritual marking emblazoned on the hood. He had been to Bhubaneswar to lay the cornerstone of new temple that had been developed by a Gaur Govinda Swami, and he is sannyasa disciple from Orissa. I could have gone with him, but decided to stay behind to complete the printing of Bhagavanir Katha, which I was planning as a surprise offering to His Divine Grace. Devotees stood on either side of the road to greet him, and chanting and dancing in jubilant anticipation. When his car appeared in the distance, the kirtan reached to the crescendo end, and dancing grew wild with ecstasy. And when it stopped in front of the temple, Srila Prabhupada emerged, and devotees fell flat on the ground to offer obeisances. Many broke down crying, and others stood motionless and transfixed. With the chanting and dancing and devotees leading the way, the Prabhupada strode gratefully through the crowd into the temple. He had installed the deities Sri Sri Radha Madhava and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu several years earlier in 1972. And when he reached them, he offered his obeisances and then stood in front of the altar, gazing at their transcendental beauty. He circumambulated them 3 times and walked to the other end of the temple room and settled down on his Vyasasana as the devotees chanted and danced before him, and remained there with his eyes closed in deep meditation. When the kirtana stopped, Prabhupada recited the Prema Dhuni prayers and glorifying and offering respects to the Lord and then the previous acharyas. Then he spoke about the goals of Mayapura project. His spiritual master, Sri Bhakti Saraswati Thakur, had mentioned absolute conviction in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prediction that the Krishna conscious movement would spread throughout the world to every town and village. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta had showed how one could serve Krishna even while living in a big cities and making use of motor cars and other modern amenities. He had given Srila Prabhupada the mission to spread the movement not only in India but also throughout the world. And Prabhupada had carried on the mission with a broad vision and making all kinds of arrangements to attract different kinds of people. Srila Prabhupada quoted a verse from the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.187. Yasya bari tasya karmana manashagira nikilatso api avatstato jivan mukta sa uchyate. A person who acts in the service of Krishna with his body, mind and intelligence and words is liberated person. Even within the material world, although he may be engaged in many apparently material activities. He pointed out that some people might feel envious upon seeing the devotees living in palatial buildings, but that Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur had said that only devotees should live in such opulence. Just as government servants are granted special privileges, those who serve Krishna should be given all kinds of facilities. Also, the Europeans and Americans who were coming to India to preach Krishna consciousness were not accustomed to the hardships of Indian conditions. In Mayapura, he was established establishing the facilities for their stay. Through ISKCON, Srila Prabhupada said he was combining Western brains and money with Indian spiritual culture. He gave the example of a lame man and a blind man. Alone, each is severely limited. But if the blind man takes the lame man onto his shoulders, then combination of the blind man's strong legs and the lame man's good vision will enable them to achieve so much more. America, he said, was spiritually blind, while India was materially lame. But together they could spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. Every morning, Srila Prabhupada would come down to the temple and have darshan of the deities after offering his obeisances and circumambulate them 3 times and then lecture on Srimad Bhagavatam. On the anniversary of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's appearance, he spoke about his divine spiritual master. Although I had already heard and read about him, to hear about his pastimes of Prabhupada was an astounding experience. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta had been exceptionally brilliant, one of the greatest scholars of his time. His illustrious father, Sri Bhakti Vinod Thakur, had trained him from the childhood as a devotee, and even when he was young, he assisted his father in his preaching mission, to which he remained committed for the rest of his life. Although Srila Bhakti Vinod had revived the mission and the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he had not been able to spread it extensively. But Bhakti Siddhanta had established 64 temples throughout India and attracted important and educated people. Srila Prabhupada explained that a pure devotee of Lord is not interested in his personal benefit. He is concerned only about real welfare of others. He dedicates himself completely to guiding others on the spiritual path without caring for his own liberation. He is, therefore, the most munificent and greatest philanthropist. Spiritual personalities like Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur and Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur were not from this world, like the Lord himself. They came from spiritual realm to benefit the suffering conditioned souls. And when their mission were complete, they returned. But Srila Prabhupada stated he was never separated from his spiritual master. I was reminded of an incident that had been related to me by a senior devotee when Srila Prabhupada had returned to India from the west and had come to Mayapur to see the land that had been procured to build the temple. He had not stopped the samadhi thumb of his spiritual master on the way, and some of his god brothers had criticized him for that. When Srila Prabhupada had heard of their disapproval, he responded, "Do they think that I am ever separated from my spiritual master? No, he is always with me, and I always with him. I am not separated from him even for a moment." My service of the translating Srila Prabhupada's book into Bengali gave me easy and regular access to him. When he came to Mayapur, however, I was busy helping build the long building and completing the printing of Bhagavani Katha, so I saw him only in the evening. When he gave darshana sitting on the bench in front of the lotus building, I had to go to the printers in Calcutta one day. I had to go to the printers in Calcutta one day, and when I returned the next morning, I was told that Prabhupada had asked about me, and I was excited to hear that he had noticed my absence, and I ran to his room and asked him whether there was anything he wanted me to do. When he asked where I had gone, I broke the news that I had collected his early writing from Gaudiya Patrika, and under the guidance of Jayapataka Maharaj and Pancharatna Prabhu was printing them as a book. Srila Prabhupada was clearly pleased and asked how I had found the articles. I explained that during one of my visits to the Devananda Gaudiya Mata, I had found them in the Gaudiya Patrika, which I had discovered he had edited. Prabhupada smiled in acknowledgement and asked when the book would be ready. I told him that I had wanted to offer it to him when he had returned from Bhubaneswar, but that the printer had taken too long. Yes, he said, in India everything takes a long time. It's so difficult to do anything here. Then, for some reason, it occurred to me that when I went to Calcutta, I sometimes visited the sweet shops, and Srila Prabhupada, I began, it is stated in the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita that if one cannot control his tongue, he cannot get Krishna. I find it so difficult to control my tongue. Take Krishna Prasadam, he replied. Krishna has made a very nice arrangement to control one's tongue. Krishna bharo dayamoy kori boye jiva jai swaprasadanna dilobai. In order to conquer our tongue, Krishna has given his prasada. So, that is the way to control your tongue. Srila Prabhupada, I confessed, when I go to Calcutta, sometimes I go to sweet shops and eat sweets. To my utter amazement, he said, that is also Krishna Prasad. Krishna is very mercifully gave us all those foodstuffs. He has given us everything we need, and we simply have to accept it all his mercy, his prasadam. Later, when I related the incident to a senior devotee, he advised me that although Prabhupada had mercifully given such a broad vision, I should not take undue advantage of it. One afternoon, Srila Prabhupada called me to his room and gave me a stack of Bengali letters, asked me to reply to them. I read them out to him, and he told me what points to make in response. There was no Bengali typewriter at that time, so I hand wrote the draft and brought them to Prabhupada and read them aloud to him. He made corrections, and then I wrote out the replies on his letterhead and took them for him to sign. When all Bengali letters had been answered, Prabhupada asked me whether I knew how to write in Hindi. I said that I could, but that my Hindi handwriting was not very nice. He just smiled and said, actually, nobody's Hindi handwriting is nice. And then he told me a joke. Once a man received a letter from his friend in Hindi, and he wrote back to him saying that the next time he wrote to him, he should send him the train fare to go to see him. When his friend asked why, the man wrote back and saying that in order to understand what his friend had written, he would have to go to see him. Only he could decipher what he had written. We both laughed, and Srila Prabhupada have gave me a stack of Hindi letters. His joke had given me a little confidence, and thereafter I replied to his letters in Hindi as well as in Bengali. On another day, I went to Prabhupada with a stack of letters when he was on the roof and receiving his morning message. I read out each letter and took notes on how to reply. Then I remained while his personal servant, Harishauri Dasa, gave him his message. I wanted to be near Prabhupada as long as I could. Seeing that I was not leaving, Srila Prabhupada spoke to me, just offer this life to Krishna. For many, many lifetimes you have been trying to enjoy, but you can see that you are still not satisfied. Just offer this life to Krishna and don't get involved with any woman. This attraction for women is an arrangement of Maya, the Lord's illusory energy, to keep the living entities tied down to material nature. Therefore, material nature is called Maitunya Aghara, a prison house of sex desire. In this material nature, everyone is attached to the opposite sex, and that is the chain with which one is tied down to this prison house. But what is this sex desire? It is like a itch. One thinks that by scratching that itch he will get pleasure, but the more he scratches, the more it itches, and eventually it starts to bleed and hurts him. But they are so foolish that they consider it to be the greatest enjoyment. A camel eats thorns, and his tongue and palate gets cut and starts to bleed. The camel tastes it and won't bleed, but thinks that the thorns are so delicious. Through this act of sex, a man loses the very essence of his body, his semen, and he thinks, oh, how delightful this act is. He becomes prepared to even sacrifice his life for that monetary pleasure. That is Maya's trick. With this sex desire, Maya is tying the living entities down to material nature. Therefore, one who wants to become free from bondage of this material existence must become free from the sex desires. Srila Prabhupada spoke for a quiet while and urging me to surrender to Krishna. And finally he told me, just offer this life to Krishna and see what happens. Even if nothing happens, what is the loss? After all, it is just one life out of so many. In my mind, I vowed, yes, Srila Prabhupada, I am offering myself to you. I know that if I do that, I will achieve the ultimate perfection of my existence.
One morning, I saw a bright looking personality walking with Bhavananda Maharaj. There was something striking about this devotee. I just could not keep my eyes off him. Tirthapada, who was standing next to me, said that it was Tamal Krishna Goswami. He is one of the most prominent leaders of our movement. I had heard about Tamal Krishna Maharaj. He was a hero of ISKCON. He had joined in San Francisco when the movement was in its infancy and almost right away assumed a leadership role. Since then, Srila Prabhupada had called on him to lead his most important projects. When the movement was growing on America's west coast, Prabhupada appointed him president of the Los Angeles Temple. When ISKCON spread to England and George Harrison became involved, Prabhupada sent him there. When Krishna consciousness was gaining a foothold in India, Prabhupada made him the governing body commissioner there.
And when Prabhupada experienced difficulties in getting land in Mayapur, it was Tamal Krishna who overcame the obstacles and acquired the land. Then he organized the greatest book distribution and devotee making program in ISKCON, the Radha Damodara Traveling Sankirtana Party, which was distributing thousands of books and making hundreds of devotees. Just the sight of Tamala Krishna Maharaja filled me with awe and reverence. I offered my obeisances from a distance. In the afternoon, when I was with Srila Prabhupada in his room, Maharaja walked in and Prabhupada's face lit up with a bright smile. Right away, they began to talk intimately. Tamal Krishna told Prabhupada that he had relinquished all his managerial responsibilities in order to be with his divine grace and serve him. Srila Prabhupada was very pleased to hear that. Then they talked about the deprogramming issue in America. The affluent parents of some devotees were hiring thugs to forcibly abduct their sons and daughters from ISKCON. The abductions were being contested in American courts, but the judgment so far had supported the deprogrammers and parents. Srila Prabhupada was extremely concerned and wanted to hear about the situation in detail. Maharaja told him that Adikeshava Swami was handling an important case in New York and asked whether he should call for him. He was currently in Mayapur. Prabhupada sent me to get Adikeshava Swami from his room just a floor above. Maharaja was only in his early 20s, but he was already a sannyasi and a GBC, the youngest in ISKCON. His thin stature could initially give an image of weakness, but his upright demeanor, bright smile, and vibrant speech all served to correct that mistaken impression. He had joined the movement when he was only 17, but due to his abilities and achievements, he had risen to ISKCON's highest ranks. When I returned with Adikeshava Swami to Srila Prabhupada's room, several senior devotees were already there. After offering obeisances, Maharaja told Srila Prabhupada about the case. Prabhupada became angry, his tone assertive. He suggested that we should take it as an opportunity to tell everyone about the purpose of our mission. In the early days in India, I remembered Srila Prabhupada had taken advantage of every opportunity to speak or write about Krishna consciousness. Now, using the allegations of brainwashing, he pointed out that the purpose of human intelligence was to understand the difference between dead and living matter. He went so far as to say that
Priority.
prior to joining the movement, the devotees had not been utilizing their intelligence. It was as if they did not actually have any brains, so there was no question of brainwashing. He was not washing their brains, but giving them brains. Adikeshava reported that the deprogrammers had formed a group called Return to Personal Choice. Prabhupada retorted, they are kidnapping them, torturing them, and forcing them to change their intelligent choice, and they call it personal choice. Maharaja showed Prabhupada a picture of the deprogrammers returning someone to their so called personal choice, the mother, father, and kidnappers dragging the devotee. They called it rescuing. Srila Prabhupada wondered aloud how such an act of force could be accepted by anyone as a personal choice. Tamal Krishna Maharaj clarified that the US government considered that parents had the right to dictate the choices of their offspring irrespective of age, the decisive criterion being whether their son or daughter had lost his or her mental capacity. When Prabhupada inquired about the legality of such actions, Adikeshava explained that American law contained a provision called conservatorship. Anyone who was determined to be of unsound mind or body or to be addicted to drugs
or to have been fooled or bewildered by deceptive means could be put under conservatorship. Someone else could be given charge of the person's affairs, and he or she could be committed to a mental hospital where the deprogramming would take place. New laws were being passed to further reinforce the processes. There was already one state law that permitted anyone, not just the parents or the family members, to take this kind of control. Maharaja presented a report that had been prepared by members of the American Civil Liberties Union. They had held a huge conference in New York presenting a report on deprogramming, personal accounts describing how people had been kidnapped, imprisoned, beaten, tortured, and starved to force them to go back to their old lives. The report mentioned that the deprogrammers had a manual, a do it yourself deprogramming book detailing how to abduct someone and make the person give up his or her newly acquired faith. The ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, protested that the deprogrammers were doing exactly what they were accusing the devotees of doing. They were accusing the devotees of following their guru blindly, but they were themselves following a guru, Ted Patrick, the deprogramming leader, without discrimination. Patrick was a criminal and ex convict who had just recently been re imprisoned after a new conviction. His followers were continuing his nefarious activities in his absence. Maharaja said that unlike the US, Canada had taken a strong position against the deprogrammers and was giving ISKCON favorable media coverage. One devotee from Boston had recently sought political asylum there after being harassed by deprogrammers, and Canadian authorities were refusing to extradite devotees to the US. They had even passed a law in Parliament banning deprogrammers from Canada. In New York, Maharaj explained a girl named Mruti Vandya was abducted. The deprogrammers pulled up in a van, dragged her off the street, and drove away. When we filed kidnapping charges, they turned around and filed kidnapping charges against me, saying that we were the kidnappers. Even though they had made a statement confessing that they had abducted her bodily off the street, and she said, I have been kidnapped. They said, no, you don't know what you really want. You don't really want to be Hare Krishna, so you are really be kidnapped by the Hare Krishnas. Ted Patrick and his followers target others besides the devotees, but they admitted that the devotees were the hardest to deprogram. On a TV show with Charu Swami and a new devotee, Vasugopala, Patrick turned to Vasugopala and said, I could deprogram him very easily. And indeed, Vasugopala would later become a victim of the process. But Patrick then had turned to Adikeshava and said, but this one he is already ruined. I could not break him. They believed that once you had been a devotee for 4 or more years, your brain was finished and you could not be deprogrammed. The American Civil Liberties Union report contained a list of all the devotees who had been deprogrammed. About 2/3 had returned to the movement more than from any other group. Only brand new devotees had actually left. Devotees who had been in the movement for more than a year or two eventually found their way back. Tamal Krishna Maharaj described how after being deprogrammed and living in the material world, the person would again meet devotees who would be out distributing books. After meeting the devotees, getting a book, and seeing a picture of Krishna, he or she would start to remember his or her life in Krishna consciousness and would again be attracted and return to the temple. This was exactly the case with Vasugopala, who had been deprogrammed but then had come back. Adikeshava told how Vasugopala had taken a look at the Krishna book and said, "Take me to the temple. I should be selling the books, not buying them." And he had immediately rejoined. Vasugopala had been subjected to terrible abuse by the deprogrammers. His case was described in Patrick's book, Let Our Children Go. One chapter dealt with the Hare Krishna movement and Vasugopala in particular. Patrick openly admitting how terribly he had to torture and abuse him to get him deprogrammed. When he was being held in his house, Adikeshava related, he managed to get to the phone and call me. So we went there with some of the brahmacharis from the temple and started breaking the windows and banging on the doors. As Vasugopala was trying to come to us, his brothers and relatives grabbed him and threw him against a wall. They locked him in a room and beat him ruthlessly. Ted Patrick wrote in his book that there were 25 of us, but actually we were only 5. Finally, they all came out and started to fight with us. They usually have the family members do the fighting, but this Ted Patrick came at me with a straight razor. So far, the courts had supported the deprogrammers, claiming that the abuse had been inflicted in the best interest of the victim. Since the government considered the conflict a family dispute, any interference from outside parties, including the devotees whom the person had chosen to join, was deemed inappropriate. Tamal Krishna Maharaj gave the example of an incident in Texas when a father had killed his own son in his sleep but was acquitted of murder. The court had expressed its approval for the father's action in view of his assumption that his son had gone astray. Typically, devotees' parents and relatives were involved in their abuse from the initial kidnapping right through the torture sessions. If the devotee hits his parents, Adikeshava continued, they say, just see how crazy he has become. In defending himself against his attackers, Vasugopala had hit his mother and run out, shouting the name of Nrsimhadeva, but he had been held back by his family members and could not escape. They had locked him in a bathroom for 30 hours, but because he had tried to fight back, they had said, just see how crazy he has become. He hit his own mother, and the judge had agreed with them. After hearing all the details, Srila Prabhupada declared that we should not succumb to the pressure. We should fight, prove in open court that we were not brainwashing young devotees, but giving them brains, real intelligence, through a perfect understanding of absolute reality and ultimate wisdom. The US governments and courts opposition might seem like a stumbling block, but eventually it would become a stepping stone. As long as we know we were serving Krishna, the all powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead, we had nothing to fear. At the end of the day, victory was bound to be ours. Everyone in the room nodded with grave determination, and I could see that under Srila Prabhupada's command they were ready to fight. Srila Prabhupada also illuminated everything from the spiritual point of view. He who cannot free his children from the cycle of birth and death is not a father. Guru Nasa Sayaj Jnananina Sa Sayat Daivam na Tasayanna Patisha Sa Sayan One who cannot deliver his dependents from the path of repeated birth and death should never become a spiritual master, a relative, a father, a husband, a mother, or a worshipable demigod.
Srimad Bhagavatam.
The Gaura Purnima festival approaching, devotees were coming to Mayapur from all over the world. 350 had arrived from the US on the first Boeing 747 flight to Calcutta. Srila Prabhupada had expressed concert to Tamal Krishna Maharaj that the fog and overcast skies might pose a danger for the plane's landing, but the weather had cleared up. The airport authorities had extended the runway to make room for the jumbo jet, and the 747 landed without incident. Rameshwar Swami, who was on the flight and had come directly to see Srila Prabhupada, said how wonderful it had been to fly over on a plane full of devotees. Hridayananda Goswami and Panchadra Vidaswami had gone to the Panchadravida Swami had gone to the cockpit and spoken with the pilot, who was, as this was the first 747 flight to Calcutta, the most senior pilot of Air India and the chief of the Indian Pilots Association. He had been extremely receptive, Rameshwara said, and they had preached to him for several hours. Even though the devotees had landed before dawn, a grand celebration had greeted them on their arrival. 100 dignitaries from the airlines, TV and radio, including the general manager of Air India and his senior officers, had come to welcome them. The press took many pictures and interviewed some of the senior devotees, including Rameshwar Swami, who told them that he did not think Air India alone could bring a plane load of people to West Bengal. It was due to Lord Chaitanya's mercy that people were coming from all over the world. Some of the reporters acknowledged that credit for the trip's success actually belonged to Srila Prabhupada. The arrival of so many devotees from around the world created an uplifting, festive atmosphere. One young brahmachari stood out. He was thin, with glasses that made him look intellectual, and had a spontaneous, bright smile. He had a humble demeanor, but was also clearly a leader among the devotees. I came to learn that this was Jayadvaita Dasa, a scholar assigned to edit Srila Prabhupada's books. One day I saw Jayadvaita squatting on the staircase at the edge of the pond, watching the fish in the water. Hare Krishna, he greeted me with his characteristic smile. Did you come here to speak to me? Yes, I replied. I was wondering what you were doing. Trying to study the fish's psychology, he said, which made me laugh. They are living in their own world and do not have any idea that I am watching them. Maybe that is how the demigods look at us while we are not aware of them, I suggested. And Krishna is watching the demigods while they are not aware of him, he said. Is that really true? As they are not actually Krishna conscious.
Brahmananda Swami was serving Srila Prabhupada as secretary. He was a big, tall man, but had a very soft and tender disposition, and I developed a spontaneous appreciation for him. His brother Gargamuni Dasa was also a leading devotee in the movement. Brahmananda, who was elder and had joined in New York, and Gargamuni had followed him. Srila Prabhupada had appointed both of them as a governing body commissioners, while Gargamuni was serving in India and Brahmananda was involved in mainly in Africa. Although the two were brothers, their nature were quite different. Gargamuni was hard as nails. He was such an expert fundraiser that Srila Prabhupada jokingly called him Gargamani. And Brahmananda was less money conscious and more inclined toward developing friendly relationships. Before meeting Srila Prabhupada, he had been a remedial reading teacher in New York. But like many others, young people during that time, he had been attracted to American counterculture and planned to go to India. One day, while passing the first Krishna temple at 26th 2nd Avenue on New York's Lower East Side, he had seen a poster announcing Bhagavad Gita class by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. He had wanted to meet Srila Prabhupada, which in those early days was not so difficult. Prabhupada was eager to meet young Americans and preach to them. When Brahmananda met Srila Prabhupada, he proudly told him that he had also read Bhagavad Gita and pulled out a copy from his coat pocket. Prabhupada smiled as if quite impressed and asked him to open the book and read aloud. After about a page, Prabhupada asked him to close the book, which he did. Then Prabhupada said, "Now you tell me what you understood." And suddenly Brahmananda realized that he had not understood anything, and he admitted that Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada told him that just reading a book was not enough. One needed a teacher to explain that contents. Just that one encounter with the Srila Prabhupada had convinced Brahmananda. He had immediately committed himself to the Swami's mission. 3 days after Gaura Purnima, Brahmananda Maharaj told me that Prabhupada had decided to give me a first and second initiation, Harinama and Brahma initiation together. And boy, you are fortunate. He said, "I don't think anyone has received such mercy." The news came as both a big surprise and a great delight, and Srila Prabhupada generally gave the Hare Krishna Mahamantra as a first initiation, then after at least a year gave the Gayatri Mantra, the second initiation, to deserving candidates. I knew devotees who had been in the movement for many years still not received a second initiation. I felt deep gratitude towards Srila Prabhupada for bestowing such a mercy upon me. I also felt thankful to Brahmananda Maharaj, and when I offered him my obeisances, he embraced me affectionately. When I asked what I need to do to prepare myself for initiation, he smiled and said, "Just get shaved and be ready to receive the mercy." The initiation took place on the morning of Gauri Purnima. More than 100 devotees sat around the sacrificial fire, and Srila Prabhupada did not come down to the temple room, but a few sannyasis sat on the dais, called the candidates one by one, and heard our vows to follow the 4 regulative principles of not eating meat, taking intoxication, including illicit sex or gambling. We also promised to chant 16 rounds of Hare Krishna Mahamantra on a beats every day. One of the sannyasis, on behalf of the Srila Prabhupada, would then give the candidates a string of chanting beats, announce his spiritual name, which Srila Prabhupada had chosen. Each name was met with a loud applause and the beating of mrudangas. When my turn came, Achyutananda Swami presided over my vows and announced my name, Kshira Chora Gopinath Das. My name is indicated that I was the servant of Lord Gopinath, who stole Kshira, the condensed milk, for his devotee Madhavendra Puri. The deity of Gopinath was in a Ramuna, Orissa. Madhavendra Puri, the great devotee who had unearthed the deity of Gopala in Vrindavan and installed him on top of Govardhan hill, had been told by Srila Gopala that because the heat of the summer was causing him a great discomfort, he wanted Madhavendra to get some sandalwood and camphor and apply them to his body to keep him cool. Madhavendra Puri went to Orissa and begged those valuable articles from the king. On the way, he stopped at Ramuna to have darshan of Gopinath. In the temple, the Madhavendra Puri recalled that the Kshira the temple priest offered to Gopinath was famous for its flavor, and he considered that if he could taste it he would be able to prepare it for his Gopala as well. Right after the thought flashed across his mind, however, he realized that he had desired to taste the Kshira even before it had been offered to Lord Gopinatha. He felt extremely guilty, and he felt the temple and he left the temple and retired for the night in deserted village marketplace nearby. When Gopinatha's pujari took the rest that night, he had a dream that Gopinath was telling him to go to the marketplace and gave Madhavendra Puri some kshira. The pujaris told Gopinatha that all the kshira had already been distributed, but Gopinath said that he had kept aside a pot of kshira underneath his dhoti. So the pujari bathed and went to the temple, and there, to his utter amazement, he found the pot of kshira behind Gopinath's dhoti. From then on, Gopinatha of Ramuna was known as Kshira Chora Gopinath. I was very happy to have the name. It sounded like a celestial music to my ears, and I was filled with the gratitude that Srila Prabhupada had so mercifully made me a servant of Sri Sri Kshira Chora Gopinath. During the fire sacrifice, as I was offering grains to the fire and chanting Swaha, I felt that I was offering Krishna everything I possessed. But then it occurred to me that I did not really possess anything. All I had, all that was worthwhile to offer, was myself. So that was what I offered. Srila Prabhupada's voice echoed in my head. For many, many lifetimes you are trying to enjoy, but you can see that you are still not satisfied. Just offer this life to Krishna. After initiation, I had to attend to Srila Prabhupada, so I did not have a chance to go out and collect Guru Dakshina, the monetary gift for one's Guru after initiation. In the evening, when the newly initiated came to his room and each offered his Guru Dakshina, I regretted that I had not collected anything for him. When everyone left, I was alone with Prabhupada, my heart filled with remorse. Srila Prabhupada, I said to him, you gave me a Diksha, but I did not offer any Guru Dakshina. Offer you any Guru Dakshina. You offered yourself, that is the best Guru Dakshina, he assured me. I offered my obeisances and said, Srila Prabhupada, I am offering myself to you completely. Please accept me and utilize me in whatever way you want. One morning, after I had taken dictation from Srila Prabhupada and had him sign the completed letters, he told me, I am appointing you as my secretary for Indian affairs. I am surprised, to say the least. I had been told that Prabhupada appointed only his most intimate and efficient associates as his secretaries. But I was just a new devotee and he was giving me the most important assignment in his service. I felt both incredible joy and overwhelming gratitude. Srila Prabhupada called Tamal Krishna Maharaj, told him about the new appointment, and suggested that I move into the secretary's room where Maharaja was staying. Tamal Krishna put an affectionate hand on my shoulder, said, Yes, Srila Prabhupada, and took me to the room 2 doors down. The room next to Prabhupada was to have been his secretary's room, but typewriter had made too much noise, so Prabhupada had suggested that his servant move in and his secretary take the room next door. There were 2 beds. Maharaja said, I could use the one at the far end of the room and told me to fetch my belongings. When I informed my dear friend and roommate Tirthapada, he was at first silent. Then he told me that he had always felt that I was very special, and he embraced me and thanked me for my association as his roommate. I could see that he was feeling bad, and I knew that I too would miss our time together. It was quite an experience to be so close to Tamal Krishna Maharaj. Although he was sharing a room, I still held him in a great reverence. In fact, he commanded this kind of respect from practically everyone in ISKCON. But he treated me with warmth and affection. I would bow down to him and he would embrace me. He had been my hero even before I had met him, and this closeness was like a dream, one that I had never imagined would come true. Maharaja got up very early each morning, but he refrained from the switching on the light, so as not to disturb me. When he was in the bathroom, however, he would play tapes of Srila Prabhupada's lectures, and that would inevitably wake me up. I would just lie in the bed listening to Prabhupada's transcendental voice until Maharaj was done, at which time I would rise and get ready for the day. Maharaj extremely regulated and organized, waking up every day at 3 a.m., bathing and then chanting his rounds. He would finish all his rounds and be ready to serve Srila Prabhupada by dawn. He organized me also, insisting that I have a specific time for translating and replying to Sri Prabhupada's letters and attending to his divine grace by just around him in case he needed anything, making sure that I always had enough time to work on translating Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita into Bengali. Roaming with Maharaj was one of the most memorable experiences in ISKCON. He always treated me lovingly and he trained me expertly to serve Srila Prabhupada at the highest standard and I could manage. In his presence, I was constantly learning a new and important things about Krishna consciousness and serving Srila Prabhupada. Because of his sincerity, I wanted to serve him too, but he always refused. Whenever I tried to serve him prasada, he would insist on me to taking prasada with him. If a devotee serving him made a mistake, he would get upset and chastise him, but he never chastised me. When I related my experience to Bhavananda Maharaj, he commented with a smile, "You are fortunate. Tamal is known for his temper. That's why he is called a hot Tamil. Anyway, I can see that he has accepted you as his man. That is Tamal. When he likes somebody, he will do anything for him. And you are one of those fortunate souls who has won his favor." I was delighted to hear this and told him, You are also one of those fortunate souls. I notice what a deep friendship you have with him. Maharaj smiled and said, "Yes, that is true. We developed a deep friendship from the first time we met. He is a real person with a golden heart. That's why Srila Prabhupada loves him so much." Later, Tamal Krishna Maharaj told me that he had grown up in Harlem, a rough neighborhood in New York City, where he had often had to confront the local gangs, and that this upbringing had forced him to become a tough but I also saw how tender and loving person he was, and the way he served Srila Prabhupada was an incredible example. I could see how much confidence Prabhupada had in him and how much he depended upon him. Harishauri Prabhu had also come from the rough environment. My first impression for him was that he was somewhat reserved and not so friendly. Although we used to see each other frequently, I did not try to communicate with him beyond cordial smiles. Eventually, however, I came to see that he was just fixed in his service to Prabhupada and did not speak much unless there was a need. And I became more involved in Srila Prabhupada and we started communicate more freely. Around that time, the Sannyasis GBC of Australia was having difficulties and left the movement. There was a need for someone to take up that responsibility, and I was told that Srila Prabhupada was considering appointing Harishauri. If he did, someone would have to take over his position as a Prabhupada's personal servant. Harishauri suggested that it might be me, but I was waiting for Srila Prabhupada to make the decision. I also knew that one of his personal servants' most important service was to massage him, and I was not good at that. It needed someone strong like Harishauri. One morning, Harishauri asked me if I knew how to cook. Not thinking much about it, I replied that yes, I did. The next thing I knew, he had reported my ability to Srila Prabhupada. And soon afterwards, he told me that Prabhupada wanted me to cook for him. But although I had told Harishauri that I knew how to cook, but I did not think I was really good enough to cook for Prabhupada. When I was in Germany, I had cooked once in a while, but I knew that one had to be an expert, which I was not. I was stuck, totally perplexed. I did not know what to do. When I had an idea, Srila Prabhupada's sister, Pishima, was there, and I had heard that she was one of the best cooks in the world and that she loved to cook for her brother. So I went to Pishima and told her the situation. She assured me that I should not worry and straight away went to the kitchen and started to cook. I just stood there and watching, and she did not let me touch a single thing. When it was time to serve, she prepared the plate and it cooked really gorgeous. With many expertly cooked preparations, I happily took it to the Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada took one look at the plate and asked me who had cooked. From the tone of his voice, I could tell that he was not happy. Pishima, Srila Prabhupada, I replied. Did I ask you to cook or Pishima to cook? He asked. Then he told me to take the plate away. Trembling with fear and laden with a guilt, I applied to him. I appealed to him. Please, Srila Prabhupada, I made a mistake. I will never do it again. And I just stood there wanting nothing else than to fall at his feet and beg for the forgiveness. Though I did not dare, he eventually became pacified, but I had lost a golden opportunity. Still, I continued to serve Prabhupada, and he was pleased with how I was replying to his letters, and I was translating every day and reading the translation aloud to him. He would make a corrections. The cooking incident, however, still weighed on my mind. I had come too close to getting that wonderful service, but had missed in due to my immaturity. I resolved that I would learn to cook so that if the opportunity ever again presented itself, I would not fail. No, it's too long. Yeah, it's somewhat.
हरे कृष्ण जय राधा जय श्री श्री राधा नील माधव की जय जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा महारानी की जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय लक्ष्मी नरसिंहदेव भगवान की जय गौर निताय की जय श्री पंचतत्वा की जय षड गोस्वामी की जय गुरु परंपरा की जय शील प्रभुपाद की जय श्रीला भक्ति चारू महाराज की जय श्या गुरुदेव की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते जय पताका स्वामिन्निति नामिने नमाचार्य नताय कृपाय प्रदायिनी गौरकथा धामादया नगराग्रामातारिणे नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति विकास स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिन्निति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्ता वृंदा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे in a humble offering, and it's a song from Narottam Das Thakur that we usually sing this song in separation
But before that, I wanted to offer my heartfelt holding in my heart and my prayers, all my friends, all the friends and the disciples and well-wishers of Bhakti Charu Mahraj, who I know must be heartbroken right now. This is such an unbelievably difficult time, praying to Radha Neel Madhav for shelter, solace, and strength. Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Radha Neel Madhav ki jai. An humble offering of the song from Narottam Das Thakur. The song is generally sung in separation of Vaishnavas in the departure of Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj. I shall try to sing the song in separation. Je anilo premadhana karuna prachur. Je anilo premadhana karuna prachur. Hena prabhu kotha ghela Acharya Thakur. Hena Prabhu Kotha Ghela Acharya Thakur. Je anilo premadhana karuna prachur. Kaha mora swarup rupa kaha sanatan. Kaha mora swarup rupa kaha sanatan. Kaha dasa raghunatha Kaha pati pavan. Kaha dasa raghunatha patita pavan. Kaha mora bhata juga kaha kaviraj. Eka kale kotha gela gora nataraj. Je anilo premadhana karuna prachur. Kaha mora bhata juga kaha kaviraj. Eka kale kotha gela gora nataraj. Pasane kuti po matha anele basi po. Pasane kuti bo matha anale pasibo. Gauranga gunera nidhi kotha gela pabo. Gauranga gunera nidhi kotha gele pabo. Se saba sangira sange je koila bilas. Se saba sangira sange je koilo bilas. Se sanga na paya kande na যে আনিল প্রেমা ধনা করুণা প্রচুর যে আনিল প্রেমা ধনা করুণা প্রচুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Mahraj, Bhakti Charu Swami Mahraj, Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Narottam Das Thakur ki jai, Bhakti Charu Mahraj ki jai, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Hari Hari Bol. Read the translation to this song of Narottam Das Thakur. He who brought the treasure of divine love, who was filled with compassion and mercy, where has such a personality as Advaitacharya gone? Where are my Swarup Damodar and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatan? Where is Raghunath Das, the savior of fallen? Where are my Raghunath Bhatta and Gopal Bhatta? And where is Krishna Das Kaviraj? Where did Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? I will smash my head against the rock and enter into the fire. Where will I find the Lord Gauranga, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? Being unable to obtain the association of Lord Gauranga, accompanied by all of these devotees in whose association he performed his pastimes, Narottam Das Thakur simply weeps. Narottam Das Thakur ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki jai. Hare Krishna. I will continue to read the book Ocean of Mercy in honor of Bhakti Charu Mahraj. One evening I was in Srila Prabhupada's quarters, chanting while he was in his bedroom. I was chanting quite loudly as if Prabhupada would be pleased to hear me. After a little while, however, he called me in and told me, "Don't chant so loudly." I felt guilty and embarrassed. And from then, whenever I was near Prabhupada, I would chant very, very softly. A few days later, sitting alone in front of Prabhupada, while he was leaning on his bolster and chanting on his bead, I asked Srila Prabhupada, "Can I learn Sanskrit?" He sat up straight and asked, "Why do you want to learn Sanskrit?" I thought for a moment and said, "In order to understand the scriptures properly, to get closer to Vedic culture," and Prabhupada cut me short. "There is no use," he said. "Our business is not to become a pandit. Our business is to become a devotee. Our business is to serve Krishna. There are so many Sanskrit scholars, but what are they doing? Are they promoting Vedic culture and wisdom of the Vedas? No, they are not doing anything useless. They're not doing it. Sorry. They're not doing anything useful. What is really needed is to preach Krishna consciousness. And to do that, you don't need to learn Sanskrit. You don't need to learn anything besides who Krishna is and what is your relationship with him. Then he added, just read my books and you will learn Sanskrit. Srila Prabhupada's health had been bad for months since he had returned to India, and now it was deteriorating rapidly. He stopped going out for his usual morning walks, and he needed help just going to the toilet. In Mayapur, his quarters did not have an attached bath. It was at the end of the block of rooms. Even using his cane, he needed whoever was attending him to support him by reaching around his waist with one hand and holding his left shoulder with the other. But although his health was bad, he did not want to take any treatment. He did not like allopathic medicine. And he felt that Ayurvedic treatment did not work because the herbs had lost their potency and the doctors were quacks. Still, when Abhirama Prabhu arranged for a famous Ayurvedic doctor, Dr. Vimalanand Tirtha, to come to Mayapur to treat him, he agreed. Dr. Tarkatirtha was an old man, perhaps his late 80s, and semi-blind. Although the doctor had brought his servant with him, Srila Prabhupada wanted me to take care of him as well. Doctor, he told me, had been a great Ayurvedic doctor in his time, maybe the best in Calcutta, but had entered into politics and became a member of the West Bengal Legislative Assembly, effectively ending his career. Dr. Tarka Tirtha was pleasant but somewhat reserved. From his appearance and composure, one could tell that he had come from an aristocratic background. I brought him to Srila Prabhupada's room every morning and evening, and he would examine Srila Prabhupada intensely, feel his pulse, and then prescribe medicines. It was hard to tell how seriously Srila Prabhupada took Dr. Tarka Tirtha or his treatment, but the two long, intimate talk. Dr. Tarka Tirtha was a few years older than Prabhupada, but they were from the same city and had known each other when they were younger. I could see how they were enjoying each other's association. One evening after his treatment, Srila Prabhupada was speaking to Dr. Tarka Tirtha about the condition of Kali Yuga, our current age, how everything would deteriorate. And he asked me to get the 12th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam from his desk. The 12th canto had not yet been translated, so Prabhupada wanted me to get the Sanskrit version. When I fetched it, he asked me to turn to the second chapter and read aloud. So I started to read the Sanskrit verses, and he gave the translation and affirmed the accuracy of the statements. How in the age of Kali Yuga, the relationships between men and women would be based solely on sex. Families would be reduced to just this husband and wife, and no one would take care of their elderly family members. Married sons leave their parents and move away, and even the relationship between husband and wife would last for only a short while. Marriages would be based on sex, sexual compatibility, and sealed with only verbal agreements. Therefore, would be rampant, and no spousal loyalty. A man's appearance would be judged by the length of his hair. He pointed out how in America and Europe young men were growing their hair long, and how that had become the deciding factor for their physical attractiveness. Prabhupada described how robbers would become rulers. They would extract money from their subjects through taxes, and the people would become so disillusioned, and they would run away from the cities and villages to escape the exploitation. The condition of the earth would become so precarious. The cows would stop giving milk, grain-bearing plants would become like plain grass, and fruits would have no pulp. After Dr. Targatirtha left, Srila Prabhupada asked me where I had learned Sanskrit. Remembering the incident when I had asked him whether I could learn it, I understood that he was assuring me that I could just by reading his book. One evening after Dr. Targatirtha had checked Srila Prabhupada and they were sitting together, Prabhupada started to speak about his life. He told the doctor how his friend Narain Malik had come one day and invited him to go see a sadhu. Srila Prabhupada had not had much respect for the so-called sadhus because he had seen how his father had invited them into his home, but they would come in just to eat and collect a donation. So he declined. Narain, however, had been insistent that Srila Prabhupada should go with him, telling him that this sadhu was not that kind of sadhu. He was high class and learned. Eventually, Srila Prabhupada then relented and agreed to go. That sadhu, he told Dr. Tarkatirtha, that had ended up being Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Prabhupada's spiritual master. And at their very first meeting, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta had instructed him to take up the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to spread Krishna consciousness in English all over the world. Srila Prabhupada had initially tried to resist Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's instruction. First, India had to become independent. He had objected. Until then, no one would take her message seriously. In response, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta had told him that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings were far beyond political, social, geographical, or even religious considerations. They were from another world, not dependent on any condition of material nature. Afterwards, when Narain had asked him from his opinion of the sadhu, Srila Prabhupada had replied, now that the responsibility of spreading Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's message has come to such a person, he is bound to do something about it. Just from the first meeting, Prabhupada had been so impressed with Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur that he had decided to accept him as his spiritual master and take up the instruction as his life's mission. Srila Prabhupada had been the manager of a pharmaceutical company, Dr. Bose Laboratories, owned by Dr. Karthik Bose, and the very next day he had gone to the office of submitting his resignation. Dr. Bose had been shocked. He was family friend and had treated Prabhupada with affection. He could not understand why all of a sudden Prabhupada was submitting his resignation. When Prabhupada had explained about his meeting with an instruction from Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur and his decision to commit himself to that mission, Dr. Bose had tried to reason with him that he could serve the mission even while employed by the company. But Prabhupada had replied that if he were to remain a company employee, all his time would be consumed by his occupational duties. Dr. Bose had countered that Srila Prabhupada was not just an employee, he was managing the company and was just like a family member, like a son. But Prabhupada had been adamant. So what are you going to do with if you resign from your job? Dr. Bose had asked. You have a family to maintain, you are married and you have a son, you have an elderly father. Prabhupada had told him that he would run his own business. That way he could maintain his family, but also have enough time for preaching Krishna consciousness. When Dr. Bose had heard that, he said, okay, then you take up the agency for my products for North India. That is how Srila Prabhupada had gone to Allahabad and started his business. Still, he said he had not been very successful. His mind had not been in this business. It had been focused on how to fulfill the order of his spiritual father, spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada had thought that by running his business, he would make money and then be able to go to West, fulfill Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's order. As it turned out, when he did go to the West, he went as a pauper, without support. Then everything just started to happen in the most amazing way. He said all the arrangements of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and through that experience, he had learned an important lesson, that when one served the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one did not have to worry about money or anything. The Lord would make all the arrangements. If one served him sincerely, he would provide everything. Even as I was listening, I was aware of my own good fortune to be hearing about Srila Prabhupada's life story from his own mouth. On the morning of the disappearance day of Shripad Mahesh Pandit, one of the Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's most intimate associates, I noticed more activity than usual around Srila Prabhupada's quarter. When I asked what was happening, I heard that Prabhupada had accepted an I learned that Prabhupada had accepted an invitation to attend the disappearance festival of Palpara Mahesh Pandit, place of residence about 50 kilometers away. Srila Prabhupada nodded his maroon ambassador, followed by a few carloads of leading devotees and myself. When we arrived, a beautiful kirtan was going on. Srila Prabhupada was greeted with great honor and respect, and along with a few leading disciples taken to stage, Prabhupada glorified Sri Mahesh Pandit, who as an associate of Lord Chaitanya had come from the spiritual sky to assist him in his mission. Led by Nityananda Prabhu, he and other devotees distributed Krishna Bhakti throughout Bengal, and through the efforts of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all of India had been inducted with pure devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srila Prabhupada pointed out that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had predicted that the Krishna consciousness movement would spread all over the world, to every town and village, and even if it might have once sounded like an impossible prediction, it was now becoming reality. Prabhupada pointed to his Western disciples on the stage and declared that Mahaprabhu's prediction could never go in vain. He was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and his words were the absolute truth. Srila Prabhupada praised his American and European disciples for their dedication and thanked them for helping him fulfill the divine prediction. Then he reminded the Indians in attendance about Mahaprabhu's instructions that all Indians, irrespective of caste, creed, or religion, should make their lives successful by distributing Krishna consciousness throughout the world. He quoted from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, those who are born in India should make their lives successful by becoming Krishna conscious, and then benefit others. And the best way to benefit others, he said, was by giving them Krishna consciousness. He quoted another verse from Chaitanya Charitamrita: whoever you meet, instruct him about Krishna. Thus, on my orders, become a spiritual master and deliver everyone in this world. Srila Prabhupada emphasized that every Indian should take up that responsibility. It was what Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, wanted. One might feel unqualified to take up such an important responsibility, but there was no need to feel that way. Just as there were various types of birds, some like sparrows that flew around the courtyard, some that flew from one country to another, and others that flew from one continent to another. People were different too. Each could preach according to his ability. Some could preach to friends and neighbors, while others could go from one country to another. The whole world needed Krishna consciousness, and Indians had the solemn responsibility to go out and give it to everyone. Srila Prabhupada declared that he was just one Indian who went out of India and spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. What would happen if all the Indians took up that responsibility, he asked. No one can even imagine. Most of the people in the audience were simple villagers in their remotest dreams. They did not imagine going abroad. What to speak of preaching the message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? But Srila Prabhupada was urging even them. The spiritual message of India is the real wealth of India. The entire world is waiting to receive it. If the Indians don't do it, then who will? So many Indians have gone to America to take advantage of her material prosperity and become rich. But I did not go there to beg from them. I went there to offer them something they never had, the greatest spiritual wealth. Prabhupada invited the crowd to join ISKCON and become engaged in fulfilling Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's spiritual mission. Unfortunately, no one responded to his invitation. The following week, Kalyan Das, a second initiated Bengali devotee who lived outside the temple and worked as an insurance agent and school teacher, came to Mayapur to see Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada asked him about his spiritual life and also inquired about his wife and children. It was a sweet, warm exchange. Then Kalyana asked Srila Prabhupada, what is my Siddha Swarup? What he wanted to know was his spiritual identity. This idea to learn one's spiritual identity at the time of initiation was a sahaja, or a deviant practice. And Srila Prabhupada's mood changed immediately. He became extremely angry, and with his voice roaring and his lips quivering, he repeated, "You rascal, you're Siddha Swarup, you rascal, you're Siddha Swarup, you're Siddha Swarup." Finally, when he had cooled down, but with his voice still raised, he told Kalyana, "Don't worry about your Siddha Swarup. When you become qualified, I will personally come and reveal it to you." I was surprised by Srila Prabhupada's vehement reply, but I could also see two things clearly. The first was that as devotee, we did not have to worry about our spiritual identity. We simply had to be engaged in devotional service. The rest would happen automatically. And our spiritual identity would be revealed by the mercy of Guru and Krishna. The second was that Prabhupada would always be there for us. Very important. The second was that Prabhupada would always be there for us. He would take us back to Godhead. It was just a matter of our becoming qualified. Kalyana was very apologetic and begged Srila Prabhupada for forgiveness. After a moment, Prabhupada regained his natural, serene and peaceful mood and explained to Kalyana that when both the Guru and disciple were qualified, the Guru might reveal the disciple's spiritual identity. If, however, either tried to proceed improperly, it would not only create chaos, but also destroy the spiritual life of both. Soon after the Gaur Purnima festival, Srila Prabhupada was scheduled to go to Bombay. The devotees there had organized a week-long program for him at Cross Maiden, in the heart of the city. There was some discussion about where or not I would accompany him. The temple management wanted me to stay since I was involved in so many branches of service. Furthermore, I was the only educated Indian devotee in Mayapur, so I often had to deal with government officials and other important people. Bhavananda Maharaj in particular depended on me. And just 2 days before Prabhupada's departure, he came and told me that although I had been included in Bombay team, I should stay in Mayapur. My heart sank, but I could not protest. Maharaj had done so much for me, and I was beyond grateful that he had introduced me to Srila Prabhupada, thus helping me get the service of translating Prabhupada's books, which had given me the opportunity to be with Prabhupada practically all the time. Understanding what I was feeling, Maharaj explained how service, the spiritual master in separation, was superior to personal service in his physical presence. Still, I could not shake the heavy feeling from my heart. The next day, I was sitting in front of Srila Prabhupada in his room as he chanted on his bead. All of a sudden, he looked up at me and asked, "Aren't you coming with me to Bombay?" I had been waiting for just this opportunity and blurted out, "No, Srila Prabhupada. Bhavananda Maharaj wants me to stay in Mayapur. He told me that service to the spiritual master in separation is superior to personal service." Srila Prabhupada replied, "I think when your spiritual master wants you to serve him personally, you should do that." "Then should I come with you?" I asked. "Do you want me to come with you?" I could hardly contain myself. "Yes," he said. I ran to Bhavananda Maharaj and told him what Srila Prabhupada had said. "If Srila Prabhupada wants," he replied, "then of course you have to go with him. And he wants you to pay for my fare also," I joked. "Sure," he said with a smile, "I will." Chapter 6, Bombay, March 22nd, May 4, 1977. A magnificent new temple was being constructed in the Juhu suburb of Bombay. Two 6-story towers flanked the entrance, with the entire 6th floor of the tower on the right, facing the entrance, dedicated for Srila Prabhupada's quarter. When Prabhupada reached the temple, he was driven to his old apartment, but he refused to get out of the car, insisting that he be brought to his new quarters. He had thought that they were ready, and when he was told they were not, he was upset and declared that he would stay there regardless of their condition. Tamal Krishna Maharaj, who was riding with Prabhupada, told the driver to go to the new temple. Fortunately, though, the towers were not complete. The elevator on Prabhupada's side was working, and accompanied by Maharaj, he took it to the 6th floor. The apartment itself was not even close to ready. The toilets and some doors were still being installed, and the electrical fixtures were not yet hooked up. The whole place was a construction site. Still Prabhupada went in there and sat on the asan seat behind an ornate marble table, making it clear that he was going to stay in. The Bombay devotees, especially Giriraj Prabhu, the Juhu temple president, and Surabhi Swami, the project director, were in total anxiety about the conditions. But with Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he appointed out that since Cross Maiden, the festival site, was in center of Bombay, it would be more practical for Prabhupada to stay nearby during the program. Kartikeya Mahadevya, a wealthy and influential admirer, agreed to host Prabhupada in his apartment, a beautiful place in one of the most prestigious buildings in the city, right by the sea. Mr. Mahadevya and his family vacated the apartment and moved in with his brother in the same building. During the day, he and his wife would take care of Srila Prabhupada. They were not initiated, but since they were pure vegetarian, Prabhupada allowed Mrs. Mahadevia to cook for him, and he enjoyed her preparations. Bombay was the financial capital of India, and many important people wanted to come and meet Srila Prabhupada. As much as he could, despite his ill health and the pressure on him to translate, Prabhupada gave them his time. Whoever came, his message was the same. Please recognize the importance of Krishna's message for the benefit of the world. One of the important personalities whom Prabhupada met that week was Ratna Singh Rajda, a member of Parliament. Morarji Desai had just become Prime Minister of India. And since he was a vegetarian and staunch Hindu, opposed to cow killing, it seemed he might be favorable to Krishna consciousness. Giriraj Prabhu had not been able to arrange a meeting with him directly, but he had succeeded in arranging for Srila Prabhupada to meet with Mr. Rajda, an important member of the Desai ruling party. Mr. Rajda was quite respectful toward Srila Prabhupada, listening attentively when Prabhupada pointed out that since Desai believed in the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, he should try to establish a government based on the Gita's principle, which had been given by Krishna himself. The government had the responsibility to make people God conscious, he said. If it took up that duty, people would follow. If the government was serious about its desire to establish Ram Rajya, the rule of Lord Ram in India, Rama had to be in the center. Srila Prabhupada explained how in only 12 years, thanks to the involvement of Western youth, the Krishna consciousness movement had been recognized throughout the world. Now it was India's responsibility to take up that mission. Let there be an institution for training Indian youth for this Krishna consciousness movement, he proposed. Mr. Rajda appreciated the idea and said he would arrange for Srila Prabhupada to meet with the Prime Minister, and when he returned to Delhi, he did set up a meeting. But when he contacted Giriraj Prabhu, he would agree that due to Prabhupada's ill health, it would be better for them to meet in Bombay. Mr. Raja visited again about 10 days later with his wife and daughter and a friend. Srila Prabhupada suggested to him that just as the US government had given him permanent residency, the Indian government should also give 100 active ISKCON members from America permanent residency in India. Prabhupada assured him that they had no political involvement, but were there only to assist him in propagating Vedic culture. Mr. Raja was receptive to this suggestion and promised to do his best to persuade the government to give Prabhupada full support. The following day, another MP, Ram Jethmalani, came to meet Srila Prabhupada. He was a successful lawyer who had entered into politics and become a member of parliament in Bombay. We would see from the start that he was not inclined toward Prabhupada's plan for spiritualize the world by spreading Krishna consciousness. Nevertheless, Prabhupada preached to him. And finally, when Mr. Jethmalani was about to leave, Prabhupada insisted that he first have some prasadam. It seems to me that Srila Prabhupada, seeing the man's hopeless situation, decided to at least give some spiritual benefit. When Prime Minister Desai came to Bombay, arrangements were made for Srila Prabhupada to meet him. But it was suggested that Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Giriraj Prabhu speak with him first to set the stage for a more productive meeting. Prabhupada had long discussion with Tamal Krishna Maharaj about the points to be emphasized: getting permanent residency for 100 foreign devotees, securing government support for educational institutions of Vedic culture, encouraging the Indian people to remain in natural conditions of village life, banning the slaughterhouse or slaughter of cows, and developing Brahminical qualities and government ministries so that they could properly lead the masses toward achieving the ultimate goal of life. Unfortunately, the contact person who was supposed to take up that to the Prime Minister was delayed. So they were half an hour late, and then the Prime Minister refuses to meet him. Shah Babad was quite upset and asked Tamal Krishna Maharaj why he had not explained what had transpired. It was the last time Prabhupada made any endeavor to make a connection with a politician. That afternoon in our room, Maharaj lamented that the day's unfortunately incident, he felt bad about missing such an important appointment, disappointing Srila Prabhupada, and creating the impression with the Prime Minister that we as a movement were irresponsible. In 1975, he told me Srila Prabhupada had an appointment with Indira Gandhi, who was then Prime Minister, but that meeting also had not produced the desired result. Just as a couple of days earlier, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, had been assassinated, and she had been worried that she was in danger. Prabhupada had gone to see her with the proposal of allowing his foreign disciples to have permanent residency in India, and with other advice based on Vedic scripture about how a nation should be governed. But although Prime Minister Gandhi had been respectful to him, she had admitted that she was not in a proper state of mind for a decision. When I asked Maharaj whether he thought India's politicians would really do anything to help promote Krishna consciousness, he replied, "No, I don't think so. But Srila Prabhupada just keeps on trying, probably to give them an opportunity to serve Krishna. Even if the Prime Minister accepts Krishna consciousness," I commented, "he won't be able to implement it because he will have to stick to his party's policy. The moment he says something different, he will be outstated. Even though is the head of state, he does not have the ability to implement his own ideals. He has to act as a puppet in the hands of his party." Maharaj agreed. The devotees had planned and worked hard for the Cross Maiden program, and the arrangements were manifest. A huge pandal, an expensive outdoor tent, had been set up with a big, beautifully decorated stage, and thousands of people gathered to listen to Srila Prabhupada speak. His health was not good and he was physically weak, but when he started to speak, his voice became stronger, his posture more erect. His statements, as always, were straight and bold, showing his concern for the suffering conditions, for conditioned souls. Standing behind him and fanning him as he spoke, I could see how enlivened he became while preaching. One evening, looking over the crowd, Srila Prabhupada noticed an Arab gentleman dressed in traditional Arabic attire. He asked Bhavananda Maharaj to bring the man onto the stage, and then had the man sit on a chair next to him and spoke to him affectionately. It turned out the chief of police of Kuwait. He had come to Bombay for medical treatment, and that evening was the first time he had been allowed out for the hospital. While strolling through the park, he had seen the gathering, and out of curiosity walked over to see what was happening. Srila Prabhupada noticed that the man had a set of beads in his hands and asked about them. The man said that he just fiddled around with them. They did not have any specific purpose. But when Prabhupada then pulled his beads out from his bead bag and said, "See, I also have one," they both laughed. The beads were sacred. Prabhupada told him, They were used for chanting the holy names of the Lord. They should be kept in a bag so that they would not become contaminated. Prabhupada did not get into a heavy philosophical discussion with the man. They just had a cordial exchange, but I could not help wondering what a deep impression Prabhupada was making. I was also impressed to see Srila Prabhupada, an exalted Hindu spiritual leader, invite a Middle East Muslim to come up and sit next to him at such an important and visible program. It conveyed a powerful message that ISKCON was non-sectarian. It welcomed everyone, whoever was open to learning the teachings of Vedas and was interested to know about the Supreme Personality of Godhead and establish a loving relationship with Him could join, irrespective of caste, creed, or religion. After the program, each day, I would accompany Srila Prabhupada back to Kartikeya Mahadeviya's house. He was always exhausted, and upon our return, would go straight to bed, where I would massage his feet. One evening, as I was massaging him, Prabhupada asked, "So, how did you like my lecture today?" "It was wonderful, Srila Prabhupada," I replied. What was so wonderful about it?" I recounted all I could remember. "You pointed out that in human society there must be an intelligent class of people that guides the rest of the society. Although Lord Ramachandra was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he still consulted with the learned Brahmanas. The administrative class, the rulers, the government should take advice. The government should take advice from Brahmanas. You pointed out the ISKCON is creating Brahmanas all over the world. The whole world is suffering due to the lack of such important guidance, and you requested the intelligent class of people to take this Krishna consciousness movement very seriously. India has spiritual wisdom, and therefore the Indians should take up the responsibility of spreading Krishna consciousness." You quoted Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one who has taken his birth as a human being in Bharatvarsha, the land of India, should make his life successful and work for the benefit of all other people. And you pointed out that the actual para upkara, benevolent activity, is to give them Krishna consciousness. That is what every Indian should do to make his life successful. You asked everyone to get out of their bodily conception of life, come to this spiritual consciousness and recognize their actual identity as a spiritual being. And you said that their spiritual responsibility is to chant the holy name. Then their hearts will be cleansed of all impurities, and by developing their loving relationship with Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they will be able to recognize their spiritual identity. Srila Prabhupada seemed pleased that I had listened attentively to his lecture. Then he asked me to read from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. While I was reading, he fell asleep. I remained on the floor by his bed chanting on my beads. When Tamal Krishna Maharaj came back and saw me sitting there, he suggested that I go and take rest. Bhakti Charu Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki jai. Hare Krishna.
हमार जीवन सदा पपेरत नाही को पुण्येरले हमार जीवन सदा पपेरत नाही को पुण्येरले परेर उद्वेग दियाची जे कोट परेर उद्वेग दियाची चे कोट दियाची जीवेर क्लेशा दियाची जीवेर क्लेशा हमार जीवन सदा पपेरता नाही को पुण्येरलेशा हमार जीवन सदा पपेरता नाही को पुण्येरलेशा नीच सुख लागे पापे नहीं दोरे जा सुख लागी पापे नहीं दोरे दोया ही ना स्वार्थ पारो दोया ही ना स्वार्थ पारो पर सुखे दुखी सदा मिथ्या भासी पर सुखे दुखी सदा मिथ्या भासी हर दुख सुख करो हर दुख सुख करो हमार जीवन सदा पपेरता नाही को पुण्येरलेशा हमार जीवन सदा पपेरता नाही को पुण्येरलेशा आशेष कामना दियति आशेष कामना हृदि माझे मोर क्रोध दंभ पारायणा क्रोधाय दंभ पारायणा मदमता साधा विषये मोहिता मदमता साधा विषये मोहिता हिंसा गर्व विभूषणा हिंसा गर्व विभूषणा हमार जीवन सदा पपेरता नाही को पुण्येरलेशा हमार जीवन सदा पपेरता नाही को पुण्येरलेशा निद्रलालसा स्याहाता सुखार्ये वीराता निजलस्याहाता सुखार्ये वीराता आखार्ये उद्योगियामि आखार्ये उद्योगियामि प्रतिष्ठा लाघिया सत्य आचरण प्रतिष्ठा लाघिया सत्य आचरण लोभाहत साधकामी लोभाहत साधकामी हमार जीवन सदा पपेरता नाही को पुण्येरलेशा हमार जीवन सदा पपेरता नाही को पुण्येरलेशा यही नो दुर्जना सजन वजिता हे नो दुर्जना सजन वजिता अपराधी निरंतरा अपराधी निरंतरा शुभ कार्य शून्य सदा नता माना शुभ कार्य शून्य सदपा फेरता नाही को पुण्येर लेशा हमारा जीवन सदपा फेरता नाही को पुण्येर लेशा भद्रकाये एकोना उपाय विहीना भद्रकाये कोना उपाय विहीना ताते दीना आकिंचना ताते दीना आकिंचना भक्ति विनोदा प्रभुरा चरणे भक्ति विनोदा प्रभुरा चरणे खोरे दुःख निवेदना खोरे दुःखे निवेदना हमार जीवन सदपा फेरता नाही को पुण्येर लेशा हमार जीवन सदपा फेरता नाही को पुण्येर लेशा.
Resuming reading from Ocean of Mercy by His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Mahraj, page number 122. The Bombay Pandal program was a huge success. 8 to 10,000 people attended every day, almost both attentive and receptive. And Srila Prabhupada was imparting the greatest wisdom with the most sublime simplicity. One of the devotees who came to Bombay who impressed me the most was Swarupa Damodara Dasa from Manipur. When he first walked into Srila Prabhupada's bedroom one evening, escorted by Mr. Mahadeva, Prabhupada was surrounded by a group of leading devotees. But as soon as he saw him, his face lit up with a bright smile and he exclaimed, Swarupa Damodara. Swarupa Damodara immediately offered obeisances and then touched Prabhupada's feet. Still smiling, Prabhupada introduced him to Mr. Mahadeva and said, he had been a Vaishnava from birth, but he seriously adopted the Vaishnava culture only after coming in contact with me in America. He is a brilliant boy. Did his masters in chemistry at Calcutta University and then went to America to get his PhD from the University of California. But when he met me, he gave up his career and joined ISKCON as a full-time devotee. Manipur is a beautiful place, Prabhupada continued, a valley surrounded by 7 hills at the tail end of Himalayan mountain range. The king there became a devotee of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu after he came in contact with one of the disciples of Srila Narottama Dasa Thakura, and he turned his kingdom into a Vaishnava state. He arranged for the Gaudiya Vaishnavas to come from Bengal to train his citizens in Vaishnava culture. That culture is still prevalent in Manipur. They dance, songs, cooking, and retain a very pristine Vaishnava culture. From the way Srila Prabhupada was speaking about Swarupa Damodara, I could tell how fond he was of him. He continued, I gave him the responsibility to preach to the scientific community and establish a specific wing of ISKCON for that purpose, called the Bhakti Vedanta Institute. He is in charge of that institution. Swarupa Damodara gave a detailed report of his preaching. He told Prabhupada that he had met a few scientists in the Atomic Research Center in Trombay, a district of Bombay, and that they were very supportive. In India, even the scientists were proud of their Vedic heritage. Prabhupada was pleased to hear that and asked whether the conversation had been recorded. When Swarupa Damodara said that it had not, Prabhupada told him to always carry a tape recorder or take someone with him to tape. The conversations, he said, were important and could be used in the future. Srila Prabhupada then expounded on the importance of Bombay Bombay is undoubtedly the best city in India, he asserted. 63% of government revenue comes from Bombay. Calcutta is also very wealthy, Swarup Damodara suggested. That money is black money, Prabhupada replied. In order to avoid paying tax to the government, they do not declare. Swarupa Damodara reported that a few students from Bombay University had come to the Juhu temple and wanted to study at the Bhakti Vedanta Institute. Srila Prabhupada was happy to hear that and said that they should be given good facilities, that the buildings on the Juhu property should be utilized to facilitate the institute so that intelligent men would come and learn the science of Krishna consciousness. Give them a nice place so that they may not be uncomfortable, he said. Give them good food. Give them all facilities. Those who are educated, scientists, they are accustomed to certain comforts. Therefore, they should be given those facilities. My Guru Maharaja also wanted that. He wanted to attract high-class individuals and give them all the facilities when they came. We can't expect that all of a sudden they should now live on the floor. No, that is not possible. Then they will be disturbed. Give them a nice place. Give them nice food, nice facilities and instructions. You are all intelligent boys. Do it immediately. Construct another building, and that colony should be for the first class. Srila Prabhupada's newly appointed servant, Upendra Dasa, arrived from Fiji, where he had been the first devotee to preach Krishna consciousness. He had also been Prabhupada's personal assistant, and Prabhupada had been quite pleased with his service. So when Harisori left for Australia to become the GBC there, Prabhupada suggested Upendra as his replacement. Upendra was a lively, light-hearted devotee, and we became friends almost immediately. He had a wife and 2 children in America. But when he was engaged in serving Srila Prabhupada, it was as if he took on another personality and was transported to another world, another life, completely absorbed in his service. His dedication to Prabhupada was remarkable, and he served earnestly and with great efficiency. Srila Prabhupada was very happy with how the Cross Maidan program had gone. When we were driving back to Mr. Mahadev's house, he asked me, "How many people do you think came today?" "Around 10,000, I said. "Do you think they were listening carefully and understood what I was saying?" "Yes, Srila Prabhupada, they looked very attentive, and when you were speaking, no one got up and left. And when the kirtan started, everyone joined so enthusiastically, and many of them started to dance." Indians are so close to Krishna consciousness, Prabhupada said. We have to present it to them in a proper way, and they will respond favorably and accept it. Once the programs were over, Srila Prabhupada wanted to go back to Juhu, where his new quarters were now ready. When he arrived, he immediately went to have darshana of the deities, Sri Sri Radha Ras Bihari. The temple construction was not yet finished, so their lordships were being worshipped in a small tin shed by the entrance. The area was one big work site, but the courtyard had been cleaned, and hundreds of devotees had gathered there to greet Srila Prabhupada and were chanting and dancing in ecstasy. Madhava Dasa, a PhD from Italy, who worked with Swarupa Damodara in the Bhakti Vedanta Institute, had climbed a frangipani tree to take photographs. Frangipanis are quite soft, however, and the branch he was on could not hold his weight. It broke with a loud crack and sent Madhava tumbling to the ground, right in front of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada was visibly concerned and immediately stopped to check on Madhava's condition. But Madhava, red with embarrassment, sprang to his feet as if nothing had happened and assured Prabhupada he was okay. The only damage was to his camera. After briefly addressing the devotees, Srila Prabhupada went to his new quarters. He inspected every room and expressed his satisfaction. There was a reception room in front, right outside the elevator, with a desk where Tamal Krishna Maharaja would sit. Then an octagonal waiting room that led to a large darshana area with a long marble table, behind which Prabhupada would sit on an ornate asana with pillows. The room branched out on two sides, the right wing holding a small table and a seat for Prabhupada to take prasada, with a closeted sink nearby, and the left wing holding a matching seat and table, where he would translate. To the left of that was his bedroom, with toilet and shower rooms, and a balcony overlooking the temple. In the other wing, behind and to the right of Prabhupada's eating area, was a hallway with a room for his secretary. With its own toilet and shower rooms and a well-equipped kitchen, I thought I would share a room with Upendra and let Tamal Krishna Maharaja have the secretary's room to himself. But Maharaja insisted that I stay with him, and I was delighted both to hear his insistence and to follow his wish. That afternoon, Tamal Krishna Maharaja called Upendra and me together for a meeting. Srila Prabhupada's health was not good. He reminded us he would need constant care, but his quarters were somewhere isolated, and there would not be any other devotees there to serve him. We would have to take care of Srila Prabhupada ourselves. At least one of us should be there with him all the time, especially at night. Upendra would take the 10 to 12 shift. I would serve from 12 to 2, and Maharaja would be there from 2 to 4. The first duty each day was to clean the entire apartment. Upendra would clean Prabhupada's room and living area, and I would clean the reception area, passageway, and room where Tamal Krishna Maharaja and I were staying. Mother Palika, one of our Americans' god sisters, who cooked for Prabhupada, and I would serve the prasada. Srila Prabhupada also gave me other services, one of which was to get the daily newspapers and bring them to him at 7 o'clock each morning. I would read him the front page headlines, and if he was interested in an item, he would ask me to read further. Sometimes he would make comments as I read. The first period of Indira Gandhi's reign has just ended, and Morarji Desai had taken over as a Prime Minister. Srila Prabhupada was pleased that Gandhi was out. During her administration, she had imposed a national emergency and ruled the country practically like a dictator. Prabhupada was unhappy about that and told me that he was in Allahabad. He had gotten to know members of her family and seen that they were both degraded and promiscuous. Prabhupada was especially concerned about the compulsory sterilization program that Indira Gandhi's son, Sanjay Gandhi, has started. Even sadhus were being forced to have vasectomies. The program had been instituted to control India's population growth, but Prabhupada said, they do not know what they are doing. They do not know what will be the outcome of such offense to the sadhus. And sure enough, in 1980, Sanjay Gandhi died when a plane he was flying crashed. In 1984, during her second administration, Indira Gandhi was assassinated by her own bodyguards. And in 1991, her other son, Rajiv Gandhi, who had also become Prime Minister, was assassinated by a suicide bomber. But Srila Prabhupada did not think highly of Morarji Desai either. He has high ideas, he commented, but does not have the intelligence and charisma to execute them. Srila Prabhupada stayed in his quarters, mostly translating for his entire time in Juhu. He did much of his work at night. Before going to bed, Tamal Krishna Maharaja would set up his table with the Sanskrit Srimad Bhagavatam with commentaries from previous acharyas, his dictaphone, a spare audio cassette, a glass of water, and a brass water pot for a spittoon. Everything was arranged for Prabhupada to just start translating. My shift began at midnight, and by the time I came to relieve Upendra, Srila Prabhupada would already be translating. He would get up by 11, sometimes 10, and immediately get to work. I loved seeing Srila Prabhupada speaking into his dictaphone. Everyone else was in deep slumber. The only sound was his voice, translating and then commenting in his purports. One night, however, Prabhupada noticed that I was watching him while he was translating and told me not to do that. I felt embarrassed to have caused him the disturbance, and from then on I would sit behind a pillar looking in the other direction and just listen to his transcendental voice. I was still translating Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita into Bengali, and every day I would read to him whatever I had translated, and he would instruct me, correct me, and sometimes express his appreciation. When I read my translation of the second verse of the fourth chapter, Prabhupada did not like the way I translated the word yoga nashta. In the English word for word translation, he had used scattered for nashta, but in the full verse translation, he has used the expression appears to be lost. I had translated the expression literally into Bengali, but Prabhupada did not like the result, and no matter how many times he asked me to revise it, I just could not get it right. He could have given me the right expression, but he wanted me to arrive at it myself. Finally, I used the Bengali expression Nashtapraya, a literal translation of almost lost, and he confirmed, yes, that's it. I was thrilled to get it right. Eventually, Prabhupada gave me my own dictaphone and asked me to translate on that. The recordings could be transcribed by someone else, which would make my work go faster. When I tried using the recorder, however, I could not seem to keep my thoughts together. When I spoke to Prabhupada about my difficulty, he assured me that although I might find it challenging, I would get used to it with practice. And with his blessing and assurance, I soon became accustomed to it, and indeed, my pace increased. One problem with recording my work, however, was that I could no longer read it out to Prabhupada, and I was apprehensive about maintaining a high quality and not making mistakes. I expressed my concern to him, but he again met my anxiety with gentle assurance. There was no need to worry, he said. He was confident that I was doing a good job. I was encouraged by his trust, but still I missed the intimate interactions that I enjoyed when we had worked together.
The Juhu temple construction was still in full swing. Srila Prabhupada had given the concept of the design and charge of the construction to Subrahmi Swami, his Dutch sannyasi disciple, who was an accomplished architect, and he was working day and night to complete the project. The size of the temple, its ornate design, and the high quality of its marble was creating quite a sensation in Bombay. The Times of India published a feature story on the temple, which Krishna Maharaj read to Srila Prabhupada. The article, covering practically an entire page, was accompanied by pictures of the temple under construction and provided many technical and financial details. But although ISKCON was mentioned, Srila Prabhupada's name and position were not. Prabhupada asked who had provided the reporter with the information. It turned out that the article had been based on an interview with Surabhi Swami. Prabhupada called Maharaj in and asked if he had read the article. He had, Maharaj, I said. Prabhupada then asked who had given the information to the reporter, and Maharaja reported that he had done so. Then Prabhupada asked why his name was not mentioned even once in the entire article. Surabhi Swami went silent. He just sat there looking down without saying a thing. Prabhupada then instructed him that whenever the name of ISKCON was mentioned, his name and position should be there as well. He was, after all, ISKCON's founder Acharya. I could not understand why Srila Prabhupada was so particular about this designation. He was always so detached and never wanted to take any credit for his achievements, considerable as they were. But now he was expressing such concern. I did not dwell on the question. I was in no position to judge him. Whatever he did was perfect, but I still wondered. In time, I came to understand that Prabhupada's emphasis on this position as founder Acharya was not for any personal aggrandizement, but for the integrity and well-being of ISKCON as an institute. He had told us himself that although he had spread Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtana movement throughout the world within the short span of 10 years, he would not be able to spread it to every town and village, as had been Lord Chaitanya's prediction during his lifetime. It would take generations, and that was why there was need to establish a spiritual institution, to spread the mission even after his disappearance. ISKCON's success, he said, would depend upon two things: collaborative management, the governing body commission, and the spiritual leadership of its founder Acharya. Mother Palika was sick one day, and another of her godsisters cooked for Srila Prabhupada. When I served him, however, I could see that he was not eating. Srila Prabhupada, I asked, was the cooking not all right today? No, he replied. She does not know how to cook. Should I cook for you tomorrow? I blurted out. Yes, you can. The next morning, when Prabhupada was having his oil massage, he called for me and asked me to get some potatoes, parval, a gourd, turmeric, dry red chili, and the can of mustard oil we had brought from Calcutta for his massage. He showed me how to cut the potatoes and parval into 3/4-inch pieces and directed me to add turmeric, pieces of red chili, and then the mustard oil. I poured out what seemed to me a lot of oil, but I tilted the can back. Prabhupada said, "Why did you stop pouring? Keep pouring." I followed his command until finally he told me not to stop. Then he had me add salt and just enough water to cover the vegetables, and place the pot on the fire. The water will dry out, he said. Then a white smoke will start to come out, making a sound like chat-chat. Then you take it off the fire and let it cool for a while. The turmeric will create a crust at the bottom of the pot and will get fired into the mustard oil. You can scrape the bottom with a spatula. Now it will be ready to serve. Then he added, the preparation is called Bhakti Charu. I cooked a few other items as well, but when I served Srila Prabhupada, he mostly ate the Bhakti Charu and chapatis. After Prabhupada had finished and I was washing his plates in the kitchen, Upendra came running in and said, "Hey, what did you cook today? Srila Prabhupada was praising your cooking and asked me to taste it." And later that afternoon, when Krishna Maharaja came from reading Prabhupada's letters and taking dictation, he also told me how much Prabhupada had liked my cooking. So, from then on, that became my service. One morning, Srila Prabhupada wanted some orange juice. There were no oranges in the kitchen, however, so I went to the market to buy some. When I returned and was about to make the juice, Prabhupada's bell rang, and I ran to his room. "What happened to the orange juice?" he asked. "Why is it taking so long?" I could tell he was annoyed. "I am bringing just now, Srila Prabhupada," I replied, and ran back to the kitchen. Just as I was finishing the juice, the bell rang again, and again. It just kept on ringing, as if the bell itself were angry. In great anxiety, I quickly poured the juice into Prabhupada's silver cup, placed it on his thali, and ran to his room. As I entered, I heard Srila Prabhupada's thunderous voice. "Take it away. I don't want it." Feeling guilty, my head bent low, I just kept moving forward. When I was in front of Prabhupada, I knelt down, holding up the plate with the cup of orange juice. He was so angry that he did not take the juice for some time, but I just kept holding it up in front of him. Finally, to my great relief, he picked up the cup and started to drink. When he was drinking, I realized that in my hurry, I forgot to bring a bowl of water for him to wash his mouth. So I ran to the kitchen, and got the bowl of water. Then, when I had returned and he was rinsing his mouth, I realized that I had forgotten to bring him the napkins for him to wipe. But this time I did not go back to the kitchen. I pulled a small towel from his wardrobe and wiped his mouth for him. "You are trying to serve me so nicely," Prabhupada said, "but often I chastise you. Please don't mind when I chastise. You see, when one gets old, one becomes short-tempered." I had not felt bad when Prabhupada had chastised me, but when he started to speak like that, I felt like my heart was breaking. I tried to beg him not to concern himself, but my voice was choked. I could not speak. Finally, tears rolled down my cheeks. I managed to whisper, "Srila Prabhupada, I make mistakes, and if you don't correct me, what will happen to me?" He stopped. I could feel the softness of his heart. Even though we were his disciples, ready to take any amount of chastisements from him, our Guru, as a display of his mercy, he was apologizing in such a humble way. That was my glorious spiritual master, more brilliant than millions of sun, yet so humble and compassionate, the most caring person I have ever met. Tamakrishna Maharaja, Upendra, and I were having a wonderful time serving Srila Prabhupada, taking care of all his needs. Due to his poor health, Prabhupada did not want to get involved in anything other than translating Srimad Bhagavatam. So Maharaja was extra careful to not let anyone in to see him unless there was a pressing need. Hundreds of devotees had come from different parts of the world, but Prabhupada's quarters on his 6th floor were off limits. As I stood on the balcony one morning, I saw Sarva Bhavan Prabhu downstairs. Excited, I ran down to meet him. He was happy to see me as well, and we embraced. He had come to Bombay about 10 days earlier, he said, to take charge of the householder community. "You came 10 days ago, and you didn't even come to see me?" I asked. He smiled and said, "The ivory tower where you live, ordinary devotees like me don't have access there." "Yes, I know," I said. "Srila Prabhupada's health is not so good, so he does not want to do anything besides translating." "Yes," he remarked, concern in his voice, and Tamakrishna Maharaja very carefully decides who is allowed to see him. He paused. "I got some gifts for Srila Prabhupada, some silver cups and a plate, but I did not get a chance to give them to him. I assured Sarva Bhavan that I would speak to Maharaja and took him to the ivory tower. Maharaja was with Srila Prabhupada, so we waited for him to come out, and then I introduced Sarva Bhavan to him and told him about our relationship. When I told him that Sarva Bhavan had some gifts for Srila Prabhupada, he asked him to fetch them. Excited, Sarva Bhavan ran to get them. When we entered his room, Srila Prabhupada was chanting on his beads besides his translating table. We offered our obeisances, and I introduced Sarva Bhavan to him and told him how instrumental Sarva Bhavan has been in bringing me to Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada looked at him affectionately. When Sarva Bhavan offered his gift, nicely wrapped in beautiful box, Srila Prabhupada took it with a smile and asked, "Should I open it?" "Yes, please, Srila Prabhupada," Sarva Bhavan replied. Prabhupada was pleased with the gifts and asked me to keep them in the kitchen. Although Sarva Bhavan had been so eager to meet Prabhupada, he just sat there silently, looking at his Divine Grace's lotus feet. When Prabhupada asked him whether he wanted to say anything, Sarva Bhavan humbly recounted an incident in Vrindavan, when he had gone with a group of Indian devotees to complain against some Western devotees who were mistreating them. Although he had not been involved in the incident, he had accompanied the Indian devotees, who knew little English, to speak on their behalf. Prabhupada had heard their complaints and mildly chastised them for being in their bodily concept of life. Sarva Bhavan told Prabhupada how guilty he had been feeling for siding with the complaining devotees and begged for his forgiveness. Srila Prabhupada replied, "Those who are not very advanced spiritually will tend to get into bodily concepts of life, but an advanced devotee should never do that. You are an educated and intelligent person. You should try to create harmony among the devotees, transcending the bodily concept of life. These American boys and girls are doing so much to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. Recognize their contribution and sacrifice and try to appreciate that and remain grateful to them. Even if their behavior is not so exemplary at times, just tolerate that with heartfelt gratitude. Sarva Bhavan humbly offered his obeisances, and Srila Prabhupada looked at him affectionately with a smile on his face.
Sitting on the balcony one afternoon facing the temple, with me sitting at his feet, Srila Prabhupada said, India is the most glorious country in the world. It is not only her spiritual culture, but materially also. It is the richest country. However, since the Indians have rejected the Vedic culture, their original culture, they have lost everything and become poor. Since they have rejected Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his eternal consort, Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, has left them. Then he added, not only India, but the entire world has become afflicted with so many problems because the people of this world have rejected Krishna. And the more they reject Krishna, the more miserable they will become. On the other hand, if they accept Krishna, everything will become so prosperous and wonderful for them. When Srila Prabhupada spoke to someone, especially someone important, he would remind him or her about the real solution to our problems. Acceptance of Krishna consciousness. Just surrender unto Krishna and try to serve him. He would say, He will just take care of you in all respects and provide for everything you need. Lakshmi Devi will be so pleased with you that she will shower with so much wealth with her 4 hands, and that you will not be able to receive it with your 2. Tamal Krishna Maharaj brought Swarup Damodar Prabhu in to see Srila Prabhupada one morning and praised the success he was having preaching in Bombay's scientific community. Prabhupada had always been impressed with Swarup Damodar's program, and he advised him how to point out the defects of modern science. Their main problem, he said, is that they do not want to accept the simple fact that life comes from life. Life does not come from matter. They are misleading the world with their claim that life comes from matter. Since their basic premise is wrong, they will never be able to come to the right conclusion. They will never be able to prove it. They are giving the false promise that they will prove in the future how life comes from matter. This promise is like giving a post-dated check. I do not have the money right now, but in the future I will have the money. We must challenge them and expose them and call their bluff. They are not scientists, they are a bunch of cheats. Prabhupada asked Swarup Damodar how much money he would need to maintain the Bhakti Vedanta Institute and continue his scientific preaching. Swarup Damodar remained silent for a while and then said of thought. Maharaja said that he will... Silent for a while, and then he said he did not know. Prabhupada asked Tamal Krishna Maharaj after a bit of thought. Maharaj said that the project will require about $10,000 a month. So Prabhupada told him to instruct the Bhakti Vedanta book just to give the institute the amount of money every month. It was clear how much importance he gave to scientific preaching. Sadhuta Swami also came to see Srila Prabhupada one day. Prabhupada was very affectionate towards him, and he in turn was extremely humble and submissive. He related some difficulties he had faced from the government in Germany. He admitted that he had made some mistakes due to his excessive enthusiasm to spread Krishna consciousness. There Prabhupada listened carefully and asked what he was doing. Hamsudatta replied that he was traveling around India preaching with a group of German devotees and a few Indians he had recruited. Prabhupada was happy to hear but he told him that he should have a specific area to develop. Just aimlessly traveling and preaching would not generate a maximum effect. He cited the expression, "a rolling stone gathers no moss," and suggested that Hamsadutta go to Sri Lanka and preach there. Since nothing was happening at that area, Hamsadutta accepted his suggestion and left for Sri Lanka the next day. One morning after breakfast, Srila Prabhupada was sitting in the asana behind his desk and asked me to get him his bead bag. I brought it to him and sat before him. He started to chant. I did likewise, softly with my head bending forward, looking at the ground. Then he began to speak. People think that Krishna's pastimes with the gopis are immoral. He commented. The moralists especially, they don't even want to delve into Krishna's Vrindavana pastimes, thinking that those pastimes are immoral. If Krishna's pastimes with the gopis are immoral, he explained, then why did Sukadeva Goswami, who was a Naistika brahmachari and did not have anything to do with his family, right after birth he walked away from his family, from his father and mother, considering that they could become an entanglement for him? Why did Sukadeva speak so elaborately about Krishna's pastimes with the gopis in Vrindavana? Krishna's dealings with the gopis are not immoral, but imitations of Krishna's activities with the gopis is immoral. The pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavana are the highest spiritual activities, but when they see the reflection of that in the material nature, the highest appears to be lowest. And that's why when some mortal living entity tries to have a relationship with some unmarried girl or someone else's wife, that is absolutely abominable, absolutely immoral. But the consideration of morality or immorality does not at all rise in Krishna's cause, because whatever Krishna does is absolutely moral, because he is Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the supreme enjoyer and the supreme proprietor. When the proprietor enjoys what he possesses, that is perfectly moral. When somebody who doesn't own something tries to enjoy that, that is immoral. That is sinful. That is stealing. To try to enjoy somebody else's property is immoral. But when somebody enjoys his own property, there is no question about immorality. Since Krishna is supreme proprietor, he is the supreme enjoyer, and everyone else is an object of his enjoyment. Now it is up to Krishna and when he wants to enjoy in the spiritual sky, there is no sex desire. In order to even enter into the spiritual sky, one has to become free from sex desire. Unless and until one has conquered sex desire, he cannot enter the spiritual sky. Even the impersonalist Brahmajantis have to conquer sex desire to merge into the impersonal Brahman Jyoti. So why to speak of entering the topmost region of spiritual sky? Sex life is a gross activity of this material nature. In the spiritual world, there is no room for sex desire. So there is no tinge of sex desire in Krishna's dealings with gopis. It is completely pure. The consideration of sex life is there when it is between two material bodies, but in the spiritual sky they do not have material bodies. Their dealings are spiritual, and spiritual interactions between Lord Krishna and his devotees are pure spiritual existence. So that is what we have to understand. And these activities of Krishna with the gopis are so pure that just by hearing them from a proper source, one becomes free from sex desire. This is actually the most wonderful, effective means of becoming free from sex desire. As Srila Prabhupada explained, the purity of Krishna's relationships with gopis I saw how important it was to hear these things from Krishna's pure devotees. Otherwise, who could even understand these secrets much less explained from them? Once again, I was struck by the magnitude of my good fortune.
One morning, while Srila Prabhupada was translating, Tamil Maharaja and several other leading devotees walked into his room and with a bright smile declared, Srila Prabhupada, wherever there is a Krishna, the supreme mystic, and pure devotee like you, victory is absolutely certain. He held out a copy of the Times of India dated March 28, 1976. ISKCON had won the New York brainwashing case. A front page article announced the victory, the scope of which extended well beyond the case itself. The New York High Court had recognized that Hare Krishna movement as a bona fide religion. His voice vibrant with emotion, Srila Prabhupada asked Maharaja to read the article entitled Hare Krishna Movement in Bona Fide Religion. Maharaja read aloud. The Hare Krishna movement was called a bona fide religion yesterday by the New York High Court justice who threw out 2 charges against the officials of the movement of illegal imprisonment and attempted extortion. The charge had been preferred by an angry parent that its son, as well as another disciple, had been held by the movement illegally and that they had been brainwashed. The entire and basic issue before the court, said that justice is dismissing the charges, is whether the 2 alleged victims in this case had the defendants will be allowed to practice the religion of their choice, and this must be answered with a resounding affirmative, said Mr. Justice John J. Lee. The Hare Krishna movement is a bona fide religion with roots in India that go back thousands of years. It behooved Merrily Krishauer and Edward Shapiro to follow the tenets of that faith, and their inalienable right to do so will not be trampled upon. The separation of church and state must be maintained. We must remain a nation of laws, not of man. The presentment and indictment by the grand jury was in direct and blatant violation of the defendant's constitutional rights. The justice said that it appeared to the court the people rest their case on an erroneous minor premise to arrive at a fallacious consolation. The record is devoid of one specific allegation of a misrepresentation or any act of deception or the part of any defendant. The justice said the freedom of religion is not to be abridged because it is unconventional in beliefs and practices or because it is approved or disapproved by the mainstream of society or more conventional religions. Without this proliferation and freedom to follow the dictates of one's own conscience in this search for an approach to God, the freedom of religion will be a meaningless right as provided for in the Constitution. Attempt to be it direct, well-intentioned or not, presents a clear and present danger to this most fundamental basis and eternally needed right of our citizens, freedom of religion. Srila Prabhupada nodded gravely without comment. Tamil Maharaja continued, the Hare Krishna movement has been under pressure from various groups, and this judgment is expected to stop some of the harassment which it has been subjected in recent months. My mission is now successful, Srila Prabhupada proclaimed in 1965. I went there and now this is recognized. Krishna is wonderful always. He is the most wonderful person and he can do anything wonderful. 7th chapter, Rishikesha, May 5th, 1977. The news from America was uplifting, but Srila Prabhupada was still having problems with his health. Two of his biggest Indian supporters, Sriman Narayana, the ex-governor of Madras, and his brother-in-law Ramakrishna Bajaj, the head of Bajaj Industries, recommended that he go on a retreat to Rishikesha, which had long been known for its spiritually auspicious and physically healing environment. Prabhupada had never been there and agreed immediately. So one morning, surrounded by hundreds of chanting devotees, he left for the Himalayan foothills. Tamal Krishna Maharaja, Upendra, and accompanied Srila Prabhupada on the short flight to Delhi and overnight stay at the temple, and on the car ride north past Haridwar, Damodara Pandita Dasa drove. Pradyumna, now Prabhupada's Sanskrit secretary, was arriving separately with 3 trunks of books. Gauridasa Pandita would be serving Tamala Krishna, and Yadubhara Dasa was coming to film a documentary on Srila Prabhupada. Pramana Swami and Viraha Prakasha Swami had gone ahead with Trivikrama Swami to help set things up. Sriman Narayana and Ramakrishna Bajaj had arranged accommodation at the beautiful Ganga Darshan, a 2-story building with a spacious balcony overlooking the Ganga on one side and a colorful and fragrant garden of roses and jasmine on the other. When we arrived, Srila Prabhupada settled in his room and asked for some water. Upendra brought him a glass from the kitchen, but when Prabhupada took a sip, he commented, "Did I come to Rishikesh to drink tap water?" I remembered that he had stated that if he just drank Ganga water in Rishikesha, he would get well soon. So I ran down to the river with a jug and brought back some Ganga Jala. When Prabhupada took it, he smiled at me and said, "That is intelligence, understanding the mind of the spiritual master." I could not help but think how much my life had changed since my previous visit to Rishikesha when I have first returned to India from Germany. I had been lost, wandering without clear direction. I thought of a comment Srila Prabhupada had made on a morning walk in Juhu when he had noted the beautiful groomed, well-behaved dogs belonging to people walking along the beach. "What's the difference between these dogs and them?" he had asked, pointing to a bunch of stray dogs, dirty and unkempt, clustered in a pack and barking at passers-by. When no one had answered, he had said, "These dogs have their masters, where those don't. I was still a dog, but now I had found my spiritual master. I was the cook, preparing in large quantity whatever I made for Srila Prabhupada. I released my service and was encouraged by the appreciation I received from the other devotees. Breakfast was usually just fried eggplant and a light khichdi with a lot of vegetables. Sometimes when his appetite was better, Prabhupada would ask me to make some puri and sabji. The devotees liked that best, but he did not want it very often. One day Prabhupada asked me to make some upma. I did not know how to make it, but I just went ahead and prepared it without saying anything. When I served it, he took a spoonful and said, "This is not upma, this is salty halwa." Then he told me how to prepare upma. 1 part suji, 1/2 part ghee and 2 parts water. Cut the vegetables, cauliflower, potatoes and eggplant into small pieces and fry them in ghee. Fry the suji in ghee until it is golden brown. Fry a spoonful of urad dal and add it into the suji. Boil the water, add some hing, salt and lemon juice and pour it in on the suji. Add the fried vegetables and stir until done. The water will be absorbed by the suji. The next day I made upma and served it to Srila Prabhupada. He was very happy to see that I had prepared it properly, and I was very happy to see him happy. After breakfast, I would go to the market to buy vegetables. Pramana Maharaja and Vihara Prakasha Maharaja, who had recently come from Venezuela, often joined me. Viraha Prakasha did not speak English, but I could tell from even our few limited exchanges that he had soft, kind heart. Sometimes he would watch when I was cooking or quickly start washing the pots, and we developed a bond in the silence. I also had the good fortune of getting to know Trivikrama Maharaja. He was a tall, handsome American, one of Srila Prabhupada's early disciples. My first impression was that he was grave and serious, but I soon discovered that he had a soft and tender heart. Although he was a senior devotee with many achievements on behalf of Srila Prabhupada around the world, in front of Prabhupada he was just like a little boy, innocent and vibrant. Prabhupada's face would light up when he saw Maharaja, as if he were embracing him with his merciful glance. Trivikrama Maharaja had made the arrangements in advance, and Prabhupada's room was set up perfectly. A low table held a silver tumbler and water pot, and behind the table on the floor was a cushion where Srila Prabhupada would sit across-legged to work. The bed sparkled with a beautiful embroidery white cover. New pots and pans lined in the shelves of the adjacent kitchen, and the devotees' rooms were all nicely arranged. When Trivikrama Maharaja was massaging Srila Prabhupada's feet one afternoon, he commented, "Srila Prabhupada, your feet are so soft and pink." Prabhupada said, "That pink is actually from your hand." Both of them smiled, and so I did.
Yeah. One morning, Tamal Krishna Maharaja, Trivikrama Maharaja, Pramana Maharaja, Yadubara, Upendra and I were sitting around Srila Prabhupada after breakfast. I did not usually get the opportunity to attend such darshanas. I was normally cooking or shopping or translating. But on that day, I decided not to miss out. Srila Prabhupada was explaining how, in order to advance in spiritual life, one must abstain from sex life. Sex, he said, even between husband and wife, was only for procreation. And further, even they should abstain during pregnancy and for 6 months after childbirth. In this way, a couple should have sex only once in 16 months. Prabhupada reminded us, many scriptural restrictions concerning sexual indulgence and conception was not just an accidental occurrence. Don't do it. That means control him. He said, restrictions means stop. Otherwise, why there should be restriction? For eating Bhagavad Prasada, there is no restriction. For chanting the holy name of the Lord, there is no restriction. For deity worship, there is no restriction. But for meat eating, intoxication and sex life, there is restriction. Because the objective is to stop. You indulge now because you can't help it, but ultimately you have to stop. Household life, Prabhupada said, did not just mean for a man to take care of his wife and children. Even cats and dogs did that. Birds did that. They also take care of their children, he said. But are they householders? The real duty of the parents, unless and until the father and mother are able to deliver their children from the cycle of birth and death, they are not a real father and mother. The duty of the father and mother is to deliver their children from the miserable conditions of their material existence. Then only they can be considered to be householders. Lord Ramachandra was a householder. Arjuna was a householder. Prahlad Maharaja was a householder. Janaka Maharaja was a householder. Therefore, one should try to become a householder like them. That is the real human civilization. Householder does not mean an arrangement to gratify one's senses. I was glad to have stayed back to listen to Srila Prabhupada. we had the opportunity to sit at his feet and hear from him directly, and one should not overestimate the value of our fortune. On most days around midday, the devotees would go swimming in the Ganga. I usually had to stay back to cook for and serve Srila Prabhupada, but sometimes, if I went as soon as my service was done, the devotees would still be there. We would walk up along the bank and then jump into the cold water and let the current carry us downstream, all the while laughing like a bunch of little kids. One afternoon, when Upendra was attending to Prabhupada, Tamal Krishna Maharaja invited me to join him for a walk. We took a winding path through the forest, crossed Lakshman Jula, the iron suspension bridge that stretched across the Ganga, and followed the road uphill until we reached a boulder facing the river. The late day sun bathed the foothills in golden rays, and the only sound were the rumbling of the river below and the light chirpings of birds. For a while, we just sat in silence, appreciating their serenity. The Maharaja commented, "You are so fortunate to have taken birth in India. Just by being born here, you are naturally close to the spiritual culture. The West is so degraded. There is no concept of purity there." I may have been born in India, I said, but I was brought up with the conviction that the West was the best. Sometimes I even wished I were born in the West. "That may be," he replied, "but your environment did not allow you to degrade so much. You can't imagine how degraded we were." The other day, a devotee came to see Srila Prabhupada, I said. He was lamenting how degraded he was. But Srila Prabhupada told him that this was superficial, since as soon as Prabhupada had called him, the devotee had come and joined him. Yes, Maharaja remembered. That was Bhavabhuti Prabhu. "You have been sent by Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakura to assist Srila Prabhupada," I said. "You are not ordinary devotees. Srila Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made you take birth in America and Europe to assist Srila Prabhupada in his mission to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. How did you figure that out?" He only half joked. "Just an intelligent observation," I remarked with a smile. "Not only did Lord Chaitanya send you all, but he made all the arrangements so wonderfully for Srila Prabhupada to come to America at a time when the scene was perfectly set for him to spread Krishna consciousness. After the Second World War, America reached the height of material prosperity, but you all, the youth of America, became disillusioned and realized that money could not buy everything, and you started to look for a positive alternative to find real happiness. At that time, Srila Prabhupada came to America. What then happened will be seen by prosperity as a divine arrangement. What then happened will be seen by posterity as a divine arrangement of the Supreme Personality of Godhead to fulfill his prediction." Maharaja looked me right in the eye, his gaze piercing. He did not say a word. I started to feel uneasy, a bit embarrassed, and began to explain. "Actually, this is not really my own assessment. Sometimes devotees..." "There is no need to apologize," he stopped me. "What you said is both correct and profound." The Prabhupada gave darshana every evening. Rishikesh was one of India's most prominent holy places, and when pilgrims were there for spiritual fulfillment and yoga training, and many pilgrims were there, when they heard that Srila Prabhupada was giving darshana, they came to see him and hear from him. Prabhupada would speak primarily from the Bhagavad Gita. Most of the pilgrims were misguided by impersonalism and did not think that the absolute truth was the Supreme Person or had any form. But Prabhupada spoke strongly that God was the person, the Supreme Person, Krishna. Many people had questions, and Prabhupada always answered them with eloquence and wisdom. But so not to strain his health, Tamal Krishna Maharaja and Trivikrama Maharaja limited each darshana to an hour from 5 to 6 o'clock. Then they would ask everyone to leave and would take Prabhupada downstairs to his room. Still, many people would stay, and the devotees would sit with him and answer their questions. Still, many people would stay, and the devotees would sit with them and answer their questions. I was still a new devotee and did not think myself qualified to preach in front of my senior God brothers. But I had some desire, so I would sit in on the sessions, and one day when I saw a young saffron-robed sadhu, I decided to talk to him. Like most of India's sadhus, the man was an impersonalist. We began in a friendly manner, but when he told me that the goal of life was to merge into Brahman, the absolute truth, and the devotion was only the temporary preliminary means to prepare for that goal, I protested strongly. I quoted the Bhagavatam verse beginning Vedantita Tattva Vedas, and pointed out that the absolute truth was manifest in three features: the impersonal Brahman, the localized Paramatma, and Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This difference of features, I told him, was due to different levels of perception. When one came to understand the absolute truth through negating the material nature, through the process of neti, not this, one could then go beyond the material nature and perceive the effulgence of the Lord, known as the Brahma Jyoti. However, just as one was blinded if exposed to the brightness of the sun after staying in the darkness too long, if you were exposed to the spiritual light of the Brahma Jyoti after being in the darkness of this material nature, you would be blinded to what lay beyond. If one were fortunate enough to receive proper direction from a qualified teacher, however, he would realize that his external endeavor to understand the absolute had led him to a dead end, and would be directed to project his consciousness internally through Ashtanga Yoga, withdrawing his senses from their objects. Eventually, upon achieving perfection, he would perceive the Lord in the heart as a supersoul or Paramatma, and spontaneously surrender unto him, recognizing him as the supreme and himself as an insignificant spiritual spark. This surrender, I said, was the beginning of devotional service to the Lord, which would enable him to see Krishna as the most attractive Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Bhagavan. That, I told him, was the ultimate spiritual perfection. Brahmeti Paramatmeti Bhagavan iti Sabhyate. When our conversation ended and the sadhu left, I went downstairs feeling happy and content. I felt, defeated the impersonalist philosophy. My reverie was broken. However, when Upendra came and told me that Prabhupada was calling me, I suddenly realized that my discussion with the sadhu had been going on right outside Prabhupada's room. I had been practically shouting, I remembered. Prabhupada must have heard what I said and become annoyed with me. My heart throbbed with anxiety as I rushed to see him, ready to be chastised. Srila Prabhupada, I said when I entered his room. Were you calling me? Yes, he said. What were you doing? I was preaching, Srila Prabhupada. What were you preaching? I summarized what had happened and looked at the floor, awaiting his chastisement. But Prabhupada remained silent. After what seemed like a minute, I glanced up and saw that he was looking at me. Srila Prabhupada, I asked, did I say anything wrong? No, he replied. What you said was very good and very correct. I felt so relieved, so happy. One night, as I was attending Srila Prabhupada, he stopped translating and lay down. Usually he would fall asleep soon after reclining, but he seemed wide awake, so I started to massage his feet. After a while, he asked me, what did you learn from me? At first, I was a little perplexed. Prabhupada had never spoken to me like this. Rather nervously, I said, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srila Prabhupada was silent. After a pause, I said, we are his eternal servants. There was a quiet I took it to indicate approval, so I continued. Therefore, the purpose of our existence is to serve Him. That service is called devotional service, an expression of our love. Yes, Prabhupada said softly. Love for Krishna is devotional service. Love is there in everyone's heart. Everyone wants to love somebody. This love is actually meant for Krishna. But when it is offered to someone other than Krishna, it becomes lust. The desire to gratify one's own senses is kama, lust. But the desire to please the senses of Lord Krishna is prema, love. I knew the verse from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita and recited one of the verses that preceded it. Therefore, lust and love are quite different. Lust is like dense darkness, but love is like the bright sun. After a few moments, Srila Prabhupada said, lust, sex desire, is the perverted reflection of this love. The pleasure that one wants to derive out of sex life can be experienced multiplied millions of times by developing one's loving relationship with Krishna. One cannot even imagine what kind of joy one can experience in his heart just by offering his love to Krishna.
Krishna Maharaja asked Srila Prabhupada many questions, some about management and some on spiritual topics. I was amazed at how he would ask them, and I didn't think I would ever be able to question Prabhupada in such a manner. One day, I was sitting in Maharaja's office chanting while he was editing letters and that he typed on Prabhupada's behalf. When he finished, he looked up and saw that I had been watching him, and he just smiled. I was already feeling deep appreciation for him, and when he smiled at me, I could not contain myself. You are so brilliant, I said. Whatever you do is so perfect. Why do you say that? He asked. The way you ask Srila Prabhupada questions is amazing, and I admire your intelligence. It's not a matter of intelligence, he said. It is a matter of sincere desire to know something. When you have a sincere question, just ask. And who is a better person than Srila Prabhupada to answer your questions? I told him about a time in Mayapur when I had asked Srila Prabhupada what the condition of India would have been if Mahatma Gandhi had become a devotee of Krishna. Prabhupada had seemed annoyed and commented in Bengali, if I had a wife, then I could have a son. In other words, there was no need to speculate. I told Maharaja that I had felt so stupid that I had not dared ask any questions since, feeling that it would not further reveal my stupidity. Don't ask a question just for the sake of asking, Maharaja said. Ask to sincerely know something. That is the art of asking questions. Often, when senior devotees were gathered around Srila Prabhupada in his room, he would spontaneously instruct them about devotional service. On one such occasion, when I was sitting with the group, he said that an ideal preacher should have the proper understanding of the 6 branches of Vedic philosophy, Sad Darshan. When one understands them properly, he declared, one can understand that devotional service is the ultimate goal of the Vedas. Only then does one become eligible to impart the conclusion of Vedic wisdom. As I listened, a question flashed in my mind. Srila Prabhupada had mentioned in his books that 5 out of the 6 branches of Vedic philosophy were atheistic. So how could an understanding of those branches lead to the conclusion that devotional service to Krishna was the ultimate goal? I still felt shy to ask questions in front of the others, so I remained silent. But at night, when I was alone with Srila Prabhupada, I remembered Tamakrishna's advice. So I gathered my courage and asked, Srila Prabhupada, in your books, you mentioned that 5 out of the 6 branches of Sad Darshana are considered atheistic. And at the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam, Narada Muni points out to Srila Vyasadeva that even the 6 branches, Vedanta, is tinged with impersonalism. So does that also fall short of perfection? Why then is it necessary to study them? And how is that knowledge going to benefit us? Is it in order to defend the proponents of other doctrines? Srila Prabhupada seemed pleased with my question. No, he explained, our main business is not to defeat others, but to establish the fact that devotion to Krishna, Krishna consciousness, is the ultimate spiritual goal. This material nature is a perverted reflection of the spiritual reality. We have to understand that whatever is here in this world has its origins in the spiritual world. When, in a reflection of a tree, we see the green leaves, red flowers, and yellow fruits, we have to understand that they must be there in the real tree. Otherwise, how can they be in the reflection? Everything is coming from the spiritual sky. Whatever is here in this material nature is also existing in the spiritual reality. The perfect perception is to see things in that light. The Vedas have been designed to reveal the identity of Krishna and bring the living entities to his lotus feet. The 6 branches of Vedic philosophy are actually 6 steps of gradual elevation to understanding the ultimate goal, devotion to Krishna. These 6 branches are Purva Mimamsa, preliminary conclusions, or Karma Mimamsa, Nyaya, logic, Vaisesika, atomic theory, Sankhya, analytic study, Yoga, linking with the Supreme Lord, and Uttara Mimamsa, final conclusion, Vedanta. If you simply regard them as independent branches of philosophy and study them without their relation to Krishna, they appear to be atheistic. These 6 branches are like rungs on a ladder. The rungs of the ladder by themselves cannot be the real goal. The actual utility is the relation to the ladder, and the purpose of the ladder is to reach the ultimate height, devotional service to Krishna. The Vedas impart 3 levels of understanding: Karma Kanda, Jnana Kanda, and Bhakti. Initially, one in this material nature wants to enjoy through self-gratification, and the Karma Kanda section of the Vedas give directions on how to enjoy. As you act, accordingly you will get the result. Right action leads to enjoyment, and wrong actions to suffering. This is called the law of karma, the principle of action and reaction. Therefore, one must know how to act in order to really enjoy, which can lead one to the highest region of material universe, Satyaloka, where Lord Brahma is situated. However, in spite of all endeavors for enjoyment, one eventually realizes that he cannot avoid suffering. Uninterrupted enjoyment is not possible in this material nature. Suffering comes on its own and is unavoidable. When a person begins to wonder why he is suffering and tries to find the way out of it, he comes to the Janakanda platform, and through 4 branches of Vedic philosophy, Nyaya, Vaisesika, Shankha, and Yoga, he gradually transcends the material world and establishes his connection to the Lord in the heart. Through Nyaya, he comes to understand that this material nature is a place of suffering, dukkhalayam, and that the material body is a perfect instrument for receiving pain. For example, just consider how many ways you can inflict pain on your little finger or any part of your body, but you will find so few ways to give it pleasure. From which we can conclude that this material body is a wonderful instrument for receiving pain. Thereafter, one begins to consider what this material nature really is, and through the Vaisesika branch of philosophy, he realizes that the perceivable material world is actually composed of the minutest particles called paramamanu, or atoms. But to our senses, it takes various shapes, forms, and perceptions. In other words, what appears to our senses to be real is not actually real. Therefore, this material nature is an illusion. This leads to the next branch of Vedic philosophy, called Shankha, or analytic study, which describes the material nature consisting of 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether, and the individual with 5 senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. The senses interact with the elements. The 5 objects of the senses are generated. The ear interacts with ether. The sound is produced. The skin interacts with air, and the touch is produced. The eye interacts with fire, and form is produced. The tongue interacts with water, and taste is produced. And the nose interacts with earth, and smell is produced. There are also 5 working senses with which we become active in this world, namely the hands, legs, voice, anus, and genitals. In this way, Shanka philosophy determines 20 tattvas, or aspects of material nature, and then considers 3 subtle elements beyond that: the mind, intelligence, and false ego, and subsequently the Mahatattva, the total material energy, from which the entire creation became manifest. Through these 24 manifestations, Shanka philosophy analyzes the entire material nature. However, it concludes that these 24 manifestations are objective in nature and cannot exist without the subject, the I, the self, the soul. The entire material nature has been analyzed, but the soul cannot be found there. Therefore, it comes from another reality, the spiritual nature, and has its origin, its source, in the Supreme Soul, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way, Shanka philosophy takes one to the spiritual reality and transcends the material nature. Recognition of the fact that the soul is part of the Supreme Personality of Godhead leads to the final aspect of Janka Jnanakanda, called yoga. Yoga is a process by which the spirit soul becomes connected to the super soul, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This process has 8 different stages, or limbs. Therefore, it is called Ashtanga Yoga. Kama, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dhyana, Dharana, and Samadhi. In the final stage, Samadhi, one perceives the Supersoul, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in one's heart. Recognizing one's minuteness and the greatness of the Supreme Lord, one's head automatically bends down in respect and one surrenders to Him. This surrender to the Lord is the very foundation of devotional service, bhakti, the main aspect of the final branch of Vedic philosophy. And it has been explained through the sixth branch of Vedic philosophy, called Uttara Mimasa, or the final conclusion. It is also called Vedanta. The Vedanta philosophy is based on the Vedanta Sutta, which apparently refers to the impersonal Brahma. But in his natural commentary on the Vedanta Sutra, Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Vyasadeva establishes the surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead and loving devotional service to Him is the actual objective of Vedanta philosophy. Thus, bhakti takes one beyond liberation to engagement in loving devotional service to the Lord. In this way, through Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda, one is gradually elevated to the ultimate point of devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the perfect understanding of the 6 branches of Vedic philosophy.